Hey, hello. Yeah, I ended stream because I should start another stream right now. What the hell is this ads? I stream Watch Party right now. I mean, not Watch Party, but, you know, Snapdragon Tournament, whatever.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yes, you were the first one. And tournament started.
Pro Series MLBB
Yeah.
Challenge
They're gonna talk a little bit about
Turkey.
something, so we have
Yesterday,
time.
Birthright and Team Falcons punched their tickets for the challenge finals, showcasing skill, strategy, and pure determination. Today, the remaining 4 teams will clash out in an all-out battle for the final 2 spots. Can they fix their little mistakes and prove that they have what it takes to stay in the game? The stakes is high, and only the strongest can survive. I'm your host, Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Elise. Okay, it's starting now. Oh, we have time. Do you also like when casters yap? Like they just talk non-stop. You just watch and they talk non-stop. Do you like it? I like it. Now better. Not really, why? I like it. They're like background noise.
This is it, everyone. Welcome back to day 5 and the final day of the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge season for EMEA in Turkey. The pressure mounts high today, and I'm so happy to be back here at the dance with our lovely casters, Wheezy and Private Dancer.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Private Dancer here for an exciting bit of matches that promise to have a bunch of surprises and just a tiny bit of heartbreak as we greet 2 more teams to move on to the challenge finals and say goodbye to 2 others.
That's right, our final day for the challenge season before opening up the doors for the challenge finals. Like Private mentioned, 2 teams will be dropping today. I can't wait to see which way this goes, but nonetheless, it's been an amazing journey.
Yeah, make sure you guys follow us on all our social medias as always. ESL Mobile at X, at Instagram, and at Facebook. And make sure to take a look at all the latest gifts in our Discord channel that's going to be Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, make sure to catch up on all of your favorite players, teams that are involved in the Snapdragon, all in one tight little neat place.
Yeah, definitely stay tuned with all the flashy highlights. I mean, yesterday was full of excitement. So many highlights in just those series alone. And like you said, today's the final day, so I'm expecting even more before we close the doors for the challenge season.
Yeah, and just a reminder, guys, we will have the Mobile Masters in Jakarta, Indonesia in April 7th to 13th. 3 teams will be representing for EMEA region, and respectively for the home team, there's going to be 1 team, and also there's going to be teams representing China, Latam, and APAC. 12 teams will qualify for the Mobile Masters. It's going to be a wild run.
Yeah, super excited about that. So many teams, and especially here, just the teams and what they've been fighting for and fighting tooth and nail to kind of continue on and push through to make it to the next season.
Yeah, as we take a little bit of a recap of what we've seen, EU&MENA fighting it out in their open qualifiers, then their open finals, and then Turkey, the same similar format, 4 open qualifiers, 6 teams from each able to fight it out. And then now here we are in the challenge season at the very end, where the top 4 teams from both regions will be able to participate inside of the challenge finals to be able to fight it out yet again. And from there, we'll be able to see who will be able to step on forward from February 8th and 9th into Mobile Masters to fight it out against the world, where all the other regions will blend together for a final engagement.
Yeah, and the teams will be looking at a first prize of $2,200, second prize $1,650, third prize $1,100, and fourth prize $550. Regardless of the prize,
Doesn't
it's a
matter.
great
What
opportunity
matters
for all
is
these
they
teams, and they
qualify
wanna do
for
their
next
best
stage.
to stay in the race.
Adi, hello.
Yeah, each team looking to carry the banner of their region moving forward. So there's just an immense amount of pride for each and every one of these
The
teams
American
moving
caster
forward.
better cast
That's
like
right,
they
a lot
have
of
rent
pride
due.
on the line and a little bit
No,
of cash to throw
is
in
it
the
the
pot as
Melband in
well.
NA?
Let's talk about the pot. Let's
Yeah,
take a
it's
look
Europe
at
tournament,
the
K-Mind.
bracket for Group A and what we've seen so far.
This
DK,
Birthright
able
is
to
from
start forward,
Spain.
has been
They
knocked out.
qualified.
We got to see so many teams
Top
fight it
and
out.
S2G are
Right now,
from
though, the
Turkey.
story
It's
is gonna
like
be about, S2G trying to claw their way through the
Turkey,
bottom bracket,
Europe,
against Mobile
and
Supermassive, and Birthright
MENA
being the first
tournament.
team to be able to qualify for the challenge finals out of
So
Group A.
SUP and S2G are the game we're gonna see right now. They are from Turkey, and ENC are from Turkey. Elevate are from Europe.
Versus Elevate for the lower bracket
Like
match,
just
and one of the teams
players
will
from Europe.
qualify. Now, yesterday we saw
So 3 Turkish team today and 1 Europe team.
versus Insidio, and they
We
have
gonna
already officially qualified
see.
for the challenge finals. Now, Team Falcons is a MENA team.
Like probably
and
S2G and
Birthright is
ENC
a
will
MENA
win.
team, and today it seems like it's going to be Turkey versus the world. Elevate
And that's
versus
all for
Insidio,
today.
and, also S2G versus Papara Supermassive. First game of the day, Papara Supermassive versus S2G Esports. Can the Super House from
Mirko?
Turkey
Mirko is-
redeem themselves
Mirko is
as the
Indonesian,
Team
no?
States and push forward? We'll have to find out. Casters, take us into the first series.
Yeah, this one's going to actually be amazing.
One
Both
of my
series already
subscribers
have some huge
betted,
storylines behind them and what it means for both of these teams. But this
$100
first one, it's going to be S2
on S2G and ENC
taking
winning.
on, I want to say the veteran killers from the first rounds. They were Papara Supermassive were able to take down a lot of the household names in this tournament, and now looking to possibly.
Oh
do
yeah,
the same
Sensei
to
from
S2G,
Ukraine is
who
in
are
S2G.
looking to kind of reclaim that
If you know
glory,
Sensei,
get that
K-Mind.
confidence back
He's
up
playing in
with a
S2G.
win here to move them forward.
Yeah, I mean, Papara Supermassive, they came out swinging, taking down GK, had the additional, member on GK with card.
Yeah, for real, for real.
But it did not phase them
He bet
at all.
$100 on
The
that.
underdogs, but they showed the world they're ready to play
Coefficient
ball.
for
That's
both
exactly
team
what they
winning
did.
is
Today,
1.5.
S2G stepping to
So
the
he gonna get
competition. They've had a little
$50
bit of a
if
rocky road, right? They got
this,
taken down by Birthright in their debut for the
what the
challenge
fuck it's
season.
called.
So now, like Liz mentioned,
If this
they
bet
gotta
wins.
redeem theirself. But man, Private, we had the pleasure of casting together yesterday, right? We got to see
Yeah.
Papara Supermassive
Sensei is playing
throw
in
off the
Turkish
gloves
team.
and go
Maybe
against,
Sensei is in Turkey right
Birthright.
now, I don't know.
Speaking about rocky roads, it was a 3-0.
I don't know, bro.
Loss and working in Birthright's favor.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is since we're kind of fresh off of the loss of Papara Supermassive, there were some very obvious things that kind of came out there. as we're talking about strategy, which is, it's almost kind of like the opposite problem, whereas we see some teams usually can't hold the early game and end up getting steamrolled into the late. Papara Supermassive has a great early game where they get the lead, they get the advantage, but as we get later and later in the game, those little cracks,
He will donate it? No.
to become
He just
canyons,
betted it.
and they start making mistakes
For
and teams
himself.
like Birthright
He will not
who
donate
have
it.
that discipline, who keep things steady,
He
are
just
able
came to
come
my
back
stream
in
and
the
asked
late
what teams
game.
will
We're
win.
gonna see if they have
I
covered
told
that
him
buffer,
that
are able to
S2G
kind
and
of,
Incelio
suture some of those
will
cracks,
win,
especially going
and he
up
bet on
against a
them.
team that has the experience that S2G has.
Yeah, and you know, you talked a little bit about Papara Supermassive and some of the hurdles that they have to jump over before they step into the game. And hopefully last night they got all of those mishaps ironed out to be able to be a little bit more successful today. But for the side of S2G, right, it's a little shaky. We've seen them in MSC, we've seen them in the World Series, and now here we are seeing them again for the challenge season in Snapdragon Pro Series. But they've been having a challenge themselves, a couple of hurdles that they have yet to jump over, falling to Birthright, and it was a 3-2, right?
Oh, I will go take something to eat.
5, and they were not able to close it out. And
I like
we
eating
gotta
when
see
I
if
watch
that's
these
gonna iron out.
games.
When it comes to S2G,
Well, I will wait
we know
till
the
draft
hero players
starts.
there, right? We know they have a deep draft. We know they're three-dimensional when it comes to that. There's no worries about that. But it's some of the in-game decisions that cost them the games. Normally, their average game is almost close to, I'll say, about almost the 20-minute mark, right? So you're talking about a late-game team. But this could work in their favor, as me and you both mentioned. The late game is where Papara Supermassive kind of lacks at.
Yeah, so, and that's the big thing here, to see if either of these teams have kind of made some of those adjustments. And I want to say, too, what we saw yesterday, I was super impressed with the hero pools, with the compositions that kind of came out from these teams. We take a look at some of the team head-to-head, the average team kills.
At least they ban Harris.
Yeah, this is from the challenge season, team average damage dealt. A lot of this going in the favor of S2G esports. But my points was with the hero pools, there's some great and interesting compositions that can be put out there. What is interesting is the skill that these guys have, even when they are countered, to be able to kind of turn things around and kind of really get that head start that they need. The biggest thing is, especially as we move up to different regions like C, where right from the get-go, right from that early game, it's just all blitz, but it's a controlled blitz. They can catch people
What, the
out,
Granger
their
won
goal is
M7
not
skin?
for their kills. Their goal is to get this kill and see what type of
And Claude was M7 skin, this M6 skin, yeah?
where we need to kind of get a little bit more controlled here when it comes
And
to both of these
Beatrix
teams,
was last
because
time,
as you start rolling
before
into the
Claude,
kills,
for
as you
Riza.
continue on getting that
Nah, it's
confidence,
fine,
if
it's
you're
fine.
only getting kills, if you're not getting those towers, you're
IQ
still
Bacht,
leaving
hello.
this huge gap for the enemy team to be able to come back and get the upset on you, as we saw a little bit from yesterday.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? I mean, even when a team has all the elements working in their favor, when they take the neutral objectives, when they're dominating in the early phase, when they take every single turn, and
Why
you still
his
hold on to
lips
every
are
single
moving
tower,
not
you expect it to be an
synchronically
early
with
finish.
what
You think the
he
game's gonna
with
close out
what
at the
he's
13-minute
telling?
mark, but we're starting to see, at least from the
What the
EMEA,
fuck is that?
region, that's not all that it takes, right? Sometimes just having sheer will, having dedication, and just playing some great defense can make the difference, and that's what we've been seeing the story time and time again throughout this challenge season. The only team that was able to kind of
Finally
that,
draft.
statement was Birthright yesterday in their final
Okay,
game.
when I will come back, tell me who fucked up on draft
Speaking of
more.
games, here we are jumping into the first draft for our first match, the decider match of Group A, to decide who's going to be moving on forward into the challenge finals.
How many games tonight?
against SCG Esports.
2 games.
The big things I've
This pair and another pair, and that's all for this time. Tournament will continue like in months or something.
With some of these games when it comes to,
And it's gonna be, wait, I'll tell you. Wait a second.
I know a lot of the casters are not
Snapdragon.
in the roam position. XP, he seems to be doing all right, especially when it comes to countering certain heroes like the diving
Challenge
capability of,
finals.
like a
So
Hylos who lays
teams
on
who
a
win
great
here
pathway.
qualify
But
to
Dan
challenge
can come in
finals.
there, kind of get that fist crack,
And
to be able to
channel
create that distance between the invade and his back line. So there are some potential I want to say, benefits.
And it's gonna be in 1 month, yeah. 1 month.
Feel like there might be some better options, but it's
And those who are top 3 places in finals, they're gonna go to Masters, and Masters takes place in Indonesia, Jakarta.
Yeah, it's been focused. I mean, even first pick in the draft sometimes with Bedang, which I still think is wild. But we'll be able to see that today, how prioritized it'll be between these two amazing powerhouses from Turkey.
So Birthright already qualified for finals, and Team Falcons qualified for finals. Now S2G or Papara qualifying for finals, and Elevate or Incendiao Super Messi. So it's quite interesting because in next stage prize pool is already 30 or 40k dollars, and in Masters prize pool is already $200,000, and one of teams there is already Team Liquid because they are host team. A nice one. That's why it's interesting to watch this. They're literally fighting for big money, even though they get not much money right now.
Granger was probably going to be very prime there, but you don't really want to give that up as a first.
No, Sensei, it's the same photos that Sensei had with Zwiach team, yeah.
Very established right now. I believe he's got
nah, Messi is lower.
60% win
They're
rate
literally lower
and,
than
50% pick rate.
S2G.
So I mean, he's just
How big is the main price? Main price is $200,000. Its main price.
Does very well. I've even seen a lot of teams when it comes to.
And you fly to Jakarta, fly to Indonesia. It's also cool.
Farming, off trying to create a lot of pressure in some of these other lanes, and yeah, there's that priority on the Bedang.
Okay,
and
I'll be right back.
Valentina scooped up very quickly for S2G Esports.
Yeah, very fast draft from the side of S2G. I mean, yeah, the Bedang, we'll have to see which way it goes. I feel like it's been more effective in the XP lane, but it's still one of those heroes that can be flexed. There goes the Phoveus we mentioned. Do they follow up with the Mathilda to be able to make up for the mobility, or do they try and go in for like the Hylos instead? I think the Mathilda could be a wiser decision, just considering you're going up against a Valentina already, who is going to have that IMU. There goes the Mathilda pickup for the side of Papara Supermassive, so they definitely have the damage checked off the board.
Yeah, that's really interesting to leave open a Phoveus and Matilda. It's just one of those great combos that we've talked about. I know yesterday another great combo that we saw was the Hylos and the Zuxin as well out there. It's just one of those things that it's very hard to deal with. And if you're going to leave it open, there needs to be some type of plan in place. So now I'm wondering, do we go for possibly a marksman and then start banning out marksman on the side of S2G Esports? There's plenty of junglers still available as well, and I want to say, I guess it just kind of, yeah, we're gonna go for the jungler. It's gonna be the Joy. Win rate is at a 27%, which is really interesting, and this is something I talked about a little bit off screen, is that when it comes to EUR&MENA in Turkey, Joy just does not have that dominance that she does in like C or a lot of other servers. They just, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's in dollars, yeah.
Of
course it's in dollars.
Just EU has the answers for it all of the time.
I think it's just credits to when we kept seeing the Ayaya pick up that Joy in the mid lane, man, and it just was not working out. I think that definitely tarnished the reputation of Joy in the Snapdragon Pro Series, at least for now. But SCG looks like they're going to right those wrongs here. Now, I do like the Joy pickup.
How to open this?
There's not really much to stop the Joy, especially this half in the draft, and this will open up the opportunity for SCG Esports to possibly go in for some of the denials. But no, they're going to go in for the denial on the goal lane instead, but they're kind of limiting themselves as well because they've got to pick their own.
You know what else is massive? A low taper fade.
Confident in their hero pool because they've
Fuck
blocked
my
off
life.
the entirety of like the marksman of the gold lane, but they haven't even picked up the gold yet either. So they don't have any of these picks for themselves, and I'm not even sure what else is out there. On this
I forgot to buy milk.
I feel like we actually have more options because some of those less mobile marksmen are going to do great with Matilda. Like, for one option, Ixia, who usually with that full barrage, you're a sitting duck, but when you have that guiding winds to be able to help you reposition, it's just
Not
one
bad.
of those things that I'm actually kind of questioning where we're going to go here in that gold lane. There's the Beatrix taking off on the side of Papaya.
I'm eating chicken roll from McDonald's.
All the marks, we'll take them all off the board.
There goes the Irithel pickup. Do we see a 1-1 come out here or a carry? It's going to be one of the two for the side of Papara Supermassive. We have yet to see the 1-1. We've seen it banned out a couple of times. I wonder if something they want to sneak in there. If not, maybe expecting a carry, just considering you have this Mathilda to be able
My
to
milk
get
ended.
safety. So the damage is definitely there. When we're looking at SCG
My milk
Esports,
ended.
though, I'm still raising
And
the
I
question,
forgot to
where
buy
is
milk.
Spadane going? Is it going to be in the roam position? Is it going to be in the XP lane? I mean, it
I
still
can go
work in
buy
both.
milk
I'm
now.
Personally, like I said, a fan of it inside of the XP lane. But they're going to go
After
in for
this
the
game's end.
Claude as the gold
But,
laner for Papara Supermassive.
Supermarket is open only
we don't
till
have any pop-ups to kind of take
10
Claude
p.m.
out of his blazing duet, so there's that. I kind of was leaning more towards
So
the
it's
carry
hard.
just because, as you mentioned, it's an actual decent counter when it comes to the Joy pickup. You can just use that speedy light wheel. It doesn't matter how fast Joy's dashing around you. There's no skill shots in it. You're just nailing her down. Claude does take a little bit of finesse, especially with a semi-mobile composition that it's going to be going up against. You're going to try to dive into that back line, and you've got a lot of heroes that
Okay.
can basically dive out of the way, and a little
I like
decent amount of
S2G
CC
draft
that can
more.
kinda come out there.
It's better 100%.
It might be a little overkill on the Claude, just because usually you run that when you need the mobility, you need the
And
survivability in the gold lane.
Sensei-
but you already checked that
Sensei
off the
is
board
really
with
good
Blast Fed on
Valentine now.
Mathilda, so I feel like going in for a little bit more of that damage, especially those tankier, those beef shredders, like the carry could have been a little bit better. But I guess Zhao doesn't have to really worry too much because he's running the
No,
Claude.
I'm
He
not
can
playing
kinda just
on
be a
this
one-man
sports.
army. We know Zhao
I was playing
is made to see
qualifiers
that
for
he
this
has to get the
tournament,
job
but
done, especially from the series we saw yesterday.
I'm not playing this.
From Papara Supermassive up against Birthright. Speaking of Papara Supermassive, something that also was a little bit of surprise to me. It wasn't banned out this entire game, and it wasn't picked. This Sicilian that had such a strong force in the series yesterday.
Yeah, it's such a heavy priority, and maybe that's something that they worked on in the off time. Is that all right, dude? We need to get off the Sicilian wagon because it's screwing us up. We can't put
No,
all of
I
our
don't talk
cards
Russian.
into this Sicilian ship. We need to be able to be flexible. We need to have something else out there. They have the Vexana, which is interesting, because it's something that needs to be a lot closer than Sicilian, especially with a Joy on the team. And they have no real counter for the Joy right now. That's going to be able to dive into the back.
What
and
the
get that
fuck?
electrifying beast. That's going to be a whole
My
lot
bad.
of damage. But we see take us into the first game.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm in doubt who to buy from. Joy Hayabusa.
For game number 1 of the decider match for Group A. Papara Supermassive
Buy Hayabusa for now,
against
and then buy
S2G
Joy
in a
later.
best of 5.
Yeah, both I want to say just a narrowly.
Hayabusa is just
behind
a bit
Mohi
easier
when
to
it comes
understand, and
farming. No real help
he's
coming from
open
him
on
either.
not so high
Look
ranks.
at some of the emblems
Easy-
coming
it's
out there.
easier to
Kind of a
play him
mix
than
there.
Joy.
You have some impure rages,
But Joy
on
is
the
also
side
OP,
of
so
Papara
buy her
Supermassive
next
that are gonna be
and train
looking
her
to
as well.
keep up that mana.
You don't speak, then how you understood what I write? You ask me if I speak Russian. I don't speak Russian.
Yeah, the Impure Rages. The
Do I speak Russian? No, I'm not. I'm from Ukraine.
And yeah, like an even blend all across the board. Even the Tempo Rain on the Joy is going to help to be able to get those CDR rates down, especially for those non-ultimate skills. So overall, I would feel like it's just kind of standard. Even the Claude running on the Quantum Charge is going to make him more mobile. But we're going to be keeping our eyes on the Mathilda, right? We talked about how strong
you speak
of a pickup
Russian?
this has
No,
been
I don't speak
for
Russian.
the challenge season, just to be able to keep the team alive and give you basically a get-out-of-jail-free card when things get a little shaky.
Yeah, not just that, but once she goes ahead and gets that flask of
Is
the
this a
Oasis,
watch
you
party?
just
Yeah, it's a
have
watch party.
A huge amount of shielding that you can provide for your team, not just to get out of
I know how to
range,
speak Russian,
the
but you
jail
asked me if I speak
card,
Russian.
the
I don't
shield
speak
that she
Russian.
gives her entire team during a lot of these engagements.
If you
And
asked me if I know how to
an
speak Russian, I would have told, yeah, I know how to
back
speak
line,
Russian.
which is going to be very interesting to
But
see
I
how
don't
well
speak
we
Russian.
kind of latch onto them. Here, starting up on the turtle is Mohi. You can see Pagu and Lunar looking for an angle, but Mohi able to get it without much. But Wasso goes in, not punished for it just yet.
Not punished and no trade found from SCG Esports. First objective going to Papara Supermassive in a true Papara fashion, similar to their last series where they were dominating over all the early objectives. And we got to see how SCG responds. Are they going to be more reactive on this team or on this match, or are they going to be more proactive?
I live in Ukraine right now.
But you are seeing some heavy damage on the top side. Lunar.
EU play Honor of Kings? I don't know. I don't play Honor of Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be back
Hanna, hello.
from that. And I want to say Gatakacha has been such a...
Blядь, bro, that was stupid. I don't know. Ask better questions, then you will hear better answers.
The team fights, they do so well during the laning phase when they're able, their discipline is able to catch people out in the wild, get those little bits of kills. But with those team fights, I want to say maybe it's like calling out the target, the singular target that they actually need to get to be able to bring people and bring people down and bring those team fights to a close quickly. So we'll see how well they've kind of mastered that. Early game, I mean, this is no surprise to me. The Papara Supermassive, this has been their wheelhouse for the last few series that we've watched. Ooh, a little bit of an engagement there. Pagu goes in. Avatar the Guardian lands onto Mohi, not able to escape. A great first blood there for Kazu of S2G. Circling Eagle comes out, but does not finish. Blotsvet thought twice about continuing that with 3 members of S2G Esports in tow, and now looking to clear out the lane.
All right, that's going to be Kazu picking up that first kill on his side. The jungler for SCG Esports, which is going to help him be a little bit ahead of Mohi, who was the one to fall. The jungler for Papara Supermassive took a little bit of a sneak peek at the items. We saw Zhao picking up that swift crossbow as well, so he is going to have a little bit of that attack speed to work in his favor and the adaptive damage from it. It's going to definitely be something you have to watch out for from S2G. Now, I mean, we're already seeing the damage leaderboard, and Wasa leading the way on this Phoveus.
Yeah, that's insane too. Just
very tasty.
In the XP,
thank you.
Just the work that he is doing there. Now, gonna go ahead and start on this turtle again. Oh, look at Wasso just in the back line. Then there goes the
no.
too. A lot of damage there.
Fireflux didn't disband. They changed name. Fireflux is now Incendio Supermassive.
Assistance of his team, and this is the synergy that I love to see from a team. Ooh, well, he goes in on a
they are playing, but they are next game.
Of his tower. In comes Lunar from the back, looking for support. Are they going to be able to zone out to get this tower? It doesn't look like they will be able to.
Actually, in live, I speak Ukrainian, but I know Russian language.
Able to finish the job, and now
Sajad, hello.
50%. Circling Eagle onto Pagu. Is it going to be able to do any difference? No, it does zone out S2G Esports for them to be able to get this tower.
Wait.
And what a push by Papara Supermassive.
Oops.
On the prize.
Oops.
Blotsvet being that net you can't swap away, and just doing a great job on his positioning with the guiding wings to keep his team alive.
Fireflux lost yesterday.
Too much for SCG Esports.
Wow, who they lost to?
You're gonna see that Starlight scythe get picked
Fireflux
up
lost to
by Kazu, trying to get some additional damage on his side.
Damn, I forgot.
Picked up over there by Zhao as well.
Oh man, and look at Wasa with the demonic force, and right behind him, Blotsvet always available with the guiding winds to make sure that he does
Fireflux
and escape. We were talking about this combination.
Lost to Falcons.
Matilda and Phoveus.
3-2.
A huge thing to be reckoned with when
Riziza, hello. You know what is not boring? To suck my dick.
Biggest hurdles, which is being able to lead
Isn't it?
a fight once he started it.
Yeah, and with that Starlight scythe, like we mentioned, on Causeway, at least he'll be a little bit of that one-man.
Does I stream tonight? No. Look, this is last, Kyle. This is last tournament stream for next month. Next stream's gonna be at night, at evening, and ranked games, so you can come on one of these streams and donate me, okay? But I will not stream again today. More than happy to win. I don't need a dick sucker right now, but I'm just telling you. How is the pro scene in your server? Who is dominating there? In my server, Birthright is dominating. Elevate is also a good team, but I guess lower than Birthright.
in gold for Papara Supermassive, translating over.
Talking about
to their
Turkish
items.
teams,
Glowing one picked up over there from
Fireflux and
Afterdark is gonna
S2G
have
are
that,
best teams right now.
it's gonna have that,
We'll see
light beam
right
as
now
well
if
to
S2G
be able to
is
cut the
good team.
sustainability. Right now, S2G need to find a way to even out these
And
objectives. Need to find
in
a
MENA,
trade and fast.
because this tournament is 3 regions, like Europe, MENA and Turkey. Like, so in MENA, Falcons and the GK Esports are best teams. But GK Esports surrendered. I don't know why.
On the way there, but as I was saying, when it comes to junglers, Kazu, I mean, Joy usually a very early game jungler, and right now sitting at 2k under Mohi right now. So
who is dominating right now in Philippines? Just tell me, or whatever.
Breaking through that first mid tower, that's going to open up.
Tell me who is dominating in Philippines. Because I was not watching Snapdragon Asia Pacific.
Yeah, but at least SCG was able to find the turret on the bot side. So now we're starting to see a little bit of trades when it comes to these objectives, which is what you need to be able to kind of come back. Fist break.
Yeah, and a big Avatar the Guardian does pump everybody up into the air. Kazu comes in.
Damn, Super Messi winning.
A little lackadaisical there. They are jumping onto Sensei. He's going to have to use that flicker. Circling Eagle is out, but Blotsvet decides not to go against it. He's going to go ahead, try to support Mohi to get this purple buff of the enemy. Lunar is there looking for the angle, and I believe, yeah, Mohi was able to pick it up with the retry.
Yeah,
they're not doing much mistakes, but they lose objectives.
Can happen from Papara Supermassive.
Onika are still consistent. Okay, Kalisvaran, hello. I mean, it's not unexpected that they are still consistent. Anyone else besides Onik?
And I feel just like right now, this is where kind of the use.
Nah, chill. You know, when good teams fight, Kairi, they can come back.
He's been able to come in. He's been able to get those fist cracks. He's gotten the ults down, but it's had little to no effect on the team when it comes to some of these engagements. It's not really, I feel like it doesn't really have the damage that it needs to really be having this huge effect on some of these engagements and things like that. And especially when it's Wasau, who they're trying to do. He's so tanky right now. Now pushing our way to the bottom tower. Sigibum in trouble as Blotsvet here to cover his teammate, and another tower goes down on the side of S2G Esports. Map.
Yeah, Papara Supermassive inching their way up.
Not this time. You saw Burst-Right comebacks yesterday? Bro, they come back from 10k farm. 2 times.
Yeah, and you do see a little bit of a fight in there. Lunar and Pagu
and Bayu, hello.
to protect this tower right now. They do take down the minions. Great focus from them there. But man, you got the Lord coming at the bottom, and just a great amount of minions from all sides. Down at the bottom, you can see Sigibum there trying to lay down a damage with that heavy crossbow. Is able to take down the Lord, but they lose another mid tower. That's going to leave them to almost just high grounds. One more tower up at the top to go, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and start blitzing into that. In comes Kazu, putting on the damage, and ooh, almost got taken out there. Zhao going to be putting the last touches onto that top tower.
7,000 gold lead for Papara Supermassive. S2G forced down to their base with their inhibitor turrets. Blade of Despair picked up from Mohi for some high physical damage as well. And you're looking at Claude already picking up the core Trinity, having the Corrosion Sight, Demon Hunter Sword, and Golden Staff to work at his disposal. Should be able to shred anybody on S2G Esports with the Blazing Duet if they're not careful. So definitely don't want to take that damage lightly. Not to mention, he's ahead of Sigibum in that gold department by 1,200 gold. Sigibum picking up the Berserker's Fury for the crit, and also has the Hawk's Claws to sustain himself, but definitely needs to watch out for the damage.
Oh, as I was talking about the ineffectiveness of that fist crack, they go in and take down
the fuck RRQ, bro.
So quickly, but that was,
it's Europe tournament. RRQ is not from Europe. Did you eat? I just ate.
And very wisely, Papara Supermassive back up. However, we're
AP Brand are back. I thought AP Brand disbanded or something.
Phase where we're starting to get into the centric of team fights, and this is where Papara Supermassive
Mobile Legends ban in USA. Yeah.
Those weaknesses in the past. Now we're going to see if they've cleaned up some of those holes in their gameplay.
That's right. This is some of the questions we raised in the beginning of this match. Just what does Papara Supermassive go from here, right? When you have the team forced to their base with their inhibitor turrets, this is where we start to see a lot of mistakes come out from Papara in terms of closing out the game. We got to see the Malefic gun picked up from Siggy Bum, so he's now going to have that extended range on this Irithel. Now Papara Supermassive shifting their focus over to this Lord, having some great zonage, but S2G Esports, they don't look like they're going to give it up without a fight.
Yeah, you can see Lunar sitting there waiting. Avatar the Guardian comes out but misses wide. He's going to be taken down very quickly. And now continuing on the back end, Wasau doing Wasau things with that demonic force. Blazing duet into the back line. Down goes Siggy Bum. The rest are getting chased. Mohi finds a kill onto Pagu. That is 3 kills for Papara Supermassive plus a Lord. They have cleaned up parts of that game. And here is where it all matters. This final pushes onto the core, onto these high ground towers to see if they can keep up the pace where they have failed so many times before.
Yeah, the red carpet being rolled out for Papara Supermassive and the base wide open for the claiming.
Yeah, we do have a circling eagle goes out.
No, it seems like I lose first game.
Lunar, 50%, 10%, and what a decisive game for Papara Supermassive.
Damn, Papara destroyed.
A major victory and a total difference from what we
Got your donation? No.
Matches. Papara Supermassive not only
Not yet.
dominating in the early phase, but also able to close it out with an early finish. Talk about eyes on the prize. Talk about focusing on the objective.
What's the situation of MLBB in USA? They banned USA.
Yeah, man, I just what?
No, they banned MLBB
to finish here
in USA.
It was all a Papara Supermassive. They did exactly what needed to be done. Especially, I was definitely looking through the later part of that game. I wanted to see what type of mistakes we had out there. The only real one I saw was maybe Blotsvet got a little too eager on that Matilda. Did get caught, but it didn't cost them. There wasn't a Lord ready just yet, so it wasn't a huge detriment to the team here. MVP
China banned USA.
only 2 kills, but it doesn't tell the story of what he was able to do.
They banned TikTok in USA, but TikTok owner is also owner of Moontoon, which is Mobile Legends. So they banned Mobile Legends too.
All these turtles, all of these lords, and then with the help of Blotsvet, find himself an escape.
Yeah, just a really great game.
Xiao was definitely watching Goat Miron before the series started. Yeah.
Sustainability is just so hard to handle. We got to see a little bit of that showcasing on the bot side when they sieged the first turret in the gold lane. I mean, there was just nothing SGG could do to stop them. The proxying of the lanes, the rotations from After Dark and Blotsvet, the tank made synergy, just able to out-rotate SGG in a lot of these plays, which led to an early finish.
Yeah, as we see from some of these highlights, man, just Waso just having such a great game. Even with the Avatar, the Guardian coming down, they were so ready. And I want to say maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. Here's where Blotsvet actually went down. But I want to say a lot of these Avatar, the Guardians, kind of just going out willy-nilly with no follow-up from the rest of the team. And that allowed, that got Lunar killed. And then it started these domino rolls of Papara Supermassive able to push into enemy base and get a very clean, very quick closure of this game.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collective is the way Papara
Tank
Supermassive
emblem.
is moving through this
Tank
series.
emblem,
Also
vitality.
on this Phobius, who really
Blood
profited,
Festival,
especially
embrace
having
my
Blotsvet on this
full
midfield,
tank Phobius.
allowed him to rush in and deal the
MVP.
damage necessary to provide the objectives into the hands
Why in
of
photo he
Papara
seems like he's
Supermassive.
crying?
You know, this is what happens when you
Who
allow
was
that
making
photo
these
to walk
photos?
through. You allow these heavy hitters who usually don't get the chance to shine, create an MVP situation. So stepping into game number 2, what are we saying? What are we thinking? Are we thinking this is maybe
Miron is already
the
30 years
draft
old.
that
He can't
costed
play.
SCG?
He can't play in
Yeah,
ESL.
Matilda's going to have to be one of those prioritizations. I kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday. There's a reason I'm not a
Too
drafter
old.
because I can get a little tunnel visioned, and maybe that's what happened is that we got kind of tunnel visioned on certain picks, and then we allowed some of these very daunting ones, especially support like Matilda, who's just had such a great win rate, had such impacts on so many compositions. But another thing about that last match is the kills. There was barely the kills barely went into 2 digits, and with Papara Supermassive still being able to use every little thing they did to be able to get an objective, get towers, and a lot of times with a lot of these pushes, they didn't even get kills. They just used.
I want to buy milk now, Kairi. What
What
you did to me? I want milk right now.
To get a lot of these towers. So I mean, it's a huge difference between what we saw.
And it was proactive and reactive, right? And definitely reactive was the side of S2G. And I noticed that too. There's just not too many situations where they were able to rush in and get the denial plays. It was almost as if like they just knew, if we went in right now, we can't handle all these elements that Papara Supermassive has on their side, especially with the sustainability from this Mathilda and the damage from the Phobius.
Yeah, and the difference is, I want to say, both kind of had sort of the same plan where Wasau was going to go in with the Demonic Force. You were going to have Lunar trying to go in with the Gatakacha, but the difference is, when Gatakacha went in, S2G seemed either too far away or unable
I will tell this to
really be
Miron.
able to follow up a lot of the time. I want to say it was like 50%. There was 50% of the times they were able to come in and actually find the closure. We saw some on Kazoo, and then another 50% of the times he was just so far away from the team and they weren't able to help, and that just kind of got that steam ball rolling for the team.
So I can eat milk with milk.
And what do we think that S2G
I
needs
guess
to
I
clean
need
up
something else.
for this next match?
Well, you know, if I'm specifically looking at Papara Supermassive's
Milk.
draft, they had a Mathilda, but they didn't really have much
Milk.
right? They didn't have somebody that was heavily oriented on crowd control, which means they were just being aggressive. They were just rushing in, dishing out pure damage and just hoping that they could win those trades, and they did. It worked in their favor. So I would say maybe even going in for maybe some additional crowd control, maybe something that can stop them and have a hard punish when they are aggressive could be a possible answer. The second thing is you got to ban the Mathilda, man. You just can't let that walk. Just the sustainability is too much to handle, because even if they do go for the crowd control aspect to try and counteract it, I mean, crowd control can still go over to the side of Papara Supermassive as well with the Mathilda. You just put somebody with crowd control in the mid lane or the XP, and then now it's going to be the same problem all over again. So I think the wisest decision, and there it goes on the board, is banning the Mathilda.
Yeah, for me, it's just kind of funny to imagine how the draft kind of went out. The first picks come out, and they're like, boom.
Why is there
Padang,
laughing?
high
Why is this
fives
caster so
everywhere, like, bro,
laughing?
we got Padang. Woo!
Shut
And
up,
the team
Monks.
picks up Matilda and Phobius, and it's like, oh. So maybe a little bit of a change when it comes to the prioritization. Does feel like there's a lot of prio when it comes to some of the picks that S2G had. They're going to take Joy.
But
off
that
of
was
the
a
field
fast
as
game, by
well.
the way.
Our Supermassive elect to take Zookston off of the board. And I'm assuming Hylos,
We're
we
such
saw
a
that,
serious-
from a ban from the last game.
Come on,
Especially
S2G, please.
with how that last series went and how much of an effect that Hylos had for a team as a frontliner. So we'll see if that's going to be
Starting
another one
from
that's
now,
gonna be taken
everyone that writes a comment is
This
gay.
time around, S2G Esports is going to be on the blue side. Papara Supermassive
Unfortunately,
on
bro,
the red.
my
Now,
subscribers are
let's
gays.
flip the other way around. You mentioned the Hylos being banned out. We also have been seeing the Eve being focused in the bans in the challenge season on the first side, specifically for the blue. But I don't see it banned out this time around, so I wonder if it's going to be picked up from
Miron
either
would
side. I've been
definitely ban
wondering just
Layla
how
because he
effective this
can't
Eve
handle
has
the
been,
range, he said.
with the new meta. But no, there goes the Eve. Not
Layla
gonna
is
be
just too
able
sexy for
to
him.
allow that one to walk here. S2G is going to ban
He can't
this
play
out.
with one hand.
It's so interesting. We don't get so many. Ooh, they're going to have a last Harris
Oh, no.
which is going to open up Granger for S2G Esports. And I'm wondering what the answer is, because they have to know Granger's going to be picked up first. What is the answer going to be for Papara Supermassive for that Granger? Are we just immediately going to go with the Irithel pickup?
The Mathilda. It's still walked.
Oh. No, it's not. It's the first ban, remember?
Oh, it is the first ban. Okay, I was about to say, dude, I was about to lose it. Okay, Granger is picked up, so they already have the solidified gold lane. Definitely going to be a winning matchup there. The Hayabusa picked up from Papara Supermassive. There is still
Private
a build on the
Dancer is in a
table.
good mood
Do we
today.
see S2G trying to go in for the hard counter?
I knew that was coming. I was about to say, do we need a marksman? Do we need a roam? Do we need an XP? Who can counter Granger? I've got an idea. It's gonna be Badang. So Badang picked up there, and this kind of opens up. Do we get Hilda and Gatakacha? Oh, we have Hylos taken out there, which will most likely fit out the roam position. S2G Esports going for the Fanny, maybe trying to force
Fanny.
some of that.
No way.
What we saw yesterday from TNZ on that Fanny. Maybe
To be honest, if they go Fanny, why not open Grangers then and pick Badang first pick, I know.
Great skill on it. I want to say, like, that is the Fanny you want to see. Despite
Dazai, do you think the casters have pants on while casting this?
I'm going to see if Kazoo can hold up his end of the bargain when it comes to that Fanny.
No.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it plays out.
I think the black guy is actually jerking off right now.
The Badang can counter the Fanny, especially with the fist break.
No, sorry, Snapdragon. Sorry, it's a joke. Sorry, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Not too sure how I feel about it just yet. I guess it's okay because you have the Hylos on the other side, so now you have a glorious pathway of your own. So I guess it's okay. I guess it works. But nonetheless,
he will not forgive me now.
Two assassins going up against each other, right? We're not really seeing too much of a hard punish from anybody invading to the buffs. So that should probably be the next focus from either side. It's a little riskier for Papara Supermassive to pick up a Hilda, considering they do have this Badang. I feel like maybe going for something with some additional crowd control like the Katat should be an option for them, which opens the door for S2G to be the one to pick up the Hilda in the XP lane.
Yeah, interesting enough too, because Hilda does kind of lack when there's a decent amount of CC on the enemy team. But if you get Hilda and you start using her and you want to use Badang to counter the Hilda, I feel like you're going to start putting Badang into that roam position.
Badang is a problem for Fanny. It's
really shine.
Sometimes really hard to fight
too much in the
when he's stunning you 3 times.
When it comes to the roam position, when that's your only, yeah, and he is going to be going into the roam position here. XP lane's going to be taken up by Phoveus for Papara Supermassive.
Okay, I get it. They have the Valentina, so you have the glorious pathway. I mean, you don't have a Mathilda, but you still have some mobility on your side to be able to get back to safety. And I mean, the MVP was Wasa on the Phoveus for game number 1, so definitely something that he is comfortable on. Now, for SG Esports, I still think this opens up the opportunity for this Hilda play to be able to counteract this Hayabusa. I don't think it'll be the worst trade-off going up against the Phoveus, considering you can just run in the bush, get some regen. I wonder what they do with this, though, right? They already have some decent crowd control from the Hylos and mobility. Do they wrap it up with the Katat? Do they pick that up to be... Oh, no, they're going to go in for this CC instead.
Ooh, not just a CC, but an Aurora, which is going to be a huge punishment for Blotzfet when he tries to go in for that demonic force. And this is something I was going to kind of comment on. Papara Supermassive need to understand, especially for this Phoveus. Hopefully they go into this game understanding they're not going to have the same type of success as they did with the last game, where Phoveus had that guiding winds to get him out of harm's way. I think the plan here is to take that the glorious pathway as soon as Phoveus goes in, lay down that glorious pathway.
We'll see.
So
maybe STG is just not in shape right now and they're losing all games.
Follow-up from Papara
Ryu, hello.
needs to be on point more than it was in the last game, just because we're not going to have that escape for him.
Do you think Kerry is a good pick against the Badang?
Pick up the Bruno from the side of Papara Supermassive. Both sides are locked in and moments away from stepping into game number 2. The Bruno, who was once the most dominant gold laner in the MLBB competitive scene, now replaced by
Izizo. That guy in the left name is Private Dancer.
We'll have to see which way this goes, but
and he always has different jacket. Always some crazy beautiful jacket. So yeah.
Do we see S2G
it's his style.
and finding a way to even out this
Lila is better. No way.
Be very interesting here.
Miron banned Layla. Forget about Layla.
Amazing game 2.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into Land of Dawn yet again for match number 2 of the decider match Group A. S2G Esports fighting it out against Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, for me, the interesting thing here is going to be how we kind of coexist. I honestly kind of want to see how this Fanny does. I might be holding a super high bar that was set yesterday from TNZ's Fanny, who was basically, I mean, the team wasn't doing bad, but the Fanny, TNZ was just doing amazing on it, even able to steal.
Maybe he is a gay stripper, how you know? We do not judge for this, like,
but it just kind of shows that
why not be a gay stripper, so what's the problem? How old is Miron? Answer. He's 21 right now?
As they are really kind of setting the tone here. Wasa's actually going to have to come down here to help to offset. In comes Kazu.
He's 21 because he's 1 year,
putting some
almost
damage
like
onto
less than a year
Wasa.
younger than me.
Away just a bit there, and no kills just yet.
Yeah, no kills just yet, but definitely a close call. I've seen a lot of aggressive plays from the side of S2G, who was very reactive in game number 1, but with the Fanny on their side, should be able to have a little bit more of a push and match the early game momentum from Papar Supermassive. Right now, when we're looking at the emblems, Impure Rage on Kazue as well, to be able to have a little bit more of that damage as he does go in. And you're seeing the war cry over there for the Hayabusa to have some additional damage for those attacks. So we'll see which way this plays out. I'm still going to be keeping a close eye on Zhao and Sigibum in the gold lane. As we mentioned, this is the Granger up against the Bruno who took a little bit of a hit when it comes to a range, and then also the Malefic Gun with the nerf is going to be a little bit of a double whammy not working in his favor.
Well, the interesting thing here is that Zhao, especially on that Bruno, you're probably going to be looking at him to pick up some type of sustain to kind of keep him in his lane, while Sigibum's just going to be able to go into like raw damage that he's going to want to do so. And that's what kind of makes Granger so powerful right now, is that he can just go with raw damage. He doesn't need sustain because he's got a lot of escape when it comes to his dashes. Now laying some damage onto Sensei from Blotsfet there is going to be taken away. We're still looking for both of these teams, who neither one really have an answer to hold the turtle just yet, especially because you're talking about two junglers who are assassins who want to like dive in, grab the retry, and then get out.
I already took 2 buffs.
Now, so we do have a little bit of sustain.
He's level 6
from the Hylos. Wasa from the back end looking for an angle to get in. Doesn't look like they have it just yet. 50% on this turtle after dark coming from the back. Glorious Pathway is out. They're going to land on a We do have the Frigid Glacier comes out, but Kazu still able to pick up the turtle, and a kill for the side.
I don't know how, but Haya out-rotated Fanny a little bit, taking 2 buffs before turtle.
All he needed to be able to get this turtle and start paving the way for the early game.
Oh, and Sensei with that passive, able to withstand the shadow kill coming from Mohi. Fist crack is out. Pagu in trouble, does have that healing ability. Sigibum there for the backup, laying down.
Whoa, explain diff is crazy.
Now Waso really having some trouble.
That's explain diff in my ranked games. But then Chrome, yeah.
Back this Phobius.
Hey, you can't outplay the Sensei. The Pride of Ice, keeping him alive, even through the Ouija Shadow kill. Definitely a close call, though. First blood.
Dazai, what will you and Miron do on Valentine? Any plans? Yeah.
Signature Phobias. So, you mentioned this in the draft, right? You said, hey, they have the Phobias, but wait a second, there's an Aurora on the other side. That's a direct hard counter. And that's something that Wasa has to think about every time he decides to engage.
Yeah, and you're kind of looking, you're kind of hoping that that's going to go out. And the one thing though is I saw the Frigid Glacier come out. The Frigid Glacier coming from after dark from Papara Supermassive immediately after the Glorious Pathway came down. And I'm not even sure if it hit anybody. I feel like it was just kind of reactionary. Oh, as I say that, 3 members of Papara Supermassive caught with the Frigid Glacier. In comes Kazu trying to put on the damage, a little bit of clean up there. Is able to take down Zhao, and I believe Sigibum found himself a kill as well. Here, S2G Esports mounting themselves a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, they're climbing up that ladder, and they don't plan on stopping any-time soon, focusing on these objectives and giving a lot of punish to Papar Supermassive. Whoa! And speaking of Papar Supermassive,
Penny did nothing.
Block a 4-0 lead, 3,500 gold ahead of Papara. STG just dominating on every part of the scene so far. Now, interesting enough, after dark, he went more for the sustainable.
You should go home, Rusty.
Valentina, not the pure damage, right? I mean, he has the clock of destiny, or he has the book to be able to enchant a talisman to be able to have a little bit of that regen, the mana. But he also goes in for the brave smite, right? So he's gonna have some regen on those skill hits to be able to work in his favor, to be able to sustain himself in these fights instead of the impure rage for the boost in damage.
Yeah, which is going to be very interesting to see here. I just want to comment on that last kill where Kazu was kind of just whipping back and forth. He didn't touch Zhao once, and I was wondering what he was doing there, but he was just giving Zhao the old razzle-dazzle while Siggy Bum was laying on the damage at that bottom lane. And here, S2G Esports going to claim themselves another tower here. Ooh, Wasao in trouble here. Lunar just putting on the damage. He does have the demonic force, decides against using it because they are sitting at about a 4k gold loss at the 630 mark.
I fucked Chinese girl last night.
Esports able to take the turret on the bot side and the
They're so cute. So.
Pathway for the mid lane.
Can you send me photo in Discord?
Laid out two glorious pathways actually out there as Mohi
or video, I don't know.
Kill actually gets them very low. Not a ton of follow-up coming from his team for that one, but this is going to open it up. A Siggy Bum now continuing to start clearing out lanes, wants to keep up those Granger stacks that give him so much more damage and help him steamroll into this mid game.
Ooh, Skypiercer and the Malefic Roar picked up from Siggy Bum. He's going to have the lethality to be able to execute members of Papara Supermassive when they are very low. Execution! Mohi is guilty, and Kazue is the executioner.
No.
Yeah, and as we were looking at some of those items and stuff there, Zhao is actually
massage lobby.
4k behind.
Yeah, I know.
Granger. Siggy Bum doing such a great job on the Granger right
massage.
now. And this is the problem. This is why that early game is so important, to be able to at least hold Granger at bay a little bit. Here, he's not been able to stop him. He's lost his tower, and Siggy Bum is having a run with it, and probably will be at about a 6k or about a 3k gold lead at this point. Already 2 items ahead of Zhao.
Yeah, just a very rough start for game number 2. There goes Kazue. This was the off-screen play on the Mohi. Able to take him down. Just the cable finesse at its finest. 5-0 lead. There's been not a single kill for Papara Supermassive, not a single turret or a single objective. A very different start from game number 1.
Seems like Papara is super losing.
Because I don't know that we've often seen Papara Supermassive not do
they
well
banned,
in the early game and
they banned Matilda.
They usually like
countered
the
Povis
that early game brings to them.
And this game.
A little bit of Park Glorious pathway has been laid down. Wasao gets a stun, is trying to get himself away, has to use his flicker. In comes Kazoo.
Penny will die.
Finds those final shots, able to take down Wasao. That is a 6-0 lead for S2G Esports with an 8k gold lead.
Penny almost died though.
Great cabling from Kazoo as well, able to get out just in time before taking the shots from the turret. Speaking of shots though, Papara taking a lot.
Why do fighters give gold to assassins?
On the way.
What the fuck ever? What is this question?
From Mohi, not able to do much here. They're so far behind. They're waiting for.
Give me better question. I don't understand.
Right now that they're going to be able to win.
Why do fighters give gold to assassins? What the fuck is this question? I don't understand seriously.
He hasn't even gotten an ultimate for his IMU here, and what he really wants is going to be that Aurora. But if he's going to be trying to get in tight to find the Aurora, he's going to have to get there to that back line. So probably going to have to
almost 10k farm diff.
Glorious pathway.
Yeah, definitely need to be a little careful right now. An 8,000 gold lead for the side of S2G and forcing Papara Supermassive into their base. And, you know, you raise the question, Papara Supermassive, normally we see them ahead. Normally we see them dominate in the early game, but little to ever do we see them trailing behind and being the ones that are reactive. And we saw this once, right? This was against Birthright in yesterday's series, the final game, where they were behind in this situation and they were not able to find a comeback. So did they find their composure from last night? Were they able to find maybe a defense strategy and have a possibility to turn this around? Because that snowball is definitely rolling and it's gonna hit their base crystal soon if they're not careful.
There is no amount of composure that really lets you handle a 10K.
Bro, I thought you were a girl.
There's gonna have to be some zen-like states that take you to an ethereal plane
Okay.
for you to be able to find the answer here, because basically
fighter
the
and
enemy's
assassins
doing
are duos,
everything
that's
right,
why.
and you're waiting for them to make a tiniest little mistake for you to be able to capitalize on. I mean, we say most games are lost.
I still
at the
don't
core,
understand that
whether
question.
it's the enemies or yours. That's where the most mistakes tend to happen. So I mean, it's not written out just yet.
I will go get my milk. No, don't. No, I need milk too.
Causeway just fell.
Ooh, yeah, it just fell, and
He probably
down
means
goes
that
Zao
jungler
again.
farms
The damage
X
from
plane
Sigma more
and
than
jungle
enough.
as well.
Last
Oh.
hit onto the tower, now trying to put the damage onto Wasao. In comes Kazu, looking for
Because
an angle.
explainers
no,
are
Bloodset
in
is
their
down. This is
power
gonna be a
spike,
very quick game,
and they
12,
need to
11
farm
minutes
right
and
now.
30 seconds
No,
to
they need to
game.
fight
A
right
great
now, guys.
reply coming
So
from
explainers
S2G
go fight,
Esports.
and
Yeah, it looks like
junglers,
they
mobile
took some
junglers,
time,
Fanny,
the download is
Hayabusa,
finished, and
they
they've
have time to
installed
farm more
the
items
plan to take over
to
the
get to
series
their cool
against
power
their
spike.
competitors, Papar Supermassive, S2G.
And
opening
then
up the
after
series,
taking
1,
waves,
2,
they go
1.
lured,
Man, Private, this is
thus
crazy, right?
out-rotating
We saw such a
enemy team.
domination from Papar Supermassive in game
And
number
explainer
1, but
is
game number
already
2,
there. Tomato,
flipped
hello.
a full 180.
Well, they just had 2 picks that they
So
had
that's just
zero,
rotation,
well, actually,
not giving gold to
picks that
someone.
They had 0 answers for. Kazue on the Fanny, Siggy Bum on the
Smash
Granger,
or pass,
and then
bro.
the CC in the XP
I have
lane that
such
absolutely
a lot
shut
of
down Wasu. Siggy Bum
guys
here, you see
that
MVP
smash
with
me,
6
I
kills
swear.
there, absolutely dominated his lane. There was nothing that Zao was going to be able to do. Add that to the pressure that came in with S2G and those very early engagements there as well, and Zao was just absolutely a sitting duck. Then we're talking
Siggy
about
Bang.
when it comes to Lunar dominating his lane. So you have 2 lanes now where you need to start putting some support, where people need to start leaving their lanes to help you out. So it was just all around. I kind of want to call this a draft difference and a domination for S2G.
If I'm playing Exp, when is the best time to join
What's
team
the
fight in
difference
early
just
game?
Kazuya on this Fanny? Like, is the Fanny just so
When there is
overwhelming
objective
that
to
it just
fight
kinda
for.
shakes up an entire team?
When there
We'll
is
have
chance
see.
to win that
Maybe in draft
objective.
number 3, that's something that can be
You like-
opted on the ban
you
board,
stay
but
on your lane,
So far, speaking of the board,
you check map. Oh, there is a turtle. If I go turtle, will I win fight there?
They're just, I want to say, if you, there's just
And will I lose my lane because of that? If you are like, yes, if I will go turtle, I will probably win a fight on turtle because I have some skills, flicker, and I will help my team, but I will lose my lane. So if you are 100% sure you are going to win turtle, sometimes it's worth it. On a third turtle usually.
Oh my god.
If you are like, oh, 50-50, we're gonna win that fight, my team is not ready, then stay in your fucking lane. Or you can say like, hey marksman, let's swap. I will come turtle and you defend my lane. And this way you are not losing your lane and also come into turtle.
That had the Badang on their side.
And then later in game you can just tell your jungler, like, defend my lane, I go fight with my team right now. And instead of just staying on your lane, you go fight with your team, helping your marksman in fights, helping your mage, and yeah, you win fights when jungler rotates really fast, takes your lane, and comes to your fight as well. So, yeah. Depends on what you're gonna lose, what you're gonna win. It's always different.
Showed up. Not to mention having that Sky Piercer on his side to be able to get those quick executes with the lethality.
Like, if it's first minute of game, and your team for some reason is invading enemy jungle, and you know, if you come from your X lane to enemy jungle right now, you will destroy enemy jungler, but maybe you will lose a little bit of gold from your tower. I mean, enemy explainer will push a little bit. Then sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's not worth it. It's always different. Yeah, randoms can be so random. Like when you play with randoms, you should also evaluate their IQ. Because you have like Hoofra ready with Flicker, you have your jungler ready with Retribution, and Mage is also ready. And you go into fight, you think you're gonna win that fight, and Hoofra jumps into his mother, Mage starts sucking his own dick, and jungler just goes his red buff in the middle of fight, and you... Uncalculatable. You can't read that. Zulfikar, hello.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, most of those wins were on the bot side in the gold lane. Just some great rotations from the tank, from the mage to be able to help him. Sensei had a really good game as well, right? We talked about a lot of the plays that he made, or not Sensei, I'm sorry, After Dark had a lot of good plays on that one to be able to rotate around with Blotchfet. And
1-1 right now.
Just putting on such a great challenge, right? And now it's 1-1.
STG could have won first game if they drafted well.
Just happened on the other side, just full
they gave
domination.
Matilda for no reason.
Game 3 is really going to be where we keep a close eye on, right? I mean, right now it's looking like we possibly may go the distance. It's looking like these teams are learning from the mistakes from the previous match and coming back a little bit stronger. So with it 1-1 on the board, the next question is, we saw the Matilda, right? It dominated, it got banned out in game number 2. Now, for me personally, I think the difference maker is the Fanny. Do you think this is something worth banning, or do you think maybe going for something more of a hard counter could be the answer?
I mean, they could be the Fanny. I feel like, I mean, we saw the MVP there, the Granger.
Okay, Fanny ban, Matilda ban. Oh, my ears. Oh,
I feel like Granger just has a bigger effect. The Fanny
what
was
just?
Good. It wasn't to Tienzi's like just mind-blowing ability, but having that Granger on that side without an answer to it, I feel like what had the bigger effect for the team.
And Granger open as well.
Supermassive. Also, I mean, we kind of leaned into this early Phoveus pickup as well, where we allowed it to get countered by the CC. Not just that, but we also did not have an answer in the Matilda, and we still kind of leaned into this Phoveus. I feel like there were some things that made them successful in the first game that got banned out by S2G, and Papara Supermassive is like, we'll still go with it. And it's like, but you lost these key ingredients for that composition.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make there. And then not to mention, for
you know what I'm really interested about? Not the stream legends though, but
there's no Matilda to get
how does Private Dancer preserve his weight?
It's an upscale
why he always looks the same?
Not to mention a direct counter with Sensei on this Aurora, who's using those
why he is not
to be able to stun him in his place.
A little bit more fat sometimes, or a little bit more sin?
And you kind of hinted at it a little bit after this game.
Why he's always the same, like for 3 years?
Inside of the gold lane, and
how is it possible?
You have your team rotating around and getting these objectives. He's gonna hit even harder. And that's when you start to see just how strong the Granger can be. And speaking of strengths, also some weaknesses. We're jumping into game number 3 between Papara Supermassive and S2G. What does Papara Supermassive need to do after such a dominant loss?
Well, still first the
no, you should understand my question.
By S2G Esports, it's not going to be banned out by Supermassive.
I'll go drink my pills from schizophrenia.
Either. Ooh, and you can see some of these. So they're already starting with the Matilda. Hylos taken off there by Papara. This is looking. I like this draft a little bit better when it comes to some of the bans out here. We're not focusing as heavily though. I'm kind of wondering where this marksman is going to be. I'm wondering, are they going to leave open both the Granger and the Harith here and maybe try to bait Papara Supermassive into taking that Granger while they scoop up the Harith, which is actually a very good counter for the Granger, which essentially shuts down that gold lane, at least holds it at bay to the point where it's not as dominating. And to a point, like I said, you had 2 lanes that were getting dominated, and they were able to still provide support to come down to those lanes. So it was just it was a uphill battle the entire time until the gold lead was just too massive.
Yeah, there goes that Harith you were talking about, though. It looks like Papar Supermassive, a little on to what you're talking about. Maybe they're listening to the casters chat. But they're going to go ahead and take this Harith off the board. You're going to try and secure the gold lane with that Granger with little to no problem, little to no counter. Now, there are still some options that can be effective in the gold lane. We know the Irithel, that third marksman that still can shine, has the high mobility, could be a wise decision from S2G. Something that also is still on the table is the Joy, right? The Joy has been very strong, especially with this.
Why you
CEO
can't
being
find
banned out from
Mobazane's
SCG Esports.
account,
Maybe they're
bro?
trying to force
I
the Joy
literally
out
go
the
to
game
my
against Papar
subscriptions,
Supermassive, and then going for the
bang,
direct
bang,
counter with
bang.
something like the Belleric for the slow, but no, instead, I guess they're gonna ban out.
I
the
go
Joy as
to
well.
my
So does
subscriptions.
this mean we see another
Mobazane.
Hayabusa sneak into the scene? Oh!
Here is a link to his channel. If someone wants.
So we do have the Zuxin come out there, which is going to leave open the Granger for S2G Esports. I imagine they'll try. If Papara is smart, they will scoop up the Irithel right immediately after. I want to say some of the counters that come out for Zuxin have been things like the Farza,
Your
which can
hairstyle
outranger,
and
can
color
slow
kinda
down
look
that
like
damage,
Charpy.
but we've seen
Charpy? Let me
how
check.
Easy it
Who is that?
to close in
Charpy.
on the Farja, so it's going to be very interesting to see what the players
Charpy?
do. Zuxin, there's a reason that she has been like a priority ban for so many teams.
Who is that?
Because the amount of CC, once you, not just that, but like the mana
He's a
regen
streamer?
that she gets, because if she's hitting minions or something like that, keeps her mana up, and then she's got so much survivability that even if you do close a distance,
can't
on her,
find
she's
who
still
is
gonna be
that?
able to flicker away. She's going to be able to use that
Who is
crimson
Charpy?
beacon, to be able to slow you down when you're trying to chase her.
Chapri. Oh,
Here,
sorry, Chapri.
picking up the Hilda immediately as an answer to the Hayabusa.
Yeah, this is the first time we actually get to see the Hilda. It hasn't really been prioed so far, at least today. But it is
Oh,
a direct
it's
counter
some-
for this Hayabusa.
it's
I'm
a-
expecting
it's
it
an
to
Indian guy?
Either be flexed into the XP lane
No?
or right in the roam position, but still provides the element of surprise for Papar Supermassive in this draft. There goes
He's
the
some
card as well, and I think
popular
this is a
Indian
wise
guy or
decision.
what?
Deny S2G from picking this up, but wait a second, there's still a Valentina on the
Oh,
table.
look, guys.
Technically, if they pick up the Valentina, then both sides will have
This
to
is a
outtake
magic
the
pill.
Guardian. Do they want to prioritize the mid lane?
It's a
right
magic
now, though?
pill.
No, they're gonna go ahead and prioritize this glue.
You drink
instead.
it one
And
time,
this is okay because
and
the
you
glue
can
afford a
play
lot
all
of
night.
damage, right? He can soak up a lot of damage, use the split,
Trust.
get back to safety. Does have to watch out for the Zushin though. I don't think the Zushin's gonna be a hard counter though to the split, right? It's not like it's a Vexana, it's not like it's a Faramis, so he should be able to sustain himself.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this, especially because the split, or not just the split, but Glue himself can do a decent job of trying to slow down something like a Hilda in the jungle and really kind of keep up that pace and that
Is
CC,
Chapri handsome?
to really punish
I don't know.
somebody who really wants to navigate
How can I tell you?
very quickly
Go
throughout
Google
that.
him.
Not just that, but it provides a great initiation tool for a lot of these objectives to be able to hold them as well. It's just going to be very interesting. 'Cause we
Magic
don't
pill.
right now have a ton of AoE. You've got, like, I mean, our mage right now, the Zuxin, she has a ton of CC, has a ton of survivability, but doesn't really have that burst damage.
I almost
that,
choked.
You really want for something to be able to kind of burst on a glue. You're going to be whittling away at him very slowly. I'm assuming maybe we go for something that can burst it out, like a Irithel works here.
What the
It's just
fuck?
that when you're in split, you got
Succeed Hilda and got odskacze.
so it might not. I honestly don't know what
Bruh.
to do here, especially when it comes to a marksman lane.
I mean, there's still, you can go for the survivability aspect. You can go in for the Claude, because then you. If
What the fuck's he bent?
Come out, you can at least use the BMI to go back to safety, extend the range, and kind of cancel it out. That could be a decision, especially because
So you
they don't
enjoy?
really have the survivability. on their
Monkeys
side.
are
Yes, they have the
joking.
top that can rush in. Yes, they have the Hilda that can rush in, but there's backline capability and engage and disengage from S2G, specifically with this glue and this Hayabusa. So maybe going in for something that can extend that range at a moment's notice could be the safer option, especially because you want your ADC to be able to scale and not be bursted down from this style
Nada,
potential
hello.
from S2G. Now, speaking of these teams, Papar Supermassive yet to showcase who they're going to be putting in the jungle. You're already seeing some focus bans, the Ling and ban the alpha from the side of S2G to try and limit that capability. Now Fanny is still on the table. There's not a direct counter to the Fanny on S2G's side.
Lord Furkan, hello, but I don't understand Turkish language.
The potential to pull out something like that on their
Unfortunately.
side.
Yeah, I'm absolutely unsure. You mentioned the Claude and to kind of come out and counter the glue, but I'm not a fan of the Claude taking on a Granger. I feel like Granger will absolutely dominate a Claude in that lane, and you're really going to have to provide a huge amount of support to be able to get him to a point where he's not only handling his lane, but also able to come in at the end to take on the glue there. That's why I lean towards Irithel. Carrie has the same problem as a Claude, where she's super late game, and the Granger's just going to walk all over. We're gonna see, especially with Fanny open. Do we have a Fanny player on Papara Supermassive? Especially with the fact that S2G Esports know the lethality of a Fanny. They play it. They haven't banned it as a priority here. So I'm assuming that maybe we don't have something like that.
Oh, there goes the Lucas and the Mosque. Wait a second. This is a Lucas in the jungle. We saw this yesterday. And now we get to see it again for the decider match. How are we feeling about it?
Priscilla, hello.
So,
do you have birthday today?
I believe Lucas lost.
Happy birthday,
yesterday.
Priscilla.
The problem and what I liked, I actually liked the Lucas jungle pick.
Lucas
they
jungle.
also had the Hylos. They also had the Eve. So there was just a lot of engage from his team, where you laid down the glorious pathway. You had the real world manipulation.
Have a nice day, Priscilla.
And you had the
best day in this year.
And be able to get to that backline so quickly. We don't have those tools here for Lucas, so we have to be very careful, especially with how quickly he can dive into the backline and separate himself from the rest of the team, who's not going to be able to who doesn't have the speed that they're going to get with the glorious pathway.
My head is fine.
Interesting. I'm assuming Lucas is going to be the jungle here.
Yeah, I think so too, because there's not really too many other options to throw in there. So this is definitely going to be one for the books that we keep a close eye on. Right now, both of these teams tied 1-1, and we know this is the decider
How to counter Lucas? Use Gacha.
Who will be going
Simulator.
So a chance for Papara Supermassive to finally turn around yet again after such a dominant loss up against S2G. Now, we talked about the goal laners. Moscow's been picked up.
Let's go.
We'll have some decent damage. We'll have the range to be able to get to wherever is needed to deal that damage. And speaking of damage, stepping into the land of Dawn for game number 3 to decide who will be leading the way in this series. Papara Supermassive against S2G Esports.
For me, it's always been kind of a question of, ranked games, I see a ton of Lucas very successful in the jungle. And when we've watched it in pro scenes, the pros have figured out that he's just a little bit more effective in the XP lane. So I'm kind of wondering, what is it about Lucas that when you get up to this level, he doesn't really shine? Ooh, you see there's Zhao actually able to avoid a decent amount of damage from the Granger there as well. Now a little bit of a engage there. Waso not able to really get the momentum he wants to be able to really invade.
He'll die right now.
Hayabusa. You see Kazu kind of looking for an opportunity to go in. Goes in with the shadows, is not able to find anything.
Hilda is too tanky, and also
tricky, especially with
she sprints.
Okay. Pop in that bush for a little bit of that regen. Now, you talked about Mohi on this Lucas. You talked about it, especially being ran yesterday. It wasn't the worst thing. Didn't lead to a victory, though. Mohi is opting in for the Impure Rage, so he's going to have that extra skill damage and mana restore upon hitting an opponent. So he'll definitely be able to have the damage necessary, but the sustainability is going to be the question, especially if he goes in prematurely before Papara Supermassive can close the distance to make the most out of the situation. Right now, though, S2G ready to attack.
Oh man, dives in against 4 members. Blotsfed takes a heap of damage, is able to survive. I mean, we're at the 2-minute mark, so they don't really have the damage needed to actually burst him down, but that could have ended very badly for Papara Supermassive. I feel like the team needs to get just a little quicker on their answers. Wasa off screen finds a kill onto Kazoo, getting them a first blood, and Mohi is going to be able to pick up this turtle.
Yeah, able to find a turtle and a kill, and no response back from S2G. Papara Supermassive putting their foot down and saying that domination stops here. Look, that was game number 2. All right, we're not going to let that happen twice. And we talked about the Hilda pickup. A lot of teams kind of overlooked it and not picking the direct counter, but this time around, you're starting to see it be effective.
Fuck, sorry guys.
The first 3 minutes of this match, finding Kazu on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, they're actually going to go ahead and try to get a gank onto Lunar, but I mean, that's a tanky boy on that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how much you can actually put out there to punish him for it. And every single
MLBB is banned in US now. Chill guys, Trump will come and fix everything.
A little bit of trouble here. The value you get from the Zuxin pulls him back, and all the healing there. I think Pagu had more health after the attack than he did
Private
before.
dancer breeze in and out.
Game revitalized at its finest. It's very hard to burst down.
Is Mohi in the jungle? He is not that good at playing jungle. Yeah, he's a jungle.
Dropped in for the Hunter Strike first item. We'll have
He's not bad. He's not bad.
And also the mobility to be able to work in his favor as he
He's doing all the jungler job. So
against the Moskov, who did pick up the Swift crossbow, so we'll be keeping a close eye on both of them. The goal lane matchups between Zhao and Sigibun.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're looking at it right now, still, I mean, just 1 kill going over for Papara Supermassive, and just narrowly a gold lead. It's still an even game right now, but still doing a decent job when it comes to these objectives. And I don't know that we have ourselves a decent answer for this Zuxin just yet, especially since they haven't even come online, but she's still starting to play a pivotal role so early in the game.
First item for Mohi is going to be the War Axe for the continuous damage boost, physical attack, and true damage. Not to mention the spell vamp as well. But speaking of damage, Lunar!
It's not his main role? Okay.
Yeah, and you still see after dark.
When do you sleep?
Putting on that damage there with the
at night.
The Guardian comes out, and
what is this question?
Here as well. Pagu in trouble as they dive into the back line. Mohi finds a kill there. After dark finds one onto Lunar, and I feel like the plan was there on paper, but I mean, Zuxin just having a heck of a time here with the domination that she's able to exhibit through a lot of these compositions, a lot of these engagements, warding off the whole of Lunar.
Sigibum smelling out the gank on the top side. Saw Blotsfed not even going to risk taking that fight, but this is going to open up the opportunity for Papara Supermassive to be able to take the tier 3 turret. But Pagu and Sensei joining the battle.
Yeah, they come in just a few moments too late. I was actually a little worried there for Blotsfed as he was kind of lingering a little bit. Had a plan, though. They just wanted to get that tower and then leave here. And this is what you want to see from teams. Not worried about the fight.
Okay, it's comebackable. It's only 2k farm. Come on.
The objective, and already forcing S2G Esports to start grouping so early, which is fine when you're at like the 8-9 minute mark and you're out of the laning phase. But now you're starting to leave lanes open because you're getting ganked and you need this.
Zuxin is ultra OP mage. I don't know why they open Zuxin though.
Passed away there. Crimson
we'll see.
Has been expunged there. Blotsfed onto Lunar on the backside. Pagu in trouble. We do have the Wrath of the Dryad out there. Siggy Bum
Moki dead.
The damage as well. Lunar looking for an escape. Wasau gonna have to run for the hills. The value you get from a Hilda running through towers back into bushes and is able to get away. A little bit of an answer coming as S2G Esports finally on the board.
Yeah, speaking of the board, Lunar still trying to deal some hits, even though he's very
yeah, glue is good counter for Zuxin.
The Zuxin and how effective it can be, and this is no secret. I mean, this is one of the most banned mid laners, and to allow it to walk is a big shocker for me, at least, from S2G Esports. I mean, look how effective it is on the glue.
No, it's Ukrainian sensei. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's that sensei that is Ukrainian.
Effectively shuts down glue from being able to get in close. You see him, he comes in there and being pounced up. Now he's about to be destroyed there. Is able to get away with a little bit of that split. Rest of the team there laying in wait, looking for an angle to come in. Kazu comes in. Siggy Bum finds the turtle under the nose of Papara Supermassive, but might pay for it with his life.
Oh, a 1-for-1 trade, though, as Wasa will fall as well. But Siggy Bum, before falling to Zhao, does find the turtle. A good way to find the trade, especially when they were down. So right now with this turtle, we'll give them a little bit of that gold, a little bit of that XP to kind of work in their favor, not to mention the shielding. But we are looking at the Sky Piercer picked up from Siggy Bun, right? He does have a couple of these items to work at his disposal. He picked up, I believe it was the Hunter Strike as well. Now, interesting enough, he picks up both of these items before opting in for the boots at all, whereas Zhao went in straight for his boots for the defense, which means he definitely piled that damage, but he would be lacking in the defensive department, making him a little bit squishier if they do go in to try and pick off the back line. So Siggy Bum need to be very wary of his positioning against Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, it's basically a tie game, pretty even when it comes to towers as well. Terrify does hit Wasau. Pagu there, right there to kind of back up a Sensei when it comes to some of that engagement here, and still not able to find an angle just yet. Are either of these teams probably going to wait for this next Lord before we start going into some of these towers? As I say that, Blotsfed into the back line. Lunar Trine gets pushed away from a spear by Zhao. Mohi on the back line does not find the angle. Avatar the Guardian goes out. He's looking for the zone out to allow Zhao to be able to take this tower, and he is successful. He's going to get hit with the split.
Ooh, nice combo.
We have the Wrath of Dryad out there. They actually burst down Blotsfed.
But they use so much skills before Lord.
But I mean, you lost a tower for that, and it's starting to open up the map.
Yeah, Siggy Bum's going to be the one to pick up that kill as well. He's leading the way for the damage. Leaderboard has the Malefic Roar as well for the pin.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here. Engagement is on the way. Oh, look at the damage coming out and the lifting from that Lantern Flare as well. And Sensei able to find the kill onto Wasau. 5-4 here now. S2G Esports going to use this as an opportunity to pick up the first Lord.
This has to be our closest game yet this entire series. Both of them tied 1-1.
Ooh, goes in with the Avatar. The Guardian Zhao is able to find a tower at the mid. Pagu in trouble. He's just trying to create some distance and some time for his team to get away.
Yeah, Kazuya able to pick up the Lord for S2G Esports in the middle of all that chaos. That will work in their favor to possibly be able to push into that tier 3 turret for the mid lane, possibly the tier 3 on the bot side as well, to have the advantage on the map as Papara.
Mobazane posted in his Instagram the screenshot from game
He understands the objective, eyes on the prize, and Blotsfed
that Mobile Legends is not available in USA.
Yeah, and I love that they create a little bit of that pressure from Mohi and Blotsfed to kind of get the rest of the team not to engage Zhao while he's taking down the Lord. They kind of came up there from the flank and just kind of like just throwing themselves at them. Took a little bit of damage, then walked away as soon as Zhao had the Lord down. Ooh, Blotsfed taking a heap of damage coming from the Siggy Bum. In comes the Quad Shadows. He is going to have to use the Avatar of the Guardian to get away. Pagu runs away about 10% health, and Mohi right there looking for an angle. And this is kind of what we were talking about. There's not much that we've been seeing. I was going to say not much that we've been seeing from Mohi is 2, 1, and 3, but as I look across the screen, Kazu kind of being held at bay right now on that Hayabusa 0, 1, and 1.
Yeah, just a very close game between both sides. I mean, it's only 180 gold difference, and you're definitely telling that both these teams are adapting and overcoming the challenges from the previous matches. 11 minutes in, potentially going to be our longest game so far in this series, as both of the previous games were at the 13-minute mark. And right now, this is not a domination. This is a battle of tug and war between both of these competitors, and these are the powerhouses of Turkey trying to figure out who's going to be able to hold that banner for their region.
The thing is, the later and later we get into this game, the less and less effective that this Granger is going to be against a forward wall of Blotzfett on this Gadakacha, of Wasau on this Hilda, because he's not going to be able to really punch through that wall. As we go for an engagement here, Mohi gets a little bit of a fight in there. Lunar trying to get back to his teammate there as Siggy Bum laying down the suppressive fire for his teammates. Lunar very low, but I want to say hats off to Siggy Bum, just laying down. He's basically a turret at this point, just blasting away, helping his team escape.
Yeah, able to escape to safety. Right now, both teams down to the wire, even across the board so far. You got to figure out which way this is going to swing, right? Does S2G find an opening to create that dominating performance we saw in game number 2, or will Papara
Kind of equal game, even though they gave Zuxin.
You're going to see the battle on the way, possibly in the mid lane. S2G looking to disengage, respecting that lantern flare from After Dark on this Zushin.
Yeah, it was really interesting because After Dark was really trying to lead them into that bush where Wasau was leading, but they didn't.
So free Lord because of Zuxin.
They know they're not going to be able to do much for this next Lord. Avatar the Guardian comes in, catches one on Tapagu. Taunt initiated down to about 10%. Does have a little bit of healing there. After Dark in trouble. Does use that Crimson Beacon, keep herself topped up, putting out the damage. And again, the thing is right now,
Zuxin was 100% bent on Asian Snapdragon.
Has a bunch of players who are doing really well.
So I don't know why they opened Zuxin.
Just has a bunch that are really being held at bay. As I say that, Wasso gets shredded down. Mohi wants to come in, wants to kill, but Doozy
nice kill from Granger.
Who's going to be able to help him engage. Now the split landed on his head. He might be in a little bit of trouble here as the Eternal Guardian swinging away at him. The rest of the team coming in for backup. Lunar now finds himself in a familiar position, in trouble, popped up into the air and taken down by Zhao.
Okay, so we find the one for one trade, the glue for the
Beza, hello.
You are seeing the Luminous Lord on the bot side, slowly marching toward the base of S2G.
Granger is the most untouchable. He died one time though. Not untouchable anymore.
For the tier 2 play, they spotted Kazu in the bush, but Pagu still there for a counterplay.
Look how fast that mid tower goes down. Kazu comes in with a shadow kill. Ooh,
for one yesterday.
Well. Pagu gets
Burstright and Team Falcons.
With that kill, 8-5 right now. There. I see a couple of recalls going out there, but
hello,
Anki,
by the way.
Out of the woods just yet. Only just under a 4K gold lead, and especially at a position of these games where Papara Supermassive is known to have a few issues. High ground at the mid tower is down. Only one more tower far the side of S2G Esports who are scrambling. And as I was saying that, there's just too many players on the side of Papara Supermassive who have hit their powers.
Would they need more items or something? I don't know.
Great when it comes to, I mean, Mohi's at 3-1-4, Zhao 3-0-2. After Dark has not taken a death yet, where the big hitters on the side of S2G Esports, like Kazu on the Hayabusa, Sensei, have all taken deaths and really kind of fallen behind their counterparts on the enemy team.
My goodness, Siggy Bum, 72,000 damage, well ahead of Zhao, who's at 38,000. He's almost double the amount of damage.
Massive, yeah.
From Zhao, I would love to kind of take
change your name in game to Sperma Massive.
Toward this. I mean, he's hitting like
massive Sperma.
Just look at the placement of the lantern flares. I mean, it's just such a hard thing to kind of dish into. There you go, 2,000 gold lead over there from Zhao. He is itemed out. He has a Malefic gun and a Wind of Nature to be able to help him when things get a little shaky. He doesn't even have boots. He got rid of the boots entirely. He's going to go in for an additional item for pure damage to go against S2G. It looks like it may be the Rose Gold Meteor.
He's just bare feet slapping on the ground out there, trying to get a little bit more damage. But as we talked about, let's see, there's more damage coming out there. The problem here is that the Granger, Siggy Bum, he hasn't exactly been shut down. You see, he's got like almost twice as much damage. It's the fact that Papara adjusted their draft to have this huge front line. Wasau on the Hilda, Blotzfet on the Gatakacha. Mohi is even super tanky. So the Granger's still doing the damage. It's just that he cannot break through that front line of Papara.
Yeah, just picked up the
Why no, Kairi?
He's gonna have that life bane, that heal cut. Could help, especially against this hill.
Imagine enemies losing to Sperma
I'm
Massive.
just looking at Zhao. I mean, he's full itemed out, right? He just picked up the Rose Gold Meteor as well, so he's gonna have a little bit of that shielding when he does get below, I believe, around 30% HP as another means to be able to survive in these engagements. Now we're seeing the Luminous Lord march his way to the base, and SUG on the defense.
Ooh, Avatar the Guardian goes wide.
Oh, it seems like a lose.
And Sensei's gonna have to use that flicker to get out of there. Wasau taking a heap of damage, trying to keep Siggy Bum busy. Quad Shadows is on, Shadow Kill comes out. Siggy Bum finds a kill onto Blotzfet, but it's not enough. Papara super massive, quickly able to burst down the core.
After being defeated by such a dominant performance from SUG, the Umbrellas come out. And Papara
This guy is staring into my soul.
2-1, and now leading the way for this series in the decider match.
Man, and I was even kind of curious how Papara was going to manage here, giving away the Granger again after such a dominating performance in game 2, but masterfully crafting a successful draft that was able to keep Granger at bay, or at least keep his damage at bay, because you had an entire front line that was able to protect their damage dealers. A great turn of events, a great composition coming out from Papara here.
Yeah, and the longest game we've seen so far in this entire series. I mean, we mentioned it, right? Game number 1, Papara Supermassive led the way, 13-minute finish and a full dominant performance. But S2G picked up the pieces in game number 2 with the same style. Game number 3 was
Maybe they're gonna play full series, like full 5 games.
17-minute marks where we ended at, but Papara Supermassive was the one to kind of lead the way to close that one out. And overall, it was a really good game to watch, right? We saw Zhao over there on this Moskov. Though he didn't lead the way on the damage leaderboard, he was leading the way in terms of staying alive and finding the kills necessary to push on forward to secure victory for this game.
Yeah, and I want to say it doesn't really tell the story. I'd love to see the tower damage coming up from Zhao, because that was just a well put together plan for Papara. They moved from each lane. You'd have Blotzfet go into the back line there, protected by Wasau. Meanwhile, Zhao would be there taking down the tower, and they did that at basically each and every single lane until there were no towers left. So a great plan by them, and especially protecting them against that Granger damage. I absolutely liked it. And then we talked about Lunar, what the effect with Lunar would have, absolutely held at bay by After Dark with that Zeuxin.
Yeah, and let's put some highlight on this Zeuxin, right? It's a hero that we don't get to usually see on the competitive scene just due to the high ban rate. But being able to see it slip through the cracks, it feels like a mistake in the draft from S2G. I mean, normally when teams allow something like this to walk, you would expect them to have a plan for it, something to be able to shut it down, but I did not see a plan that entire game. I'm honestly surprised that After Dark did not get the MVP, just with all the crucial lantern flare placements to be able to catch members out of position, specifically Lunar on this glue, who really struggled to get to the back line and find the pickoffs that SUG
I saw that
the
glue is to counter Zeuxin.
I feel like it was just one of those.
But the glue was
plans that
struggling.
on paper, a really good thing. Glue can get to the back line. He's got a lot of tankiness, but when it came to actually getting into these fights, when it came to that, especially like I said, this great wall, this 3-man wall front that we had, when it came to the Hilda, when it came to the Lucas, when it came to the Gatakacha, trying to break through that was just a huge responsibility on the side of S2G that they just could not be successful with.
Yeah, not able to find success. And having to go back to the drawing board again. I think the game plan definitely is to ban out the Zushin. That's step number
Go
one.
make some coffee. I know you want to sleep.
Close game between both sides, though.
No. Coffee is bad.
Starting to see these elements become overwhelming.
Why he's watching at me like that? What? Why the fuck he's watching like this? Like.
High in kills, it definitely was a more objective, focused game. Able to seize the opportunity of pushing in these turrets to make the difference for the team. Like we said, in the land of Dawn with just socks out there, no boots, and full damage as you look at his equipment.
That man is just 110% intensity, staring into my soul right now. He saw 67% kill participation. He doesn't need that many kills, especially, like I said, he was just doing his job when it came to a lot of those towers in the back. And once they started overwhelming them, it was just a huge a relief for Papara here to be able to kind of find the answers that they did without having to resort to some of those huge bans on some of the picks that we saw that we thought were a little bit more dominating. It's
funny because he was staring into
they still like, I think both of you.
Because I got no shoes on, just full items that deal damage for game number 3. Now we're looking at Papara Supermassive leading the way 2-1 against S2G Esports. And since the beginning, since the debut of Papara Supermassive, they've been full of surprises. When this team stepped into the challenge season, I was like, okay, I haven't really seen these guys before. They have a major org behind them, but what do they bring to the table, especially going up against a team like S2G, who's a little bit, not even a little bit, way more well-known across the Mobile Legends competitive scene than they are. I mean, this is a team that we've seen compete in MSC. This is a team that we've seen compete in the World Series. Not just
insane, nice.
We've seen them compete in multiple years. So to be able to see a team like this rise to the occasion is a great sign for the Turkish region, showcasing that they have more talent than just the household favorites, and we may be seeing the dawn of a new era before us.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you kind of even though you have that experience, even though you have all of those veteran players, you kind of got to keep that sword sharp because there's always newer blood.
Why is he trying not to laugh, bro?
Papara Supermassive has been one of
Saeed, hello, yeah, I'm good.
Kind of come up here.
I'm fine
too. I want to say Birthright. They do have a little bit of history. They just never been able to really capture that limelight right at the top. So they've been steadily moving up. Papara Supermassive just came onto the scene and is doing super well, especially against a lot of these established teams. So to the point now, S2G Esports needs to have a plan. They're at game point and in risk of being knocked completely out of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if we kind of look back on where they found success in game number 2, it was an even draft, right? There wasn't really too much risk involved in that draft, which I feel like made the major difference. I feel like you cannot take the gamble of letting a hero who has such a high ban rate walk and be used against you. I mean, it's banned out for a reason, and they learned that pure hard fashion in game number 3. So hopefully for game number 4, maybe the draft can be the difference, because like I always say, and you as well, we like to see things go to a game 5. We like to see it go down to the wire. That's what we're here for in the challenge season, and this is not just an ordinary match.
How to get to these esport teams?
On forward to the challenge finals. The other one will be knocked out.
It's not hard.
Season 7 of the Snapdragon Pro
Play
Series.
really good.
Yeah, interesting thing too that we didn't really talk
Create your own team or ask to join to some team. Become better, and then you will join this 5Q stuff, and there is a chance some good team will invite you.
Kind of confuses the Hilda and brings them back, which allows you to put more damage on her. You take that away.
Like, chance that some team will invite you is a little bit small right now, so it's better to create your own team and try to win qualifiers for these tournaments. And I mean, it's not that far away, like it's close. Just go win qualifiers with your team and you're there.
Papara Supermassive this time on the red side will ban out the Zuxin.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Dazai, I want to become a professional champion. What do you advise me on the path to experience?
I mean, a proper counter for that Hayabusa, like you mentioned. especially when you're going to pry the high up
No.
super early.
Learn one role.
And speaking of
Learn
respect,
your role.
there
For
goes
example,
Stan on the table.
you are jungler.
Zushin will not
Play
be
only
walking
jungle.
in. It was a beauty to be able to watch it.
Expand your
on,
hero pool.
the Land of Dawn, but I don't think it's something
Learn
that
all
any
meta
team can
heroes,
risk to go
emblems,
against. So,
builds.
a wise decision from Papar's
Of course, you
Supermassive.
should play good.
Papar's Supermassive
You
is
should
gonna
have
be
good
on the,
rotations.
red side this time around as well.
Good
So
macro
they're
skills.
playing it safe, not something they want to allow STG to have.
Then gain some experience in 5Q.
Enough, we do leave the
Try to
Harris
gather
and
some
the Granger
5Qs
open.
or
STG
join into some
quickly
5Qs.
scoops up the Harris,
Play
which actually
5Q.
does very well against the
A
Granger,
lot
but I
of
feel like
5Q.
almost sometimes,
You really
it
need
can
to play a
be
lot of
bogged down.
5Q.
You pick the Harris up first because
Then
you
try
want
to
the
join
Granger,
some
but when you have the
tournaments.
Harris first,
Qualifiers.
it's gonna be
Qualifiers are
countered by a
open
lot
for
of
everyone.
CC
Even if
on
you're
the
noob,
team.
you
So
can
you're
still
really
play
kind of
qualifiers.
putting
Just
a
gather
lot of
5
eggs
players.
into this basket for Harris, you need
And
to be ready to be able to
eventually
assist
you
him
will
when he
gain
lays
a
on
lot
that
of
Zaman Force, so
experience
he's not getting
and
CC'd into the ground.
become a pro player. If you are
Speaking of the crowd control,
persistent enough.
there goes the
Is
Aurora
Benedetta
to
good?
go to work
No.
against this Harith and
Meta
a lot of
is
up-close and
meta.
personal heroes.
I have a
There is
tier
still
list in my
balancing on
Discord
the other
channel
side,
and in
so
my
you can
Telegram
use
channel.
Frigid Glacier
You can
against
go
the
check
Papar's
what is meta
Supermassive.
right now
Could be
in
a
jungle.
decision that STG leans in on. The only problem with that is you're gonna have to have someone in the gold lane who has
Okay,
a lot
Monkey,
of
we
range
get
to go
it.
for
You
up
can
close and
stop.
personal mage such
So,
as
so,
Valentina.
and
You're
when
gonna
you get
see
to
a hero
proceed,
that can close that
you
distance,
should
doesn't
buy a
have to
lot
worry
of
about the
milk
range at all, and that is gonna be
and
this Freddy.
drink
We
milk
asked the question before, did Papar Supermassive have a fan
And-
player? We didn't get to see it.
and
We
the
saw
green tea.
in game number 2 exactly what Kazu could do on this
Green
Fanny.
tea
It
when
is
you not
very
play
effective.
and black tea when you play.
The thing is that there was also that risk of damage. You had Siggy Bum.
You need to
laying
start
down
as
the
a water
suppressive
bottle
fire from a
slave.
distance with that
Yeah, I
Granger
would
that
like
was
to have
used,
some
that
water
was
bottle
dropping
slave,
Papar
by the way.
Supermassive to mid health to low health,
Before
which
bed, yeah, but
allowed,
before bed,
Kazu
you
to
should
come
drink
in
hot,
with that
not hot,
Fanny
okay,
and be able to
warm
find some
milk.
of those kills. Here, we
Before
don't
bed,
have
always
that
drink
distance
1 cup
answer,
of
so it's
warm
really
milk.
gonna be on how well this Harith performs before the Hanny's.
I play jungle just
swoops in. I do like the answer here.
1900
As
game.
an
Look,
XP laner,
it doesn't
the
matter how many
Phobius
games you
is a
played.
great
It's
answer
good,
to,
but
Lucas in
you
that
should
lane.
get
It's just that
experience
I
in
feel like
5Q.
Lucas
Team play,
sometimes can do
rotations,
a little bit better when it
understand
comes
the
to his
gameplay in
team fights,
5Q.
whereas he can use some of his abilities, that flash step, to get himself back out of the fight.
And also,
On this side,
when you will
Phobius,
start
once
playing
he's in,
5Q,
it's
you
all
will get to know all other
Yeah,
players.
it's definitely gonna be all or nothing,
Like, I know a lot
especially
of
with not only the Mathilda
a lot
being
of pro
banned out,
players
but
just
also
because I
the
play
high
5Q.
low, so there is no means of
And a lot of
escape
pro players know
for
me
this
because I
Taurus
played
unless you're
versus
going for
them.
something
I know Team
Raphael for the
Falcons.
speed boost, but I don't
I
see that
know
happening, today. STG Esports, though, they have a lot of damage potential, right? You have the Fanny that
I
can
know
get to
GK
the
Esports.
backline, get these pickoffs. We know
I was
how
playing
great
versus
Kazuya is
Devu
on that. We'll have to watch out for this Aurora, though, with the Frigid Glacier. But if he's fast
And
enough,
some other Russian
he may
teams.
be able to find those pickoffs, or if he waits for the right timing for those skills to be used, it
So,
could be
yeah.
a problem for Wasa, or it could be a problem for After
And
Dark,
I was
'cause
playing
that's where
versus
the,
some
the
Turkish
Aurora
teams.
lacks in as heroes that can get
No.
up close and personal after those skills have been used.
I was playing versus Birthright, for example. They already won qualifiers.
Which is interesting because I feel once you've countered out Granger, you've kind of opened up the rest of the,
I even have them in my friend list in Mobile Legends.
out there, especially with the Harith out there. He can dominate that lane pretty well, but there are
Oh,
still
Fanny
some counters
again.
in that lane that you can kind of go with. Ooh, Claude coming out there. Which is
Hello,
very-
Tanjiro.
It's going to be interesting just because Claude, I'm not going to lie, I'm not a huge fan of Claude in this meta right now. He takes too long to come online, and
RRQ Hoshi versus EVOS Esport. No, that's Indonesia.
It changes a little bit
We are
because
in
with
Europe,
five
man.
He can be super effective with laying down a decent amount of damage to the enemy team. Where
Stop
somebody
lying,
else
you
can
just
in
come
and swoop
here.
in. But
What?
on the side of Papara Supermassive, I don't see.
I'm not lying.
Who's going to be like that massive damage dealer? Who's going to be that one that's getting the finish on all of them, because we've got a buttload of CC.
I knew some Ukrainian pro players. Smetana was a pro player, Defender, Sensei. I have Sensei in my friend list, by the way. The guy that is playing right now.
Some damage, some raw, nice, like heavy damage on their side to really round out this composition.
Speaking of rounding things out, this is a debut for the Grok. We have yet to see this in the challenge season. I have yet to see this in a long time on the competitive scene. So this will be a treat to be able to see a hero rise to the occasion who has almost been forgotten about for a while. And speaking of things to see, both teams have finalized their draft. Julian,
that's for Claude to cancel his ultimate.
Supermassive in the jungle. Now let's just lay the stakes out on the floor right now, right? It's 2-1 for Papara Supermassive up against S2G. If Papara Supermassive is able to win this with match point, they will be moving on, earning a ticket into the challenge finals. Where on the other side, S2G, they're facing elimination. They need to find a way to even out the series 2-2, but they do have
exactly Wizzy.
Fanny that could be
exactly.
I do like Papara picking up the Julian. I was just talking about, I was going on my little rant about raw damage, and Julian brings that in spades. They've got a decent amount of initiation too, where they don't have to lean onto Gatakacha's avatar.
Who wants to see my hairline, guys?
Having the composition is one thing.
Dazai, wish me fuck. I wish you fuck and I can fuck you if you want.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the top of the pedestal.
Choose one.
The deciding match, potentially, as Papara Supermassive leading the way 2-1 against S2G East.
Show hairline. $1, bro.
Ticket to the challenge finals, or will S2G even it out?
And I show hairline.
Yeah, the big thing here is going to be how
50 cents.
the team of Papara Supermassive is able to deal with the fan.
Shandong, hello. Yeah, I know.
Varying success of grouping up very quick. Ooh, look at the damage actually coming out there. Trying to deal with After Dark takes up down to 50%. Kazoo might.
I play Alpha. Yeah, Alpha is good. Alpha is meta.
There on to After Dark, and it does look like the
but you need to play all heroes. You need to play Penny, Hayabusa, Suyo, Joy, Alpha.
Yeah, he does have that revitalize.
Sometimes Bane, Julian, good.
With the kill there, and
what?
This is not the
already first blood
against the Fanny. I'm actually kind of questioning why they got so aggressive as to invade Fanny's jungle when you know she has the advantage. Plus, you had the entirety of S2G Esports right there to counter.
Yeah, I mean,
Jaffa, hello. Yeah, I stream all day.
So he's gonna be able to.
Okay.
Is going to have to use that.
Donjiro has just tipped $1. Hairline dono.
A car. Bro really donated $1 for that.
Will he able to take it? Kazue just comes in a few seconds too late to be able to get the retribution on the back end. Pagu in trouble. Wasa is going to have to use that vengeance. Demonic Flare is out. Lunar finds himself an escape with that flash step.
Okay, so Papara Supermassive, they're able to take the objective, even though they lost an early kill over there to Akazu with Blotsfet falling. But speaking of Blotsfet,
2 football fields? It's normal hairline. What do you mean?
From Kazue comes in, even executes a cutthroat.
Oh my god.
Able to take Blotsfet down.
It's the power of the Revitalize. It's just too strong. Overpowered. Blotsfet going back to the base now. A very close call. He's being very aggressive super early, and I'm wondering if that's the right decision. I guess with that play, he did buy his team a little bit of time.
39 viewers. Oh no.
To be able to push over to the side lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, he's threading that needle of health and using that revitalize. Oh, here, Mohi in a little bit of trouble.
Guys,
here.
it's normal hairline. It's normal
Watson there
hairline.
on the back end. Wasso trying
It's
to come in
normal.
with the demonic force onto Sensei. Gets hit up by Pagu. 2-0 right now for S2G Esports. Nobody just yet has a tower, and I say that as Lucas at the bottom is whittling away at that bottom.
Show us your mega mind.
Claim a turret so far, but a turtle going over to Papar Supermassive to work in their favor, but 2 kills responding back from S2G.
Guys, it's normal hairline. What the fuck you want? What the fuck you want?
Gold. Both of those kills, mind you, was on Kazu, who is running on this Fanny, a pick who we said possibly should have been banned out, especially after the performance in game number 2 and how well he was dominating with these cables.
Well, the one thing is oh, actually, Botfed in a little bit of trouble there. Frigid Glacier comes out there, just misses Pagu, who's running for the hills. In comes Lunar to put on some damage. Look at the sustain he has. Vengeance is out as well. Demonic Force trying to whittle him down. Does he get it? Does get that final hit on to Lunar. Now starting up on the turtle. Kazue finds a kill onto Zhao from the mid lane from out of
What the fuck you just told? Put hair back, forehead is reflecting the screen light, we can see you. Okay.
And down he goes. Man, not just that, not just kills, but every kill on this Fanny. That's exactly where you want it, especially for somebody who can get that snowball for your team the way he is. And I mean, they're just doing a good job, a great job of getting those whittling down that damage. I have to kind of question, you talked a little bit before about Blotzfed being a little too eager. Went to meet Kazue with like less than 50% health, especially for a Fanny that was a 3-0 at the point.
Yeah, it's definitely raising a lot of questions and need to be a little bit more careful on his positioning as he's allowing these opportunities to walk straight into the hands of S2G Esports. And right now they're leading the way 4-1, still in 1,000 gold lead. We just got to see these kills translate into objectives, and they're off to a great start from being able to take the top turret because of the positioning over there from Blatchfed.
Wasso actually gets walled from his team there.
I will stream like this now all day.
Able to see how well Papara Supermassive does with a lot of these team fights. I mean, they've got all the tools for all of this CC. You've got the Frigid Glacier. You've got
Shut up, K-Mind. Shut up.
I mean, there's a ton of tools that you can use. They just haven't been able to do it in this early game. Wasso actually going to be caught. Avatar the Guardian catches 3 members with the Frigid Glacier I was talking about. IMU Avatar the Guardian comes out as well. Lunar does find himself a kill after Dark has to run to the safety of the tower. Here comes Mohi looking for a kill onto Lunar, who's going to dash his way to safety.
Listen to me, Tanjiro.
Comes in onto Sensei, but from the backside, Causeway comes in.
This is normal hairline.
Is he going to be able to find it? Mohi goes down the 6th kill for Causeway.
Papar Supermassive being way too aggressive. They're behind in items.
This is normal hairline.
And they're taking fights that are not necessary. I mean, even Wasa on his signature Phobius, he's rushing into the middle of the jungle with nobody beside him. You know Phobius lacks this mobility. You don't have a Hylos. You don't have a Mathilda. If you get caught out of position, there's nowhere to run. And that's exactly what we've seen. A quick shutdown from S2G Esports, and the punish continues as now they're going to be able to take this turtle.
I want to say one of the big things about Lucas as a character is he is just deceptively tanky, especially when he is in that beast form. I mean, I understand Mohi, he saw him at 10%. He's like, I can do this easy. But in beast form, he was just able to tank so much damage, allowed the time for Causeway to come in, and then you're in a 2v1.
I'm a girl now.
Just something Supermassive has been.
Tanjiro, donate me $1 more and I will be girl till the end of stream. I'll be like, hello guys, my name is Juliana.
And Kazu just putting the team on his back right now with this Fanny, but it could be a little bit of a double-edged sword because that means most of the gold from the kills are going to him, which means it could be a chance for Papar Supermassive to really still be able to put on a fight against the other members on the team. But just paving the way every step of the early phase.
Snipers have a very easy job with him,
really
okay.
find little to no struggle on taking these objectives.
Well, the one thing that is in their favor is what you brought up is all those kills are on one person. So if we get to the point where we're no longer in the laning phase, where we're all grouped up and Kazue tries to burst through our entire team and we're able to get the shutdown there. Oh, actually, you can see there. Kazue takes down Mohi in front of his team, powerless to do anything but watch up at the top lane. And just as I was saying, like, they need to group up. They need to be able to take down this Fanny.
I'm a girl, guys.
Once you take Kazue down, you've taken
I'm a
out
girl.
the biggest part of S2G's
Tanjiro.
success here in this match. However,
Come with me
that's
tonight.
easier said than done.
Yeah, it's Kazue versus
Break up with your
the
girlfriend,
world right
Tanjiro.
now on this Fanny, and he's beating the world. Nothing is stopping him. He's 7-0-1.
Tanjiro,
on
you
this
hear me?
Fanny, and now the Lord spawning in. They're gonna try and take this objective.
more
to claim
glamour,
the
hello.
tier 2 turret standing from Papar Supermassive. Papar Supermassive, they can't even invade. They can't even contest this Lord at the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, and now they're going to go ahead after having...
If you'll be tomorrow in Ukraine, I'm all yours. Tanjiro.
Sigibom, who's trying to distance himself. Lotsvet running for the hills. Kazue comes in, finds a kill onto Mohi. Avatar, the Guardian, slams down. Meanwhile, Zhao gets taken.
Are we even watching game right now?
9-0-1 is Kazue. Can somebody stop him?
Man, this is really putting me at a loss for words on
Who's
how
winning?
well Kazue is doing. I mean, take a look at this. Look at Mohi's positioning, right? Doesn't know he's in there. He's gonna go ahead and use a trick by doing the quick cables on
nice,
the
Fanny.
wall. Mohi hit with a full tornado of steel cables. Just a
S2G
really
winning,
good,
okay.
micro from the side of Kazue on this Fanny, and now it's a 10-2 lead. 9 of those 10 kills in Kazue's hands alone.
Nah, it's
Yeah, Lord crashing in at a bottom. Kazue finds himself a tower.
it's fine if you're gonna be in Ukraine tomorrow. I know it's easy. I know it's easy. It's not hard.
Down almost to their high ground towers.
You can come for me to Ukraine, Tanjiro. If you will come, I will come too.
S2G esports. We've talked about it before. There are some things that are just so hard to come back from. Points in the game, especially for a
I
team.
play rank and watch your stream, bro. I can't play one hand. Okay.
Looking for the damage. Zhao trying to lay it down with that blazing duet. Mohi finds a kill onto Sensei. Wasau finds one onto Pagu. Lunar in trouble. Gets taken down by Blotsvet. That is 3 down for the side of Papar.
I am in Ukraine. Send address, okay.
Looking to answer the call, but not able to just yet. Mohi in trouble, trying to take
Yeah, Tanjiro, I'm just using you to get me Ron back.
He goes for unanswered.
He will
deaths
become
on the
jealous
side of
and we're gonna get
S2G
back together.
Esports.
Yeah.
And this is what happens when 9 out of your 10 kills goes to one player. Look at the difference when Kazue is not in the fight. He was not able to make his way to the mid lane skirmish between both sides, and it was completely one-sided from Papar Supermassive. Even with heroes like
Dazai, shake your head.
Harith having this goal difference above the Claude, like it's just such a dominating turnaround from the side of Papar Supermassive. They have to wait to engage. They have to wait for Kazue to be in position.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing. It was just a stroke of luck that they started that engagement and Kazue was nowhere to be seen. And it just showed. It's exactly what happens when the star player is not part of the fight and you put all of these kills onto one person now. Starting up, Demonic Force comes in onto Pagu. Now you see Blotsvet from the flank there. Sensei taking a little bit of damage as Kazue goes ahead, picks up that rose gold. Now looking to get into the fight. Ooh, actually, take a look at the damage leader.
Every time Dazai tells you to donate less than $20 for something, he secretly wants to do it, but needs an excuse to do it.
back out.
Guys, donate $5 and I'll let Tanjiro come inside me.
Glacier does connect onto Lunar as well.
But not Tanjiro, not Tanjiro. Donated there.
You see Kazue looking for an angle here as this Lord is getting dangerously low. Is he going to be able to pick up the Retribution? He's still able to pick up the Lord. Zao able to try to kill onto Lunar. Kazue finds himself and escape. Sensei tries to put the damage on, but the rest of the team disengages. Now, when we take a look at this leaderboard, and this is the difference. 4 top positions, but 3 of them taken up by Papara Supermassive.
You look like Aloha Dance if you know who it is. Yeah, I know.
Esports, which kind of tells you something when it comes to having a fight, which Kazue is not a part of. And that doesn't spell very well for his team. And it has to do with the understanding. The team needs
Prostitute.
to understand Kazue,
A prostitute streamer.
disadvantage, and they need to play like that.
Yeah, they have to play around Kazue and not as individuals without him. And now the siege through the mid lane.
Come inside here. Come inside.
What a nice frigid glacier that lands on Zao as he just came in.
If you know, you know.
Blazing duet. They're going to be able to take down this Lord at the
One who
mid lane.
comes.
They lose one of their own, but do put a death onto the
Dazai
board
bend
for
over,
S2G
I'm almost
Esports as
finished.
well.
Crazy.
It went from like a kill list to 8 kills for the side of Papara Supermassive and only a 2k gold lead now for S2G. Papara have really mounted a comeback here at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they've only gotten 2 more kills in the past few minutes. But Papara Supermassive has climbed to 8. And like you mentioned on that leaderboard in terms of damage, you saw 3 members from Papara Supermassive up there and 1 from S2G, and that's just due to Kazue pretty much dominating.
Hello, I'm only 10. My mom wanted to know what I'm watching. What should I say?
Supermassive, and so that's something we have to
sex education, bro. Tell her it's sex education.
The problem with that is we are now at the 16-minute mark, right? There's not any tier 2 or tier 3 turrets in play for the side of Papara Supermassive, so they're not going to invade too far without the team being beside them. And this is where you start to see the fanny fall off.
Oh yes, because especially it's
not Pornhub. No.
When you have teams that are kind of grouping together, but Papara Supermassive are still pretty split.
Air in my eyes.
Trying to keep a little bit of control on all of these lanes and some of their jungle. Fanny usually has the biggest problem in the late game. Once she's not able to get that one hitter quitter onto members, and she has to rush through like almost the entirety of the team, where you're bound to get hit with at least
donate me
wild
tokens
CC, to stick you down, and the rest of the team kind of jumps on you there. Here, Papara Supermassive not really too tight of a ball.
Guys, donate me tokens,
we'll see how that
please.
kind of manages up here as we move in for this Lord fight.
Yeah, the Lord now going to be spawning in. This will be a Luminous Lord as well. A chance for S2G to push into the base of Papara Supermassive. You got to watch out for the team fights, though, from Papara Supermassive.
YouTube has some policy? Holy shit.
Playing a little bit tighter together. You're already seeing the push on the way, though. Wasa trying to find a counter.
Ooh, Avatar of the Guardian comes down, lands on the 2 members there.
I'll watch some TikToks.
Lunar forced to disengage. Mohi fighting for his life here, trying to take down his Lord. Oh, look at the burst coming down onto Mohi as he's still able to answer back onto Lunar. Pagu and Sensei get popped up there. Mohi still has that immortality. Pagu in trouble. That is 2 down for the side of S2G Esports. But here comes the cavalry in the name of Kazu. Zao wasn't taking any chances. He immediately winter crowns as soon as he saw the Fanny swoop in.
I don't like the rotation from Kazu, right? Speaking of Kazu, though, finds Zao. My goodness, at least he finds something there. But still, the rotation, it's got me scratching my head a little bit. He tries to go for the backdoor play. He knows the inhibitor on the top side.
Massive comeback.
And he tries to clear out those minions to be able to get the backdoor while the rest of his team is fighting for that Lord. He doesn't get the backdoor play.
I can see anything.
Out and goes on the defense. So then he tries to rotate around to get back to the Lord in time. And by then, his whole team has been pretty much annihilated, and they lose the objective.
No way.
Also, ooh, Pagger's gonna have to use that that wild charge to get himself away. He actually got bursted down very low. But it was something that we brought up earlier. At this point in the game, Kazuya isn't as effective during these team fights. So I mean, I don't know if that was the wrong call, but he's trying to still be active on the map rather than just kind of sitting around and doing nothing during a lot of these Lord fights where he's not gonna be able to jump in because there's just too much CC. So he's trying to create pressure in the side lanes. Unfortunately, Papara Supermassive are just
Push
doing
back
such
that
a great
hair
job
line.
quickly being able to
I'm quite
dispatch.
fine.
Here comes the Frigid Glacier
Did you
that
see
does
new revamped
freeze
Kimi,
off.
guys?
Luna are looking for an escape, does dive out.
Kimi will be
Avatar
meta.
Guardian comes out, lands onto two members. Lord actually getting ticked very low. Sensei gets shredded by Zhao with that blazing
No way
duet,
Supermassive
and
gonna win
down
this. No
goes
way.
the Lord.
Yeah, you still see Kazuya on the top side going for the split push play.
Please,
But
S2G,
S2G,
please.
I mean, I feel like without Kazuya, I get the idea, but they're just lacking in the team fight department as a collective.
Now I
Against
see
Papara
something, Sinky.
Supermassive, I don't know if he can afford to keep splitting from them, or we're going to be seeing Papara Supermassive steal this game away.
Yeah, Blotsfet. Oh, here comes Kazuya. You're at the point now where your Fanny is just kind of trying to... Oh, actually gets caught there with a little bit of CC. Rains down, does dodge a lot of the damage. But I was going to say, you're at the point now where you see Kazuya kind of trying to bait out. He just kind of zooms in, zooms out, is not able to...
I don't know,
get that
probably
damage
Kimi will
because
be
of
S
the way
plus
Papara
tier because
Supermassive,
she's
especially when
she's
you have
kind
the
of
whole team initiating
team
that
play
push.
hero right
And
now.
speaking of which, I mean, they've kind of...
Hey Dazai, do you play
top
PUBG?
lane.
No, I don't play PUBG.
They're gonna kind of need to get that one a little bit of damage up onto that top lane before they can really kind of sink.
By
their
the way,
teeth
that's
into
how I imagine a
final
crack
push
core to
at
look
the
like.
high
Oh,
grounds.
okay.
Now Papara Supermassive has the lead in the economy. We're past the 50,000 mark for gold, so everybody is full itemed out, and that's where it's going to be a problem for Kazuya. He's going to have to go for the split push like you mentioned, as he's going to be lacking compared to the rest of the team. He doesn't have that massive advantage from leading the way 10-0 to 1 anymore. Everybody has the items necessary to pretty much be able to burst him down. So yes, his main focus is going to go in for the sideline pushes and possibly trying to get
I'll tell everything to your
Retro
girlfriend.
away from Mohi. And Papara Supermassive, they understand this, and they're going to put on that pressure.
Hans Revamp got pushed back just like your hairline. My hairline is fine. What? My hair grow here or something?
There to help out Blotsfet. Immortality has been procced. The rest of Papara Supermassive come in.
Dude says she's watching beside me right now. Run away from Thunder. He's gay. He's gay. No future with him. Gay, gay, gay. Listen to me. I'm expert. He's gay. Run away from him.
After Dark is going to have to use his flicker, and the demonic force gets frozen as Sensei finds the
Does I do
kill
Genji
Onto
hair do
Answering
next?
the call,
Genji?
S2G Esports with 4 members
Genji?
looking to close this out. It's just After Dark alone to try to defend this core against 4 members.
Genji.
Wait a second. Pride of Ice comes
that's-
out.
Genji.
Yeah, Pride of Ice is out. Immortality procced out there, but this is a wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tied at 2-2 apiece with this next victory going to S2G Esports.
Oh, wow.
Can't count them out just yet. The hometown favorites from Turkey, S2G Esports, able to even out the series 2-2 for the decider match to see who goes on to the challenge
Genji.
finals. Now breaking down this game, the longest one we've
Oh,
had
I
yet,
don't know how to do that.
21 minutes. If I had to give a judgment call, though, I think judgment was what was the mistake made by Papara Supermassive. Too much of an aggressive play from that Avatar, the Guardian.
Genji from
Watchfed
Overwatch?
into the mid lane, forcing Papara Supermassive to take a fight they were not prepared for.
Yeah, especially in an open lane where you've got somebody like
She knows I'm gay
Sabum
and
on
she's
the
staying
Harris,
together
where you've
'cause
got
I'll
these
never cheat on
tiny
her
little
with another
areas where
girl.
your CC really can
Crazy.
be successful.
But she doesn't care, you will cheat on her with another boy?
I know he's reeling from that. We're gonna rub it in just a little here. That Avatar the Guardian comes down. The rest of his team is not in a position to be able to help him, so they all all have to disengage from the Lord, run towards him, and you're just, like I said, the open areas are just somewhere where S2G was able to shine. When you're in the jungle, when you've got all these little funnel points, it's so easy to get the CC onto Siggy Bum.
Yeah, and the thing is, with
Joga, hello.
it was pretty much a really good game between both sides, the longest one we've had so far. And in the beginning, it was just a full domination from Kazu. It was just Kazu versus Papara Supermassive.
Actually, I liked it better when you made that ponytail or fontaine, whatever it's called. This,
and that's where S2G had to kind of pick up the pieces and start performing
like
because
this.
he could not be the difference maker the later the game went, and it came down to the wire, to a last-minute mistake.
This bullshit
From Blotchvet over there in the mid lane to rush in with the avatar of the Guardian. A little unfortunate, and honestly, I don't even think that with that push, I think Papara Supermassive, they shouldn't have bit the bait, right? They should have backed up. They should have regrouped. Yes, Blotchvet is down, but we still have a chance to turn this around. But the overextension, the follow-through,
I don't mind sitting like that on my stream. I don't care.
It costed them the entire game.
Yeah, and you have to. Well, it also kind of comes to a point is you give up Lotsvet, but you're also giving up the Lord at that point in the game too as well.
Genji from Crow Zero.
The enemy team a huge advantage, and I think this is that last fight there. Immortality proc. Rest of the team tries to come in, but eventually the tables turn. Even with the Luna are able to get the kill immediately. That's a huge amount of
insane
your
hairstyle.
And unfortunate for After Dark, not able to offset 4 members of S2G Esports, and that is a wrap.
Yeah, that will be a wrap, and a bow on top of that present is Kazuya will be able to get the MVP.
Cool. He's cool.
Now, this is a time where it's well-deserved, right? We got to see him cable around the entire land of Dawn. Like you said, it was him versus the world. You don't get to see that too often.
Your hair looks like a different bird every time. Like, this is a hoax.
Definitely something that I would not allow to walk if I was going against
Sasaki
SGG.
Hayase reference. Wait,
Yeah,
who the fuck is
especially
Sasaki
in that early
Hayase?
game. However, you have to. I mean, first of all, let's just on Kazuya here. 10-1-3.
Is it like Kaneki Ken from third
crazy,
season?
Especially with how many kills they got into the early game. All the kills went on the Kazuya there. So I mean, a great job by him. But in the overall game, Papara. It didn't matter to Papara because they were doing all right as they moved into the late game, as Fanny started falling off, as S2G started having these fights without Fanny right next to them. It was Papara's game to lose, and they did.
It's for tomorrow, Tanjiro, when you'll come to Ukraine.
Like, was Fanny really the problem? Yeah, it gave them the early game, but late game Papara Supermassive was still successful. It's just that they made a mistake. So is Fanny really something that we need to focus on?
Interesting relationship you have with your girlfriend, Tanjiro.
The reason I'm not a coach. It's a lot of these decisions that kind of go back to their heads and what they're going to do here.
Well, there's definitely more problem. Like, yes, Fanny got all the kills, but we also got to ask the question, why did Fanny get all the kills, right? There's a lot of times where Blotchvet, even in the beginning of the game, he was way too overextended. I think he was, when it came to First Blood, he was the first member to fall from the side of Papara Supermassive as he overextended into the orange buff from Kazuya, which led to his first kill of the game, which led to that snowball that we got to see for the first half of the match. And I think that is what trickled into the late game, right? These decisions to overextend is what's costing them the game. I mean, it started in the beginning with the overextension to the orange buff, and it ended with the overextension into the mid lane, which overall won S2G these trades and is how they were able to close in for the victory.
It's just, man, this map is just kind of crazy. Just especially for a Fanny, just all over the place there. All of those kills there. A great job by Kazuya there for S2G Esports. Just we're gonna see if the Fanny is even really worth a ban, or if maybe we get something that can kind of be a little bit more effective of a counter, because I feel like they just kind of tanked the damage from the Fanny. What we've seen before, what we saw yesterday was that the group had a plan. They had a decent amount of CC that could shut down the Fanny immediately once they started balling up. Here, it was basically just win through attrition. Like, Fanny's going to come in, we're going to take some losses, we're going to take some damage, but eventually
Yes,
we're
I'm
going to
here.
kind of push through here.
Can you
which is
help
a
me with
different
some
plan,
advice? I really need
mildly
advice from
successful
experienced
until,
player.
a mess
Yeah,
up,
what
which kinda
do
leads
you
up
need?
to, do you
Advice
want
on
to
what?
have a
Tell me.
composition where it just takes one mistake for you to lose the game?
To me personally, I feel like I would ban the Fanny, and the only reason why is just how, like, when you make a slight
I'll be right
mistake,
back.
just how quick the punish is from a Fanny on the other side. When I kind of looked at the draft, right, from game number 4, we saw the ban on the Suyo from Papara Supermassive, and I personally would have rather just banned out the Fanny and took the gamble with Suyo, because he's not as mobile. He's not going to be able to rotate around as quickly for a punish onto the side lanes, and it would have been way more of a safer game from the side of Papara Supermassive. Now, is a Fanny beatable? Certainly, but you have to be able to know when to engage and when not to, because that's where Fanny shines, is the slight mistakes that you may think are minor get majorly punished. And speaking of major things, a free code now available for you guys to pick up who are enjoying the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Decider match for Group A. Definitely grab it while it's available before it's too late.
Yeah, and I do agree. I was just when trying to play the devil's advocate, I don't want to kind of lay out certain things that kind of could maybe be called, but at this point, he's too good on the Fanny. He provides too much to the team, especially like you were saying. All it takes is somebody to make a little bit of mistake, get too low, and try to make an escape. And there's Fanny coming in for the swoop, for the cleanup. And before you know it, you're like 0-6, and Fanny's sitting there with 5 kills under their belt. And your entire plan revolves around, is Causeway around? Like, is he not around? Can we engage this fight? And you're not always going to get opportunities like that. It's just too
what
many
advice you
boxes that
need?
need to be checked with a Fanny
About jungle,
level
about
that
X-Play, and
S2G can
about
perform on it.
how to get a boyfriend.
So
I
we'll
don't
see
know.
how
What do you
well
want?
this, next and final game of the series wraps up.
Look, I don't think there's a single Mobile Legends player in the world who has not played against a good Fanny and seen just how much of a personal damage that can take to your soul. And yeah, Fanny sometimes can be that hero that requires a whole team to draft against it, not a specific player. Maybe even going in for just pure suppression could be something they could lean in on if they do go against the Fanny again and decide to let
I
it
play
walk.
in a full
Now,
team. Wait.
Here we are, Private. We talked about it. What these teams need to do to be able to be successful. We talked about in the beginning that we like to see things go the distance, and here we are at the final
I play in a full team of 5
game
people.
number 5 between some of Turkey's finest
We can't
teams.
protect
Now,
our forest when
they're not
enemies
just competing
enter
for
it,
anything,
because
right?
of
They're
which
competing for a
our
seat into
forester
the
and
challenge
team as a
finals,
whole lose
and
their
both of them
advantage
are
at
sitting
start.
at match point.
Then maybe you
But,
protect
I
your
mean,
jungler?
Right now, when we're looking at what these teams have
Why
been
you can't
successful
protect
in,
your jungler?
I
What are you
feel
doing?
like,
Is it you can't
Papara
protect your jungler?
Supermassive, it's almost kind of crazy. It's a flip of the coin for me when it
What
comes
is the
to
reason
how
why you can't
successful
protect jungler?
How successfully they're able to answer with drafts, and then on the flip side, how badly certain drafts just absolutely falter and fail to answer.
How
what
play
is on
when
the side
anime
of
come in our
S2G
jungle?
esports. It's kind of crazy to me. It's like they ignore certain aspects. They hone in on something, and then they ignore these little details on the outside. They had a great amount of group play where it came to the CC, the Frigid Glacier, Avatar the Guardian, a lot of CC on their side.
Tell me the reason why you can't protect your jungle. What are you doing that you can't protect your jungle?
When we were talking about some of the lane pressure that we had from a what was it, Sicky Bum, who was on the Granger, and then CC on the XP.
Like, of course, when enemies come into your jungle, you should come and fuck them. It's obvious. You say you can't protect. Why you can't protect?
It's very interesting to see how these drafts go, but I mean, we're at the blue side. Papara Supermassive has always,
'Cause I don't
they'll take
understand.
a loss, and then they'll finally be able to kind of come back and realize, all right, this is what we need to do to counteract that here. So we'll see what they have as an answer here. But yeah, in answer
Draft
to
already started.
your question,
Knows
we
it.
do have Fanny taken off the board.
And you know, you make some very valid points, and it's a little bit of a pattern that I'm starting to see from EMEA in general, right? They are willing to take the risk on some of these more staple over the globe
Please,
bands
S2G
and
win
letting
this,
them
please.
walk, and I don't think this is something that's going to fly inside of the mobile masters.
My
That
friend
needs to
bet
stop
on S2G
right
win.
now,
Like,
because when you go up
they
against
just
APAC
can't lose.
and you allow something like a Fanny to walk,
Snoopy, are you here?
we all know what's going to happen. I'm just going to let that be known now. You have to stop letting these overall global bands walk, because when you do, they lose. We're not seeing these teams beat them, right? You let the Zeus'in walk, you instantly lose. You let the Matilda walk, you instantly lose. You let a Fanny walk, the same thing repeats itself. So why even take the gamble when you can just ban it out? Speaking of bans though, we finally get to see it in action. The Eve has been banned this entire time, but now it will be picked up from S2G Esports.
Well, and yeah, we're going to see how successful this Eve is when it comes to that real-world manipulation. One of the biggest successes and one of the very few opportunities that we saw Eve out was when you had the Eve and the Hylos together, where you had the real, not only did you have the real-world manipulation trapping you in that box, but you also had
Not gonna
the
lie, you look more
slowdown
badass
from
with
the
your hair
glorious
lift.
pathway from the Hylos, which really synced in
Just
the
if I
devastation and the
have
amount of
short
damage
hair, I
that you
look
were able to deal out.
more
Here,
like
we
man.
don't have that
If I have
security
long
just
hair, I
yet.
look more like
And I'm
fanboy.
wondering what we're gonna have on the back
If I
end to
have
be able
short,
to
really
hopefully
short hair,
punish Eve,
then I look like
once she
retard.
goes into that real world manipulation.
Speaking of punish, a massive pickup for the Hilda on Papara Supermassive, trying to deny S2G from picking up this Hayabusa.
I can
Giving them a
switch
little bit
from
of a warning
being a man to
on
be a
Dazai, his final
fanboy
pick for the first phase. You are going to be seeing the
in few
CEO
seconds.
on the side of Papara Supermassive. We've seen
Like-
a little bit of that focus into the jungle with the Fanny,
Amen.
with the Joy being taken off the board. They are not going to bite the bullet, though. They are not going to take the risk. Hayabusa will not be played, and it will be replaced by the Nolan.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I feel the tingle
A fanboy.
disappointment from a Nolan picks, just because he's kind of fallen off from where he really used to be, where he used to be the super powerhouse in the early game and just steamroll in the same way. It was like an easier Fanny when it came to how well it could steamroll, and it didn't require all that much skill. Nowadays, there's a lot of things that need to go right for a Nolan to be successful, and you absolutely need to be able to get those kills in the early game. Not that I'm doubting Kazue in this manner. It's just it's more of a weight and a burden on a jungler than most other assassins out there who can take their time, who can get their items, who can wait for people to get low into the mid game. But I mean,
And
there's
hello.
a lot of great things about him.
Or
in
any-
that he can do that damage. If he does get the kills, he can steamroll. If he doesn't, he is also very quick to
I can
traverse
also
the
be
map to provide
Ghoul.
that pressure in those
I can be
outside
Kaneki
lanes
Ken.
as well, and still be able to get back to these objective plays.
Speaking of objectives and pressure, there's a hero that kind of rings a bell for me that has yet to be picked up, and it could be a wise decision from Papara Supermassive, and that's going to be the Lu Yi, right? If you pick up this Lu Yi, you have great crowd control because you already have this healer who's going to rush in for the damage. Now you add an element that S2G has yet to have to face against, which is the element of surprise, right? And you can use those diversion plays to keep S2G on their toes, and I
Lucas,
think it
Lusa,
could be a
hello.
wise decision from them to be able to slot that up. If not, maybe going in for some artillery to match the bombs raining down from Sensei on this
Kairi.
Eve. Maybe going in for that Farza
Please
as well.
buy
Both of these, I
some
think,
milk
could be some great answers
for me.
but right now, something for certain
I
is
need a
Papara
milk.
Supermassive is lacking
Yeah.
in the crowd control department.
Yeah, not just that, but
I can't live without a milk.
For this Eve, Farsha, I feel like they're trying to bait out. They're like, go ahead, use Farsha, I dare you. We've got Jawhead, we've got Nolan out here. We've got two things at the moment you start leading down that feathered airstrike where you have to stay stationary, you're going to be crushed.
No clue,
and
hello.
they've also taken out some of the other big hitters there, like the Sicilian as well. I think the only big ranged one that we have left is
okay, fuck you, Kairi.
maybe even a Navaria. I don't know how
I'll
well
buy
they might
milk
do into
myself.
this, but that's enough distance, and she can lay down some abilities to actually be able to punish some of these picks. It just it really depends how flexible some of these. Oh, didn't even think of a Faramis. We haven't seen that in such a long time either.
Yeah, and they're going to pair it up with the Tigreal as well. Both of these add some sustainability and crowd control to Papara Supermassive's kit. They have the damage already from the Irithel, from the Hilda, and from the Suyo. So overall, I feel like it's a well-composed draft. When you have the Eve, though, that's where it could be a little tricky.
What?
Right? Because when you have this Faramis,
I need the cow milk, of course, not man milk.
to play a little bit closer to be able to get in distance to have the additional life when you are fighting against S2G, and that could profit on the side of
I am new sub. Hello, Miley Kong. Miley Kong.
That are rushing to the back line like the Jawhead and also the Nolan.
Are you agree with them, Dazai?
Oh, I was going to say it's very interesting because say everything goes absolutely correctly.
With who? I'm not even listening to these casters.
That implosion from Tigreal. We don't really have the AoE damage except for
I agree that S2G draft is better, but they can fuck up easily. Like they counter super massive draft. S2G has a draft that counters Papara draft, but it's so easy to fuck up and start losing a game here. Oh. Let's just watch anyway.
I was over there trying to look at some of the elements and what they had, on their side for Papara Supermassive, but they are missing some massive AoE, right? I mean, yes, you have the Irithel, yes, you have a little bit of here and there, but it's not going to have a major impact, which means when it comes to
I just saw this draft a lot of times and it looks cool, but then you miss one skill, then something goes wrong and you lose already. What championship is this? It's Snapdragon Europe. ESL Snapdragon Europe.
Time to decide who will move on to the challenge finals.
Yeah, one of these teams finds themselves a path moving forward. The other finds themselves a quick road home.
Yeah, some of the emblems popping up on the board so far, and I feel like it's a little bit of a blended environment, but you are going to have the double concussive blast working for S2G on this Akai and Jawhead combination.
Yeah, and they're sweeping through their jungle so quickly now. You can already see he's starting to provide that support up at top, now answering into Papara Supermassive's jungle already. Pagu, they're going to provide some support while Blotsvet gives that information to S2G Esports, which allows the Mohi the advantage to go ahead and answer that by taking some of S2G's jungle as well.
mean, we don't know how to protect it when the enemies are going to our jungler. In short, we don't know how to build the rotation so that roam and mid could protect the jungler and the marksman wouldn't get hurt.
What an ejector and
David, hello.
Absolute domination onto Blotsvet, and this is kind of something shades of what we were seeing from game one as well. We talked about it.
I don't know, if enemies invade your jungler, it means they are not focusing your marksman right now. So protect your jungler, best fuck enemies, fight in your jungle, then go back to mid lane, skip wave, and go back to marksman if he needs help.
Need to be careful of that because that's what kind of led the way to members like Cosmos.
I know, it's always different for every game.
Supermassive, speaking of steamrolling into this turtle.
Ooh, and the big heavy spin coming out there from Lunar, able to disengage Mohi. Waso in trouble there. I'm not sure. Hild is fast, but I'm not sure he's going to be fast enough to take on 3 members there. Hopefully the rest of the team
Dazai, you have a cat? No, I'm allergic to cats.
Some type of advantage here. Zhao going to be able to dive out of the way of Pagu's ejector there. But 2-0 right now for S2G Esports.
Yeah, Causeway was able to pick off Wasa off screen. The two.
Unfortunately, because I like cats, but I'm allergic to them.
This is where that Nolan starts to shine, right? He rushes in, able to get this burst potential to deal a
one scratch from cat, like arm, I don't know, wherever. One scratch,
yeah, and man, right now,
and I look like a balloon.
Objectives. It's almost to the point where, like, Tigreal's gonna need to be used to push Lunar
and red as fuck
during the end of these fights and kind of hope for the 50-50 retry, because that heavy spin absolutely debilitated Mohi from being able to get the retribution there. Big, oh man, goes in against 4 members there. Blotsvet taken down again. Heavy spin.
Support from India to you, thank you. It's that serious? No, not that serious. Just my nose is clogged. I can't breathe really good. It's not lethal, but I better avoid it. But I don't like it.
3-1 for S2G Esports, but not altogether unexpected for a Nolan who really shines in the early game and takes down Blotsvet down to about 50% here.
Have you heard MLBB is banned in USA? Yeah.
He's not just taking anybody out, right? He's taking
my previous stream name is Rest in Peace Mobazane.
Speaking of potential, 3-man gank on the bot side. Mohi needing to be careful. Turtle has spawned in. First one went over to S2G, and now looking to claim the second one, but the contest for Papar Supermassive.
Yeah, and you can already see Blotsvet is already at lower than 50%, so he's not going to have that big of an engagement here. Down to about time, but heavy spin is out there. Mohi not able to get the retribution again. Blotsvet has to get out of the way. Nether Realm is out to keep his team topped up. Papar Supermassive lose the turtle there, but they do well on the execution of not getting taken down as well.
But they won't find the trade, and now a 1,700 gold lead for the side of S2G Esports. Glowing Wand picked up by Sensei.
Why are you hating Mobazane that much? I'm not hating Mobazane, to be honest. It's just a joke, like, rest in peace Mobazane. Because he can stream Mobile Legends now.
Looking at a 4-1 lead in terms of kills and 2 turtles to the side of S2G, and they have yet.
Is Supermassive a good team? Because they play kind of weird, no? Just regular gameplay with some mistakes. They are not like Philippines level. They are not Philippines level. They fuck up in draft, they fuck up in rotations, they fuck up sometimes in fights. Not much, but a lot for a pro team.
Up Papara Supermassive from really 100% like diving into some of these engagements. Zhao comes in, 5 Pagu on the back.
Yeah, with VPN he can play with 60-100 ms. Really good gameplay, bro.
Members from S2G Esports up at the top. We're going to be looking for an angle to possibly take this tower. The rest of the reinforcements for Papara Supermassive come in. Lunar looking for an angle, but it's more than enough time, more than enough room for Siggy Bum to take down that top tower.
Yeah, able to claim an objective on their side again. And no trade found from Papara Supermassive, and Causeway 2-0-1 alongside Sensei, even on the KDA. Only one that has a kill on the board is Yao for Papara Supermassive. He just needs to stay alive. He's going to be the
it's
one
like Indians, you know. Mobile Legends is banned in India as well, and they all play with 100 ms, connecting to some Indonesian servers.
By a death sonata from a Siggy Bum and shut down, and that's going to lead to another turtle take here. Blotsvet gets found out there, gets a teammate thrown.
I don't know, go Google it. Why MLBB is banned in US.
Teammates and landed on top of Blotsvet to stop him from running away, and they secure another kill.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but I mean, if I'm looking at Papara Supermassive, and I'm looking at the deaths. There's 3 for Wasa, and there's 3 for Blotchfett. That means they're overextending and they're playing way too close to this composition who has the isolation play, specifically Pagu, who has
Thank you very much. It turns out that the rotation needs to be built so the mid and roam can always help the jungler.
Well, the problem
Of
is
course.
it's a composition that kind of counters the
You should
aggressiveness
play
that
with
you
your
want
jungler.
from somebody like a Hilda.
Jungler
Hilda does
is the
absolutely
first hero
nothing
in
when you're
games
on
that
the
gets
back
power
foot.
spike.
Pretty useless. So you
Because
want
he
to
gets to
maintain
buff,
that
he gets level
aggravation,
4,
that aggro,
and now
that's,
you need to
that
use it.
confidence in trying to be able to kind of
Usually
like
you
get the
use it
pushing
on
power.
turtle.
But here you're getting behind.
So
you're
you
starting to
basically
fall behind
prepare
when it comes to
everything for
defensive
your
items. You're
jungler.
getting
If you
shredded
don't need to
from
help
all the damage
jungler,
that's
you
being
help
out
other
there from
teammates.
S2G.
But you focus on your jungler. First
First
part of game, you focus on your jungler. Not on marksman, not on explainer. You just need to focus and use your jungler.
When we got to see S2G just power through them.
Yes, guys, TikTok, TikTok and Mobile Legends are banned in USA right now. Go Google it if you want, it's true.
Now going to be hitting like a truck and executing with the lethality. The lower members of Papara Supermassive go. After dark, though, he has this nether realm for safety.
Kazue comes in, finds a kill immediately on there. Siggy able to take down that tower. And I was going to say, maybe you have an answer in the late game for being able to possibly find these wombo combos, but this is something that we talked about during draft. If you
I don't know why.
Where's
I
the
don't know
burst
exactly why.
damage coming from that can actually be able to take down Siggy or to take down S2G Esports? You've got a nether realm out there. Another ejector comes on the Blotsfat, does get a push, but gets taken down immediately. 0-4 for Blotsfat.
Oh man, this almost hurts the eyes on how painful this is for the frontliners. There's so much counter for when they rush in, right? You're getting hit with a heavy spin, you're getting hit with a lethal injector, you're getting slowed by Sensei, you're getting bursted down by Kazue, and there's nothing you can do
Americans got access to TikTok again, Dazai. It suddenly got unbanned. What the fuck, really? Cool.
Yeah, and as you see it there, that big tanky front line there, Lunar doing such a good job using that Akai to stay.
We Indians have our own version of MLBB, which is known as Mobile Legends. What the fuck?
Lethal injector for Lunar on the way out too. Pagu having the time of his life on
I didn't know all that.
An isolation king, and a lot of players overlook the value that the Jawhead could provide. It's slowly starting to showcase even more forward than the Cho.
Well, yeah, and it's one of those things I feel like comes in and out through like opposing seasons, because after a while people start getting used to and they understand what Jawhead is trying to accomplish. He's going to try
Do you
to
think we are Indonesians still the strongest region? No, the strongest region is Philippines. Indonesia is second.
Oh, actually, going to dive in as Kazoo putting on the fracture, and Zhao finds a kill. Finally able to shut down Kazoo, but not
it's same but different. Okay.
Take down the mid tower. But as I was saying, like Jawhead, there comes a point where everybody's gonna know the counter for him, and Jawhead's gonna fall back into mediocrity, and then you're gonna have a point where nobody remembers Jawhead, and he's gonna come back, and people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, the ejector." Blotsfet finds himself a kill, while Siggy Bum answered back immediately.
Okay, not necessary. That's from Sensei.
As you take a look at the damage leaderboards, Siggy Bum and Sensei topping the charts.
And then right below him, Kazue.
Why he can't just stop banning games, social media? Just go do something really useful. What the fuck are you doing all the time?
To be able to help him on that initial damage, to be able to have that slight boost, and then
why they just can't stop starting wars?
Whoa! Lethal ejector on a Kazue. What is going on, Pagu?
Holy fuck!
The whole of Papara Supermassive.
These guys there make everything so complicated.
Kazue comes in with a fracture, almost taking down 3 members of them. Each one of them went into a different direction to try to avoid it.
MLBB in US would be banned tomorrow? No, it's already banned. Hopefully it will get unbanned.
Passive to work in his favor after being out of the battle for so long. 4,000 goldie closing in on 5,000 S2G and After Dark.
Like,
Almost
why
taken down
even
in
Mobile
that
Legends
bush
is
play
banned in
at about
India?
45% HP.
What
This is
India
a very
did,
great
what
game
Mobile
for
Legends
SG
did to
Esports, but
India,
you know
tell
what?
me.
It's a little
Holy
bit of a
shit.
surprise that Zhao's been able to stay alive for so long. He could be the decider on what keeps Papara Supermassive in this game. As long as he can avoid SUG from finding their way into him, eventually he'll catch up on the items as we get closer to that 40,000 gold threshold.
My only problem is that, especially with his kit, Zhao can only take down one person
No problem,
at a
Horovchik.
time. And that's a lot to ask for. You're telling me that the entirety of S2G Esports needs to be held at bay as Zhao whittles them down one at a time. It's going to be you're going to have to be a very crafty.
I didn't know India and China are so enemies.
As S2G Esports cleanly gets another Lord.
They saw him, Zhao, clearing the bot side with Blotsfed, and they were trying to clear that Lord in time to be able to get down there to pick him off. But you definitely have to keep
Just
a close eye
stop
on
being
how Zhao
enemies,
plays
be
this. You mentioned a
friends.
great point.
What
You
the
can only really
fuck?
focus on one member at a time. And Papara Supermassive is lacking.
Did
in the
India
AoE
and
department,
China
which is
had
probably
war or
leading
something?
To why heroes like Akai and Jawhead can easily push on forward and be overly aggressive because you can't focus both at the same time.
I almost feel like, and this is going to be horrible to say, like a Carmilla would have been nice in this composition because you could have spread out that.
Crazy.
That
And why
huge
did you have a
heavy
war with
crossbow
China?
damage to the rest of the team of S2G Esports with maybe some CC. It's just right now they're just having a heck of a time right now, especially because Blotsfet and Wasa are just really getting heavily countered out here and taken down as we rush into the bottom tower. Siggy Bum laying down the suppressive fire. NetherRealm is out to clear up the bottom, but at the top, Papara Supermassive have lost 2 of their high grounds.
Yeah, needing to be careful though, because they only have one inhibitor on the bot side left standing, and S2G, they have everything working in their favor. Repeat of game number 2 in the decider match series, and there goes the Russian from S2G for a punish.
Yeah, right now we're going to go ahead and see Siggy Bum laying down those Death Sonatas on the damage there. But, I mean, this is basically academic. Down comes the real-world manipulation.
By the way, I never saw an Indian team in some tournaments. Never.
They do,
in
I
esports.
feel like they're a little confident in what they have. Still need to kind of clean some things up. They didn't have any minions there to actually do anything to that bottom turret, so it was kind of a waste of time. Go ahead, clean up the enemies.
Seems like India really have problems with everyone.
So that they have no way of getting,
And China has
actually
problems
regaining
with
some of that gold
everyone.
advantage.
Yeah, just a 5,000 gold lead. But I mean, they're both past the 40K mark, so it's going to get to a point where we're not even going to have to worry about it because everybody's going to be at full build. But even at full build, there are still limitations just due to the composition from Papara Supermassive. There goes the immortality picked up by Pagu as well for a little bit of insurance. Siggy Bum picking up the War Axe to be able to fight even longer on these engagements. On this Granger, Siggy Bum, we saw the damage leaderboard. He was at the very top above everybody, even Causeway with the burst damage.
Yeah, and right now 3 and 10 and about a 6K gold lead for the side of S2G Esports. I feel like this pickup of the Akai was just such a great read for the side of S2G Esports. It really had such a huge effect when it came to stunting the objective pulling ability of Papara Supermassive, especially in the early game. And now you've just got this huge wall that's going to be able to defend. Here, S2G Esports, they don't even need this Lord. They just want to bait out a fight and hope that Papara Supermassive come in tow, especially with 2 high ground towers missing. There's a huge time limit on Papara to be able to make this fight happen, make something successful out of this before they start having minions knocking at their door. And you could see Zhao's going to have to answer.
I mean, I don't care why they act friendly, but 100% acting friendly is more efficient than acting not friendly.
Spin, but Siggy Bum cleaning up a shop. Mo Mohi finds a kill onto Lunar. Siggy answers back with one onto After Dark. Down goes Kazue. Zhao finding himself some kills as Pagu running for the hills. Mohi finds himself a kill, wants to take down Sensei, and able. Oh, he is not able to find it. That Winter Crown.
They almost won a game.
Maybe he might have cost himself, but the Winter Crown, a great move from Mohi there.
Mohi is playing
like
good.
That Papara Supermassive have found themselves a little bit of breathing room in this game.
Yeah, they bought themselves a little bit of time since they left to defend against Bloxvet Mohi and After Dark with the Luminous Lord on the bot side, and Wasa forced to defend against the minions.
Man, right now 7-13 on a 3K gold, no, 2K gold advantage for Papara Supermassive from an 8K deficit. Blotsvet needs to be careful. Ooh, After Dark has to use his Nether Realm defensively. Blotsvet sitting here, he does have that immortality out. He does not get taken down, but still, I mean, Blotsvet, he scares me when I see him going up into the team. I mean, we all know it. It's a rough time to be a rogue right now with so much CC on the side of S2G Esports. Zhao, we were talking about it. He needs to be able to hit these targets one at a time.
They're playing already 3 hours.
How able to give him that time, give him that room for him to be able to find these kills.
Yeah, and that's all they need to keep doing, right? Taking these engagements one step at a time. Right now, you are still looking at SCG with a lot of insurance on their side, but the respawn timers are very long, which means if anybody falls, you can pretty much guarantee them out of this game for pretty much a full minute, which could cost either side the entire game. If I'm S2G, I'm trying to find a way to get over to Zhao. If we can find Zhao or Mohi, we get a guaranteed Lord and a guaranteed close on this game. But for Papara Supermassive, they got to find Siggy Bum, and they have yet to really find a way to get the isolated play into the backline.
Yeah, and Siggy Bum is just having a heck of it. And it's a Granger in the first plane. He is so hard to kind of be able to kind of latch down his Death Sonata gives him a little bit of wiggle room. His dash itself gives him some wiggle room. And all the while, you're taking all of these shots from him as he's disengaging from your team. It's one of those things that it's almost like, all right, we just need to zone him out while we take out the rest of the team and then maybe deal with him at the end.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the damage leaderboard, and here it is again. 86,000 for the Granger, above everybody by 30,000 damage. This is possibly the highest I've ever seen in terms of a difference between everybody else on the...
We do see that laying down that crystal. Lunar, they are looking for a good position onto this Lord right now, but you can see right now Papara Supermassive not in a great position to really answer for this fight right now. They're all split up all over the map. Wasau still here at the front, so I'm kind of wondering what is the plan. I believe Papara Supermassive want to try to catch the Nolan in a fight here. Do you have a conceal play here? Wasau running for the hills. Pagu comes in looking for the ejector, does not find it, but 4 team members. Wasau actually might be in a little bit of trouble, putting some damage onto Siggy Bum. Still has that immortality proc, and now the Nether Realm has been used as well. But at the core, Papara Supermassive need to pay attention.
Kazu is pushing base.
Kazu, who has some minions at the base, and just like that, this is what I was talking
about.
Sensei! Ooh, we do have an implosion.
Ooh, nice Akai ultimate.
To protect Sensei, S2G.
Damn. That's gameplay I like.
Coming in, they don't have the damage of Zhao just yet because Zhao has to answer the core minions as well. Lunar comes in, more damage. Kazue looking for an answer. 1 down for S2G Esports. It's Pagu the roam, so the rest of S2G are going to back up.
I can feel the intensity, the pressure.
After Dark dead, but heal is found.
Able to find After Dark. A slight mistake in positioning is all he needed to get an advantage.
And that is one down for both teams. But After Dark has the advantage of that passive. He's right back on the field like nothing happened. And he's going to have that Nether Realm for his team. Here comes the retribution for Papara Supermassive. Mohi captures it. And right now, S2G Esports are on the back foot with a 22-minute Lord.
Dazai, what do you think about Miso and Naga players in MLBB? I don't know them,
Man,
sorry.
it's just bittersweet. You get the kill, but if there's any hero that works in favor of, it's definitely the Faramis. And with that passive to come right back, that is such a clutch moment for Papara Supermassive to take this Luminous Lord. But look at the position.
Yeah, I saw that post in Instagram, Winter.
He's looking for a kill. He's hunting for it. Goes up against Mohi. Gets a fracture, but is not able to find the kill. Both of these have their immortality procced. Mohi's going to keep on. Oh, comes in. Takes a fracture. Takes some damage.
Oh, Kaza, don't die right now, bro.
And this is just the problem, too. He's able to spam out these abilities. Just lost that purple buff, so he's going to be running out of mana a little earlier, but he's going immediately for the enemy's purple buff as well. This time now, Mohi going to answer the call at the mid lane with the Lord and the rest of his team. Is this going to be the final draw for S2G Esports? Nether Realm is out. Damage coming out on the back line. Takes down Wasau as they continue to pour on the suppressive fire to try to take down this Lord. A high ground at the bottom.
Oh,
Dazai comes in, finds a kill.
Tigreal died.
And S2G Esports finally find themselves in control of this match.
S2G all Turkish? No, one player Ukrainian.
Play from Blotchfed. I mean, he did an implosion, but only caught one member of S2G. And without that setup, Papara Supermassive was not able to close it out onto the base crystal and force the retreat, and then he gets picked off by Causeway after that mistake. And now Papara Supermassive, it's been flipped around. Their backs are against the wall, and S2G is on the push.
Yeah,
or maybe it's a lose for Messi.
Out here, still 15 seconds left on the death.
Oh my god, no, it's a lose, it's a lose.
The ejector is able to find Zao, still has that immortality proc. Heavy spin is out. Pagu is down. Zao with the final damage there.
Nice, GG's.
After Dark is down, and this, ladies and gentlemen, oh, it could be the
No.
in trouble. Wasau gonna come in, get some damage on Mohi, takes down Causeway.
Oh, creeps! Creeps at top lane!
Able to find the kill. Wasau
Creeps! Holy shit!
Trying with all his might. Sensei! Ice Crown is out there. Can he find the final damage here? And eventually Wasau has to disengage from that fight.
Akai went back to base.
What did I just witness? When is the last time we've seen an Eve out-sustain a Hilda all the way from one base to the other? This is a 25-minute game, not just any game. The deciding match to see who from Turkey will push on forward to the challenge finals. And we don't know which way this is gonna go.
Yeah, they're still even here right now. This is, I mean, it's just a fight. 3 down for S2G Esports, 2 down for Papara Supermassive. They're all going to be up and ready. It's going to come down to a mistake. This is when I would be giving my Captain America speech to Blotset, saying
70k HP, Lord. 72.
Because like this has been those moments where Papara Supermassive have shown a little bit of issues when it comes to that discipline, and this is where they need to have it the most. Now we're starting to mount onto this Lord. Zao putting some damage onto it, down to about downing it by about 20%. But look at the spread. Papara Supermassive pretty much all over the map right now as S2G Esports looking to kind of group up around the Lord. 50% now on this Lord, and they decide to let it go. Looking for the bait out, but don't quite find it against S2G.
This is the pressure of an Akai. I mean, look at Lunar's positioning. He has the
26 minutes. It's Dota. It's Dota at this point.
By pushing them back, and he buys the time for Causeway to rotate around the map and try and even out the wave management. Some great macro and micro plays from S2G, but Papara.
Oh, Tiger really in very good position to get Granger right now.
Look at the placement of Blotsfet here. I'm not even sure if Siggy Bum knows it. Oh, he's not going to be able to find the angle that he wants. He was probably looking for a little bit of CC that he could get us, but Granger does have the Purify too, so he's going to be able to get out of that initial push, that initial implosion that might come out there. And so right now, both of these guys being so careful, the respect for the damage, the respect for some of the planning that's going to be coming out here as we starting to push in onto the waves. Once again, Papara Supermassive lining up with this Lord. They are going to reset it. No, they're down to about 30, now 40%. They clean up the top lane there. You can see Zhao putting on the damage as well. A big group up of S2G up above the Lord, 50% now, and the Lord is reset once again, all the while S2G Esports with the split push pressure at the bottom.
Yeah, but again, there needs to be some pressure onto Lunar. He has the heavy spin. This is the whole reason why Papar Supermassive is not engaging. He's creating such a threat for this neutral objective that Causeway, he doesn't even need to be in this fight. He can continue to split push. Look, if you're not going to go in for the Akai, catch Causeway out of position. Somebody needs to go down there.
Mohi can get Causeway right now.
Because sooner than
I
later,
feel this.
these
I feel
minions
this
will be at that
timing.
inhibitor, and Causeway will be at that Lord to take the objective.
The problem is that Causeway is such a good split pusher that he can get back so quickly if he is going to get chased. Oh, they go back. They already see it. And you can see now Causeway going to come and answer this fight. Now they're going to be looking for something very quickly. Hilda, Wasau, putting it to Lunar here right now as S2G Esports start on the Lord. Getting it down to about 40%. Paku and a Siggy Bum onto the back end.
Oh, Hilda.
Wasau is really deep onto the back end, has that Winter Crown. They do find another Winter Crown here as well, and an Immortality procs for Sensei. Down goes
Sensei dead.
Finds the kill. Lunar in trouble, taking a hole. Who gets ejected out of the way, but this is going to open up the Lord for Papara Supermassive. Zhao doing such a great job with that.
I guess it's a free Lord. It's a free Lord. They should give that Lord.
Through hurdled Lunar to his teammates to get
a Lord 80k
out of
HP already.
Now
Holy
there's
shit.
Only two members of S2G Esports. Causeway trying his best to find himself an angle. But at this point, we just need to take down the Lord. We need to kind of throw it all out there. Siggy Bum trying to put on the suppressive fire. Immortalities are out there, down to 30%, 20%. A pop-up lands with the Nether Realm. Ejector comes in. Are they going to be able to get it?
They got Lord.
Retribution by Mohi. Papara Supermassive get themselves a Lord. Heavy spin is not enough to save Lunar as he gets taken down. After Dark and Mohi in chase are able to create the distance.
At least Sensei will be alive, but without Akai, I don't know if it's possible.
For S2G.
They still have push potential though. They still have their ADC, and Sensei will be back in time with the RWM to slow down this Lord. If they can find a way to freeze the top side, could be a potential chance to still have a chance in this match. But look at the Luminous Lord already in the base for S2G.
No, it's GG's. It's GG's right now.
Sensei does lay down a real world manipulation. Wasau with the Immortality proc, 50%, 40, 30, Papara Supermassive after
Crazy.
a war against S2G, reign victorious.
The doors have been shut for Group A as the decider match comes to a close, and it's the dawn of a new era. Papara Supermassive finds victory in the best of 5 3-2 finish against S2G.
My friend just lost $100.
Of attrition there at the 25-minute mark. Definitely
Miron
trying to
MVP,
close
yeah.
up some of those holes in their game plan at the end, but proved that they had what it takes to kind of keep things disciplined, keep things tight, eventually taking up the Lord and
30 minutes
into
game.
that final push here. Even when you're taking a look at the score, 13-20. So they were under when it came to the kills, able to eventually eke out, especially with a composition that I really wasn't in too much favor of.
And not just the score, I'm also looking at the timer. I'm trying to check just to make sure, but that appears to be the longest game we have had in the challenge season. period.
Papara
for
lost to
Season
Europe
6.
teams, right?
What
They lost to
a
Birthright, I
battle
guess.
For the Turkish region. Man, both of these teams, you could tell how bad they wanted that victory, and it went down to the wire. That's the distance that we've been looking for.
92% kill participation. Zhao, once they started getting into that late game where Zhao was able, I mean, we talked about it, like what needed to happen, and it seemed so outlandish. It seemed like a fantasy. We need to be able to hold them at bay while Zhao can get one kill after another because it's a single target damage hero, and they were able to do just that, to provide that time for Zhao to be able to be successful.
And man, I'll tell you what, we have enough highlights in just this game alone to fill social media for Snapdragon Pro Series for a month. That's how many clashes we've seen between both of these powerhouse teams. But nonetheless, it was definitely a treat to see a battle of the Irithel being protected by the Hilda and the Tig versus the strong frontline, back-oriented dive composition of S2G. A 30-minute game, both teams passing 80,000 gold, everybody at full items, and everybody giving it their all. But in the end, only one team was able to get that ticket into the challenge finals, and that is Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, you can see just the damage that was coming out from the Irithel on all of these matches. Well, and even here, where we thought it was over for Papara Supermassive, Heavy Spin was out. They were still able to find what it took to fend off this defense, create it successfully, and then turn it around. Watch and then this almighty fight between Wasao and the Sensei. And here is where it really turned. Sensei got caught at the bottom, even with an immortality, even with the protection of the Heavy Spin. Zhao tuning in, tunnel visioned onto the mage, able to get the kill there, and this is where it finally fell apart for S2G.
Yeah, Papara Supermassive able to create the separation in the formation from S2G. Sensei not able to close back to his team and forcing the rotation in from the Akai to be able to keep him alive, and ultimately he paid the price. And there goes Zhao again, staring at us, just full socks in the land of Dawn, no shoes, as he didn't go for the boots, or he sold the boots on that full damage. Well-deserved MVP for him as well. 6-2-6 KDA.
Those are eyes that have seen the end of the tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel was victory. And what a game played. Papara Supermassive showing that they have what it takes, earn themselves a seat for the finals.
And speaking of finals, we got to ask our amazing host Liz how she felt about our longest game and potentially best series so far in the challenge season.
I mean, Private has said it at best, a dawn of a new era for the Turkish. If you told me earlier that S2G
what's BBL Dazai?
Will be the first, oh not first,
Big black
will be knocked out of the challenge season, I wouldn't have believed it. But we just seen how well
Mercury, hello.
Supermassive performed throughout the series, throughout all these days. So it's definitely a well-deserved win. Now, Papara Supermassive actually was a upper bracket team, so they faced up against Birthright, and then they dropped down to lower bracket and eventually knocked out S2G, the M6 brother himself, and qualified for the challenge finals.
Yeah, and we've seen the birth, you talked about it, we've seen the birth of these newer, fresher faces that have overwhelmed some of our veteran teams with so many qualifications, so much international experience under their belt as we take a look at Group B.
Yeah, Group B. It's going to be hard to top off Group A, man, going the distance, but we're going to see two more teams, and one of them that's been well known for a long time in the land of Dawn. Incendio Supremacy up against Elevate. I can't wait to see which way that goes. Another amazing best of 5.
Nah, I guess Mobile Legends will be unbanned.
Yeah, definitely make sure you guys stay tuned. I mean, we are curious to find
unbanned
out
soon.
whether the M6 brother, the other
I got
M6
now
brother from
in
Turkey,
1 week or 2 weeks
Insignia's
max.
Privacy will make it out of the challenge season.
I'm in
They will
USA.
have to paint their fate for the next series, and we just cannot wait. Now, guys, take a short break, and we will be back for the next series.
I know how to play League. Shut up. No, you don't, monkey. Your link is ultimate dark system material. Let's not talk about that game when I was trying to make a combo, okay? I was just trying to make a combo. Even Miron reported me for that. Guys, warm up with Dazai. Let's go. We have a lot of time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
What the fuck is it, warm up? What the fuck is that?
This is it, everyone. The last series of the day, the last series of the challenge season between Incendio
Ultimate warm up.
versus...
It's for shoulders.
Versus Elevate.
They have changed their name. They have changed their name.
Yes, they have changed their name a few times, and now you already know by that. Maybe I have my heart towards Incendio Supremacy. We did see them throughout the challenge season, but we did also have Yue back in the desk. How are you doing, Yue?
Oh yes, you know, after a great series coming out from the last game, especially a 30-minute game, the excitement just kind of oozes through onto our match coming out here. Incendio versus Elevate, two strong teams coming out. You know, it's gonna be a good match here.
Yeah, it's going to be a good match indeed. We did see a great upset in the last series, and we'll have to find out how this series is going to go. I mean, two Turkish champs. Now, one of them is already home, so what is going to happen with Incendio Supremacy? I'm kind of scared. Now, looking at the bracket, we saw Incendio Supremacy lose in 2-3 versus Team Falcons. Team Falcons now is officially qualified for the challenge finals, and now we will get to see Elevate, who beat out
Next
BJK in
exercise.
3-1, and now they're gonna face up against Incendio.
Yeah, and this is a match, as you can see from the upper bracket, that has already happened. Incendio led 3-1 over Elevate at the beginning, best of 5 here. So a little bit of a rematch and an opportunity for Elevate to prove that they've made the changes necessary to bring them forward.
It's again, it's gonna be a tough match coming out. They played each other before, and these are teams that definitely know each other, probably see each other in ranked games. So the adjustments, just like you're saying, Private, it's gonna be extremely important to see how they decide to work this out to maybe get an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, for Elevate, it's going to be looking for an upset, and for Incendio Supremacy is to hold the Turkish name and proceed on this journey into the challenge finals. It's going to be a lot of excitement ahead of us, so Yue, take us your way.
It's warm up
It's
for
take us
shoulders.
away here. Private also on the board. You know, this matchup,
If you have
not
bad
a lot of
posture, you
time
know,
to actually look through and see how
you
these
can do
teams
that
actually,
3 exercises
want to be,
and you will have
headed
good
up
posture.
against each other. Incendio, of course, is the dominant international
Trust me.
experienced team. They did fall short against Team Falcon yesterday, which means there is quite a bit of room to kind of wiggle and work with. However, Elevate has seen this matchup at the same time before. They were able to beat Besiktas 3-1 here, so they do have some momentum behind them.
Well, and also that if there has been a story told through this entire tournament, it's been for some of the new blood, some of those new kids rising have taken control of this and moved forward to the point that it's not so easy for a lot of those veteran and experienced teams to just make it through. So Incendio, especially with their performance yesterday, might have been a little lacking against Falcons. They need to clean that up, because like I said, there has been one genre, one plot point for this entire tournament. It's that it's not over till it's over, even against some of these newer teams. And Elevate, the new kids on the block are looking to make a statement in their first tournament.
And you said it exactly, right? Now Incendio, you know, coming out with the bans here, it's very standard for me. If you take a look at some of the past games that they had, they always took out this Matilda. Elevate actually has a win on this Matilda against Incendio. So 100%, I think the Matilda is going to be banned out from the side of Incendio.
There is going to be a few other picks that, you know, I'm watching out for. The Badong definitely has not really been let go, especially in most of Incendio's matchup. However, in our last series, Badong was opened up, so maybe they're going to decide to test the waters out. But Elevate takes out the Fanny. I think that is going to be a great choice. TNZ, great performance on it yesterday. Still something that both of these teams don't want to let go.
An absolutely mind-bending performance on it. So
My shoulders feel
enemy, but in
a relief.
team so far ahead that without TNZ, and when you got to that late game where TNZ
And also,
wasn't as effective, his team
don't
was
forget
kind
to
of left
wait.
and faltered, and ultimately ended up taking some losses due to it. But Dank still prioritized. We saw in the last, I kind of brought it up in the last series, the first two losses for both of the teams had a Badang on the team, and it's almost like the teams heard me, and then after that, Badang vanished from either picks or bans, and we had, I want to say, more standard drafts that really came down not just to drafts, but I want to say 90% of the play style that was successful, because we saw some things that maybe shouldn't have worked, but on paper we're like,
why are you not writing anything, guys? You're doing the same exercises now? Well played. Well played, guys. Do the exercises. Well played.
Over before on their back foot here. This is where Elevate needs to I want to say be very disciplined when it comes to. I expect
Incendio should win 3-0, to be honest.
A lot of pressure, a lot of
Those are not shitty exercises, I swear. You will never feel pain in your shoulders ever.
Find those little holes in the game plan and be able to kind of rush back through the mid and late game.
So
Trust me.
Does take out the Louis. A lot of respect towards Rosa. We didn't really see in the first series that the Louis was prioritized at all, but Elevate knows that this is something Rosa and the whole entire Incendio is very good at, right? You know, the fast rotations around, they do take out the Phoveus. This is kind of the swing band that I was wondering what Incendio is actually going to be picking up. And then also Zushin gets taken out. So the Eve is left open if they want to decide to prio it. Incendio also has a very strong Hylos. So Eve, Hylos, both are available. They could also take the Hayabusa, which is, you know, a great jungle pick. And also both of the marksmans, Harith and Granger, which we've seen quite a bit, are also open.
Yeah, which is interesting too. Could you go on the side of Elevate, take the Eve and the Hylos, allow them to possibly pick up the Granger?
You look weak, Julian, for some reason. Maybe you are tired right now? Maybe I should punch your face, you monkey, so you understand I'm not weak? Well, just take your face and like...
I want to say from the last two series I've seen, it's almost to the point where you're not
Am I weak, Winter? Am I weak right now?
So don't try to bully him in lane. You just need to kind of get that wall. You need to negate his damage. You need to have that strong front line that allows him to just, go willy-nilly, get that 86k damage on our team.
Wow.
As long as it's on the
Zai,
front
do
line
you
where it doesn't
see Discord
matter.
Aldous?
They go ahead, they're going to pick up the Granger.
Discord
and the
Aldous?
Cho,
Wait.
which was actually missing from the last series, which I know you are a huge fan of when it
But
comes
it's-
to kind of getting into that line and isolating one of the teammates.
This is very interesting for me because Elevate has picked up this Chow against Incendio before. It didn't find the success that they were looking for, and the matchup is very, very similar to this.
I
one.
just watched that video.
Against the Hylos, which
Nice
Incendio
kill.
is so good at. Apex 47 did such a great job, especially in the last series that they played against.
On
Falcon.
Epic
They didn't
rank.
get the victory, but the Hylos was so impactful.
I can
And the
smash you,
Chow
monkey.
coming out
Let's
just
fight, let's
tells
fight.
you this is something that I think
Let's
Elevate has
fight.
prepared
Winter.
against. However, with the Harith now being on the board and a higher
Let me fuck
Hayabusa,
you. Let me fuck
there's
you.
gonna be so much mobility that the Chow has to deal with.
Bitch.
I feel like this is going to be an issue. I feel like the Chow's not going to get those single target suppression that it is looking for. However, again, Elevate has prepared this pick up, knowing that Incendio is going to be picking up the Hylos.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I know we talked a little bit yesterday about things that we could do against the Hylos when it comes to the Glorious Pathway. One of your options was the Cho, but I mean, it's all great great and all to have it on paper when it comes to the counters, but the execution is another thing, especially when you have another target out there that presents such a problem like the Harith does. If you allow him to kind of zoom around on that Zaman Force to get all of the damage, get all of the regen that he can dish out there.
Not
Here,
epic.
I'm expecting hopefully maybe a little bit more CC on the side of Elevate as we move into the second banning phase, and wisely Elevate takes Eve off of the board.
I like
Yeah, you can
Incendia
really
drop
tell
more.
who Elevate is really trying to target in these bans.
Really, I like.
3 mages being taken off the board. It does leave open Farsa, which we've seen Rosa perform on it quite well. There's also Valentina that I think the side of Elevate is going to be looking to pick them up themselves here. Incendio does ban out the Gato Kacha.
So good exercises, guys. Try them.
Have been using in the XP and in the roam position.
Try
However,
them.
there is still a Hilda available depending on how Incendio is going to choose to target this XP, because usually they actually like to go for some of the counter picks, some of the more different styles. They picked up something like the Dairoth before, right? And they always use this Lucas as a blind pick that's extremely strong. The Hilda gets taken out, so it kind of just leaves this Lucas that I think is going to be the high priority in the second phase.
Yeah, we're going to see here, we're still waiting on that last pickup, and they're actually taking off even more mages. And I'm actually kind of wondering what is left. We do still have some of those distance ones. The Sicilian is still out there and available as well. I'm wondering if that's going to be picked up, because I don't even know what you have after a Sicilian Xavier, as if you're going for some distance.
Arsa Valentina, I think.
Farza, Valentina, yeah, and Aurora as well too, if you want to go that route. I'm not sure how much engage. Yeah, you have a decent amount of engage on Elevate too. Aurora would work very well. Even for Elevate, Aurora would work to try to shut down the Zaman Force coming out from a Harith.
You know, what I am looking out for is, yes, I think they're going to pick up Mage. Yep, they pick up the Valentina. This should give a green flag to go for the Farsa, and they get to decide what kind of XP they want to blind pick, and I think Lucas is going to be the strongest pick here. They go for the Farsa, which has quite a short cooldown on the Feather Airstrike, a good amount of range, and has a faster lane clear than the Valentina. So Farsa, Lucas, that's what I'm looking for from the side of Incendio. Now it really gives time to the side of Elevate to decide what they want to deal with the Lucas. Traditionally, they've had picked up something like a glue before, so that could be a solid option, but we're in such a like end draft time where there's just not really too many pickups that they could decide to pick up themselves here.
Yeah, and you got it right on the money. My only problem with the Farza is the fact that we've seen it a few times, and the ability for most teams and most compositions to be able to close the distance right after a Feather Airstrike comes on, especially
Supreme guy,
with a
hello.
Glorious Pathway out. Now that might have been player style, if I
Okay,
remember
first game
correctly,
coming.
because I don't remember if it was Rosa that had the issue with like using that wings by wings after they got caught, and then staying around the fight, enabling a Glorious Pathway, and then they had no escape. So we'll see if they've maybe made some of the changes here. Glue taken out there, out on the field for Elevate.
Yeah, this is standard coming out from both these teams private, right? Like, we've seen Apex on this high list, we've seen Rosa on Farsa, we've seen every one of these teams.
Holy fuck, I want to
heroes
sleep
that
already.
they are
Oh my
currently
God.
on. The difference is Elevate lost 3-1 against Incendio with a similar type of draft and style. right? Elevate likes to go for that pick comp. We've seen them on things like the Kaja, the Jawhead, solo target suppressions or pick off, even the Ruby. We've seen them, you know, try it out. And is this going to be enough to overthrow the 3-1 that Incendio has put upon Elevate? The draft is the same, the bans are the same, the hero, it seems like the strategies are the same. I'm looking for improvements here, Private.
Yeah, an improvement is what they're going to need if Elevate wants to overcome the oppressors that they faced in the first round of this tournament here. As we go into game 1, Incendio Supremacy taking on
Aldous is overall useless hero.
And just talking about a little bit of the styles of the jungler.
Damage dealer on explains that steals all farm just to get stacks is bullshit. No normal team will focus on X-Plane hero to carry a game.
Should look for that far lane kill onto the gold lane as much as he can when he hits that level 4 power spike. You can already see a priority clear on the mid side. Rosa and Apex having a great time at mid, has the bush prio, but does get chunked out quite early here.
Oh yeah, Apex actually in a little bit of trouble. They're down to about 10%, but no worse for wear there. Is going to have to find a quick road home there at the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, doesn't really pop the revitalize quickly, so Apex is going to have, you know, a spell to use, especially when it comes down to the very first objective. So Boro on this Chow, we've seen it come out before. Chow is traditionally good against Hylos. Right, I've talked about it in the last games. The Hylos is almost guaranteed to win on this mid matchup. However, Chow trades quite well against the Hylos, especially with the, you know, the recent changes that he has. That bar, that red bar that he has, it's gonna deal tons of damage that actually a Hylos is not really able to sustain up against. But you can see, even so now with the winning matchup, they don't really have a 100% prio on these mid bushes. They have it now with Lito coming into the eye bush on the top side, but Apex is still having a little bit of trouble trying to open up some of the map here.
Oh yeah, we can see all 4 members of Elevate ready, willing, and able to be on this turtle. In comes with the quad shell. TNC gets a nice angle, but Fafnir gets the turtle. Feathered airstrike is out, and they're looking to kind of get the split is up. Apex 47 goes down, and it does look like Elevate are looking for immediately like they were going to try to maybe go ahead and go for an
Elevate are not playing bad today.
So they're going to have to back up. But a great turtle take and a kill for Elevate.
Yeah, I think it was a solid 50-50 opportunity from side the Incendio.
I know that MLBB is banned in US. I know.
On top of it, and Rosa was in a great position to try to get a last hit using that feather airstrike. But you know, Fafnir, good retribution on the objective, and Lito was able to get a split onto the Hylos, a priority target. However, now Tienzi in a good position.
Oh, a little bit of trouble there for Boro, who goes right into the middle, does find himself a wave of the dragon kick, and Tizo finds the kill onto them. 2 kills for Elevate.
Yeah, we talked about kind of the priority in early game, right? The Chow, again, traditional counter towards the Hylos. Chow has the mobility, has the stun, and Hylos is just one of those like sitting duck characters. He's gonna go in, he's gonna get picked off, and he's gonna die, especially in the early game where he does not have that much defense. However, when it comes down to late game, the Glorious Pathway might be a little bit hard to deal with.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too is that Apex 47 doesn't use that revitalize when he gets into harm's way. He's really kind of gunning on making sure he has that available for these team fights and everything, which is very interesting. It just kind of shows the experience of a player who doesn't have some of those tendencies to try to save themselves when it comes to getting caught like that.
Yeah.
XP lane is now for tanky heroes that initiate team fights
too much CC, the way of the Dragon,
and can be frontline for their team.
The Hylos is gonna get
early game heroes.
Second objective again. Fafnir still has a bit of a lead because he is a fighter with a lot of eye frames.
Whoa, nice stuff.
Going in here.
Yeah, what an interesting play by Alien. Flickers into the back line, gets taken out. Fafnir finds the kill onto him, and the rest of Elevate able to chase
Hylos,
down the rest of
Gato.
Insidious Supremacy. Apex 47 a little bit of trouble as a Sunshine trying to lay down the damage for his escape, but this does open up a second objective.
Some glue
for
edit
Seems
not
like
much
Elevate has
this
definitely taken the time to
this
review their
patch.
matches. Once again, this draft is
I have a tier
extremely
list in
similar to the
Telegram
game
channel,
mode.
so
Their strike bot side.
and in my Discord
Apex is
server, so
right
you can check it.
there. Immediately goes and knocks
Aldous
Enzo
is
right
literally
out of it, so not too
out
much
of
damage
meta.
done by the feathered airstrike.
Doesn't work
It is
versus
a
good
3-0
enemies.
lead, 2 objectives on the side of Elevate, a 2K lead 5 minutes in. But it's not in a place where it's so significant that we're like, oh dang, the snowball is coming in. But topside here, the flicker does come out, and this is what I was kind of expecting, right? Boro on this Chow, it's a high risk, high reward pick.
Yeah, speaking about that, off screen, Enzo finds a kill onto Apex 47. TNZ finds himself a kill onto Boro, 1-1 apiece, and finally Insidious Supremacy get on the board with a kill. Alien comes in with a huge bit of damage there from that ability, is not able to really ward off Elevate. We're at 1-4 right now, a little over a 2K gold lead for Elevate, who have been pretty dominant this early game.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to take the mid tower quite early on, right? And Incendio definitely overcommitted onto the far side. They were able to pick up a kill. However, the mid tower being down, that's going to be a big objective.
And Alien goes down due to that IMU feathered airstrike coming out from Enzo. Quad Shadow comes in with the shadow kill, looking for a death. It is able to find Tizo very close to the airstrike of their own.
Nice
Enzo
outplay.
is down. Lido looking, does have to use that split, running for the hills, juking and jiving, looking for an angle to get out, and protected by Boro to secure his escape. Now 3-5, Incendio Supremacy showing signs of life.
Yeah, showing signs of life. It felt like they just came online all of a sudden, right? And it started with TNZ. He was able to get his Shadow Clone onto a priority target like the Valentina, able to take him out of the whole entire team fight. And then the follow-up, Feather Airstrike into that Glorious Pathway. It's literally similar to something that we've seen before, right? But Boro looking to catch potentially on the backside. They know that the Herrick does not have that Purify. It's going to be possible for Boro to get that flicker onto it, especially that it's coming off cooldown right now.
Yeah, and right now they do.
I just lost my virginity, my S hearts. Smile if you like men. Automatically, bro.
Actually, almost gets caught. Alien with another flicker. Is gonna find a little
I'm more
bit of
laughing
pause
at
there
why
as
your
Sunshine
S hurts. Oh my god.
final damage to take down Elevate's jungler.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an over-aggression by the side of Fafnir, deciding to check the aggressive push on the enemy side. Lido, a little bit of a defense mechanism.
Imagine if the Europe teams wins over the MENA.
So utilities wasted.
Incendio Supremacy is Turkish team.
On any of the skirmishes coming up.
Ooh, but just like that, Elevate able to answer. There's a pressure up at the top that's forcing them away, and they're still able to find some towers down at the bottom. Quad Shadows is out as they try to put the pressure onto this mid line. Boro looking for the Jeet Kundo, seeing if he can find the way. The Dragon Zombie Force has been laid onto the ground. Suppressive fire coming out from Tizo, trying to put the damage. Alien takes a heap of damage. Boro looking for it, and the transformation into the beast is enough to save Alien. Wow. Meanwhile, from the side, a glorious pathway separates.
How to increase size of PP? There is no way to increase size of a PP, guys. Get your PP and tell yourself this is your PP till the end of your life.
You know, this is pretty even trade come out from both of these.
And when a girl comes to you, or a boy, I don't know, tell him, bro, I have not a really big PP. It's just, I don't know, small or average. Tell him the truth. And tell him you are proud of your PP.
Just because the cooldown is a little bit lower. And if you take a look at
Costo, hello.
yes, they're getting kills.
Yeah, plastic surgery and dual will have some stupid implants in your dick that will not make your dick longer, it will make your dick look like a balloon or a hot dog, I don't know.
In a great situation. Same thing with TNZ. All of these members are priority targets.
Please talk about yourself.
Has to find a way to switch on the target. If they just continue to get the picks on Apex, eventually it's gonna bite them.
Mine's huge like a horse. I can see a liar in our chat, guys.
Flicker into the flash step 2. Glorious Pathway is out. Split. Landing onto Apex. They're gonna put him back with the feathered airstrike. Is out from the side. TNZ comes, finds Tizo with a shadow kill of his own, and down goes Lito. 2 down for the side of Elevate, and a full team for Incendio Supremacy to be able to take down
Baby horse. Okay.
Lord.
More like true. Red Lion, hello.
Was the angles that
I like men, but I'm not gay. I'm a guy.
Yeah, 100%. And the angles.
If you like men, you are gay.
What
the fuck?
we kind of talked about in the draft. It's something that he's very solid good at blind picking. Boro here coming out with the flicker does push Rosa back over here, and Boro might get taken off.
Yeah, gets taken out by Sunshine with laid down that Zaman Force and was able to put the damage out. Boro powerless. Didn't have the Jeet Kune Do to be able to get himself to safety. Gets bursted down, and just like that, Elevate find themselves on the back foot as the power.
Bro, your name is Masturba Man.
Yeah, and I mean, Incendio's really playing.
I'm from Ukraine.
Up to what they want it to be, right? How can they skill stack, skill layer, and use these ultimates?
Tanger is not rich. Just every month, his girlfriend gives him $100 to send to a boy he likes.
There to zone out Feather, actually Glorious Pathway comes down there to zone out the rest of Elevate. They're going to be powerless to watch as their tower gets taken down. Now Lord up at top, and we're at the 11-minute mark from an Elevate domination all the way now to a point where Elevate only has their high ground towers left. Apex on the front lines trying to keep Elevate at a distance while they are trying to clean up this Lord.
I have to respect the side of Elevate picking up this Chow. Honestly, it's a hard pick. It's a high risk, high reward. He's gonna look for the kick here.
Yeah, they do find that burst onto Apex at 47, even with the suppressive fire coming down in the form of feathered airstrike from Rosa, not able to save him. But at this point, I mean, your point comes raining in true. You have 5 kills onto Apex 47, but it's just their roam. It's not really.
What's your thoughts on MLBB getting banned in USA?
On the team, at least
I don't care much. Sad for Mobazane.
Right before an objective, great. But when you find the kill at some of these points where there's not an objective happening, and
Shut the fuck up, Tanjiro.
abilities on them, it's not as lucrative.
Dazai, daddy. Yes,
it's just
baby,
very
what do you
hard
want?
to watch, especially when Apex is dying over and over, but you have Rosa, you have Harith. Everyone's just happy. No deaths here.
Yeah, Apex 47 going to rush in with that Glorious Pathway. And another into the back line. TNZ finds a kill onto Tizo. Down goes Lito, and the feathered airstrike to secure Incendio Supremacy's escape. They are doing such a great job of being able to close the distance onto Tizo. He can't even react. That flicker into the, I believe it's the flash step on that Lucas, is just getting him well into the back line, and Tizo can't even react fast enough. Salmon Force is down as Sunshine blares into the enemy team turret there. He's not even caring about it, but they don't get too much damage there. I want to say that was just for a little bit of show.
Can I say the N-word? I am white, by the way. Say whatever you want. Take the consequences. I don't care.
City was just so good at setting up the Glorious Pathway into a fight here, and they're looking for another one.
Oh, Fafnir actually going to have to use that Blade Surge to get himself out of harm's way. Still gets taken down. Alien closes the distance on Tizo again. The Lord down and Lido in trouble. That is 3 down for Elevate. It's just Enzo and Boro alone to protect this base right now. 20-second death timers on the rest of Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Incendio's just looking to groove and vibe here in this matchup. a complete sweep. That's a 3-0 trade with the objective here. And coming down onto the mid side, they get the burst that they were looking for. This is a one-sided sweep in the game number 1 here.
Yeah, Boro in trouble here. There's not going to be much as the quad shadows come out. And Tizo here trying to protect Apex. Is going to go down again, potentially. Sonata is out. Fafnir is going to have to use that blade surge to get himself out of harm's way. Sunshine with the Zaman Force laid down on the ground. They make short work of Alito.
Lucas Killian. Lucas Killian Granger in base. Holy shit. What's your favorite team in this tournament?
Game number 1.
Birthright, I guess.
This is something that we kind of saw coming in terms of drafting. In terms of the draft, no surprises coming out from both of these teams. However, the execution was just lacking a little bit. The side of Elevate had the momentum. It was like 4-0.
Nice first game.
The side of Elevate even got the mid prio, got the mid tower like 5-6 minutes in. However, when Incendio decides to group up, it just felt like they had a better
what is it, your name dropped up?
How to take these fights. You mentioned it, the angles that the side of
your cock is small.
Alien
It's fine, bro.
From the side numerous of times. The glorious pathway impactful, paired up with, you know, the mobility and the range that the side of Incendio have. It was a complete dominating game here.
For me, what was tripping me out was how fast they were able to get to that back line. No matter how far back Tiso was, it didn't matter. Alien flickered back there, got the flash step as well, and Tianzi was right there on the Hayabusa to get some of the finishing touches. All the while, raining down damage with the feathered airstrike was Rosa. Just an all-out, this a well put together composition that absolutely shut down, I want to say, some of the strengths that we see in some of these characters.
Yeah, no, this is very scary for me because the side of Elevate, they try to come up with a draft, right? They take out the Fanny, they take out the Louis, and they take out the Zushin. And then you have Incendio coming out with a first pick Hayabusa into an MVP. A blind
if I masturbate every day, what will happen?
First pick prio heroes that come in
Jesus will come and take your soul to the hell.
Take a look at this.
Do you want it?
Not,
do not masturbate every day.
Right, and from this point and onwards, the side of Incendio was able to win team fights over and over. It was convincing on their side. Yes, they take out Apex multiple times, but
really, I tried. My soul is in hell.
0 deaths from Rosa. Tianzi had a great game. Same thing with the Harith. Everyone was happy. This is the problem when it comes down to Elevate's pick composition. They're picking
Dazai.
units, but it just
1v1 cockfight.
Yeah, and you can see here when it comes to some of these fights here, I mean, a Sunshine into the back line, especially at this point in the game, 13-minute mark, just doing so
Don't let Snapdragon moderators see this fucking stream.
Tianzi to pick up the Lord without his teammate, who were doing their job of pushing out the rest of Elevate here, and this was pretty much academic at this point, not enough for Boro.
Yeah, KL, hello, I'm still streaming.
From the side.
And this is last game for today.
Yeah, I think Elevate has to try to find a way.
Then
to
I'll go sleep.
Switch up the draft, switch up the gameplay. When we talk about like a 13-14 minutes in, this is a one-sided match, and Tianzi here coming out with the MVP, a perfect game, 9-0 and 2, 65% KP, and honestly for me, the main reason why he's well deserving of this MVP was that pickoff on Tiso that turned the match around. Right? Remember, at that moment, it was 4-1 advantage for the side of Elevate. At the same time, Elevate was able to take the mid
Ignore.
So Tianzi being able
Ignore.
to find a pickoff
Such a good
just
word.
by
Ignore.
himself, it's a lot of
Go
momentum just
masturbate
being
and then
swung
sleep.
back
Okay,
into the
bro.
favor of Incendio.
Yeah, and it's all these little things that you mentioned as well, whether it's those little...
This stream sucks. I'ma go play MLBB and lose. No good luck for you. Go die from cancer. Get the fuck out of my stream.
So he died tried, but Apex was doing his job. He was protecting the teammates that needed it. Meanwhile, on the other side, when the kills actually started hitting Elevate, it was hitting those priority targets. The Mage, it was hitting the priority targets like the Granger as well. So when they took deaths, it just hurt more than when Incendio did, and it was on Apex 47.
Our
And
cockfight will be legendary, Dazai, of
traversing,
course.
as we start adding these up into all these little things, the mistakes, we got to a point where it was just a steamroll for Incendio. And then such great angles that they were able to find for some of these fights, especially at the one that was at the mid lane where the glorious pathway got laid out. So the entire focus of the Elevate was right in front of them to kind of try to stop this push. And then right from the side comes the quad shadow and
Fucking Hylos meta, I hate this hero.
Yeah, it's
Zizo wants to suck your dick, guys.
Incendio. This is just like they're
I
playing
need,
chess and they knew
like,
every,
let's be honest.
every single
I don't
point,
like
how
when
to
boys
find the
suck
fight,
my
how
dick.
to find the angle, how to get on
Let's
the backside,
be
how to get
honest.
those picks.
Okay.
And I feel like the draft has a lot to do with
I like
it,
when girls
but
suck my
Incendio,
dick.
In terms of how they're banning out heroes, they're opening everything
I'm
honestly for a good reason, because the hero pool is so deep coming out from both these sides, right? We haven't seen
Dazai
a
never
movie
masturbate,
being
he is a good
opened
religious
for
man.
Rosa
Yeah,
to take off,
I'm really
and,
religious man, I
maybe they're
masturbate
gonna allow
only
the
at
Louis to pass
church
this time around.
with a
Hayabusa
priest
gets taken
sometimes.
off the board. I like that.
I'm not a liar.
However, there's still a lot that they have to deal with. The Fanny that came out yesterday, that was tough.
It's
tough
still
open
with
up.
okay with
They
YouTube
decided to take out
guidelines.
the
I
Louis,
know.
which we still haven't seen Rosa perform on this yet. This is just
YouTube
very
guidelines,
coming
hello.
on non-stop. Is that good enough here? There's so much open opportunities.
Yeah, we haven't seen Rosa, and I think the way Elevate is thinking is like,
I don't
we'll
care
just
if
leave
it's a
that to
girl
legends. We
sucking
don't
or
need
boy,
to
as
see
long
it.
as
We
it's
don't wanna have
sucking.
the experiment
Nah.
of having Rosa on the Lu Yi. We'll just whatever stories they tell, we're just gonna continue banning it out there. But yes, I do agree that Fanny needs to be this next ban, and you know it's not gonna come from Incendio Supremacy. So what else is this going to be leaving open for them?
I'll meet your
Potentially
mom,
as well,
Izizo.
especially because
We have a
I wanna say
date
the
tomorrow, I
last game,
swear.
we kind of left open when it was the Harith and the Granger. Even with the Granger, man, he just had a rough time.
Shut
being
the
able
fuck
to
up,
disengage
Izizo.
from
Shut
his
the
team.
fuck up.
Hylos is open on the board as well. We talked about that combination between Hylos and Eve when it comes to just really hunting a disengage from a team. When you have that glorious pathway laid down, and then you have the real world manipulation laid down around it, you're just talking about a team that is crawling through a swamp while getting damage rained down on top of them.
Okay, I will say this though. There is a slight adjustment that's being made by the side of Incendio. Yesterday, they struggled to deal with the Zushin quite a bit. And typically, Incendio likes to open up picks. They ban the Badong, they ban the Matilda, and they have kind of this like flex ban where typically it's gonna go into something like a Phobius,
What's your
a
best
Suyo,
position
a
when you
Eve.
sex? Position
This time,
25.
they take out the Zushin, meaning potentially they're opening up some other picks that they want to go for, but that might mean the Badong goes free. But no, Elevate takes out the Badong. They're literally telling them. Pick
The
up
Zai
Fang.
forehead is like
Hylos
Captain
is going
America
to be
shield.
free. The Eve is gonna be free. Harith, Joy.
It's fun.
I mean, there's
Fuck
so
you,
much
Zizo. I don't want to
available
see you
on the
next
board,
month.
but it is for both teams to take here.
Yeah, Phobia's going to be taken off the board there. It looks like the priority from Incendio is going to be on to
Your
that
chat is
Lucas,
for the
again,
streets.
which
For
they had,
real, for
an
real.
amazing amount of success with. And
You
I don't
ask
think
me
I've seen
why?
them,
Maybe
be
you
able
ask.
to close the distance
Okay.
as quick as okay, Elevate.
Ask your
Go
mother.
ahead and pick up the Fanny themselves.
Why?
Ooh, okay.
Because I'll see you every
this is
day
a little
after I get
unexpected.
married to your mother, you monkey.
Elevate has played the Fanny before. It was a loss in the game.
You'll be my son.
Besiktas. But this Fanny, it was like a 24-minute game, right? If Elevate was able to go back and fix their mistakes, they should be able to do quite well here. And the interesting thing is
Spicy Dazai your in-game name? No, it's my Discord.
Elevate loves to play a pick comp. Loves that
My
Jawhead,
in-game name is just
Chow,
Dazai.
Kaja, So picking up something really mobile is going to force that
Are you in
challenge
love
to
with
not
me,
be as
homo? Bro,
effective.
you are
I'm
ugly.
expecting
You
Lou
are
right here to pick up,
ugly.
the Hylos.
I
And
saw
also
your
the
face. I
Farsa,
thought
because
it's
both
a
of these are
pig.
going to be banned out. However, if they don't pick up the Granger, you know, it's going to get taken off here. And Sendio with a great opening to the draft.
Palestine and Israel signed a peace treaty at Dazai forehead.
Yeah, Granger has picked up.
Do you do live
I'm
stream
always
from
of the mind that if
in-game
Granger and
account?
Harith is available,
Yeah, I
Harith
do.
gets
When
picked
I
up,
play,
feel
I
like
do.
We need to just go with something else in the marksman lane, just because of how easily it is to be kind of
Change it to Monkey
bulldozed
Dazai
in
for
that lane.
$30. Okay,
Not just that, but you need to provide a lot of support.
no problem.
Now we're saying you've got a lane where Granger's not going to be doing well, and you need to provide support for it as well.
Donate me $30. I change it for Monkey
We'll
Dazai.
see, the Hylos is out now, so we're going to have some ability to kind of close the distance onto that back line. And we talked about this and we saw it yesterday. Hylos is a huge player when it comes to the early game, when it comes to being able to get those objectives, whether it's engaging onto the team, disengaging, or even separating the battlefield.
What? No way.
when
Donate
it
me
comes to
$30 now.
opponents who have maybe eked out just a little bit too far. Waiting for that last pick from Incendio Supremacy, and then we're going to be moving into the second round of bans.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for something like the Lucas that did so well in the very last game. They could also go for the jungler. Typically, Incendio likes to go for an assassin, but they go for this Gatot pick early on. This is interesting because the side of Incendio has actually picked up this Gatot numerous of times in the very first phase. They love to flex
Holy
this
shit,
pick.
man.
It typically goes back onto Apex 47. However, they've also picked up the Gatot onto the XP. Alien has been performing well on this Gatot. So a very strong flex pick. It really makes Elevate wonder if it's going to be in the roam.
I'm always okay with everything.
XPs. I think they're gonna go for
When are you going to play? Alejandro, hello.
Incendio takes out the
I'm not
Sicilian.
going to play
I'm
today
expecting
anymore. I
Farsa
will watch
also
this
to
tournament
pick
and
up,
then
but
go
maybe
sleep.
They're interested in,
That's all I'm about
the
to do
Eve is
today.
also available. So two long-range casters.
Nothing more,
Potentially
nothing
one of
less.
them is going to be what
Fuck
Incendio wants to
you,
corner
Izizo.
Elevate in.
Yeah, I was about to say the Eve is a good priority here, but when we go ahead and we lay down that real world manipulation, when we lay down that glorious pathway, we've got some counters on the way. Yep, the Eve gets taken out, so we are going to have the availability of the.
Maybe
Farja,
Fanny
but
will
like I
carry
said,
this
I'm
game.
not a huge fan. I know it was successful in the last.
Okay,
game,
I go
but
toilet.
I've just seen too many times that it just becomes a sitting duck if we don't have the.
Oh,
if we don't
bye.
have the protection for that Farja, especially once we are on the back foot, which Elevate might find themselves here in this composition. I would like to see, right now, I want to see something that kind of comes out kind of bursty, something that's going to whittle down Incendio Supremacy that allows the Fanny to come in, swoop in to get some of those kills by themselves.
You know, I honestly like the Farsa because it gives them the range that they're looking for. If you take a look at the game one, right, it was the glorious pathway paired up with the feather airstrike. There's a deadly combination that allowed them to turn the game around. Yes, AOG hard to deal with. You don't want to give a feather airstrike onto a Valentina, and you know, with the Venom Force, the Hereth is going to be jumping around. However, I still think it's a very solid priority. Incendio with a open draft on the XP, they could pick up anyone that they want to here if they choose to go for XP. The Hilda, the Lucas, which was devastating in game number 1 with the ankles, gets picked up by Incendio. They're gonna be quite happy. I want to see how Elevate responds. They need the mage, they need an XP potentially. Elevate also is a team I think that is open to having the high lifts in the XP, so there is a flex opportunity there if they choose to use it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Incendio Supremacy, I don't know how the Lucas plays into a Fanny, but I'm not really seeing too much on the side of Incendio Supremacy to really deal with the Fanny. If it is successful, if it does start getting the ball rolling, it's almost like they're kind of just banking on their ability to kind of really be able to fend off a lot of these attacks without really even putting too much focus onto that. And you see on the other side, Elevate, they really focus on some of those counters. They took out the Akai, which can use that heavy spin. Here we have the Vexana picked up with the Hilda.
Vexana.
We will see if the Fanny will have the early pop off.
I feel like is
She doesn't need early pop off. She's good at any fights. Early, mid, late. She's just pressuring enemies. They should keep. They should always keep the CC for Fanny. Keep the spells, keep the positioning, or you die. Also, she's split pushing really easy, and she can get early domination.
It's decent against the Fanny because he has a little bit of CC that he could work with, and his physical damage.
But they better not ban Hayabusa, but ban Harris. They died from Hayabusa only because they are bad.
Again. Private, you saw this earlier today, right?
Yeah, we did, and
jungle.
it was not as successful. We even saw
No, it's Lucas jungle.
And I know you were.
They lost. They lost game 5.
You said, I'm pretty sure the words were, "It is not a game 5 pick that you would like to go."
Yep.
And I agree. It's not. It's not some of those one of those experiments. And there's a reason that Lucas is not really chosen in the jungle as often. It didn't do terribly, especially with the combination that it had last time with the high-lows and the real-world manipulation, allowed him to really get into that back line so fast, but it ultimately was unsuccessful. But we're going to be moving into the second game here of Elevate taking on Incendio Supremacy.
You know, the exciting thing about being casters is that we get to take a look at some of these drafts and how they are being picked up and paired with each other, right? We've seen the Hylos being flexed. We've seen the Lucas now commonly being flexed around. We've seen a Joy at mid by Besiktas, right? So, like, there's just so much excitement coming out from these drafts. Again, everyone, it is game number 2 between Elevate and Incendio Supremacy for the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is going to be an elimination match. However, both of these teams still have a lot more games in order for them to progress forward.
Yeah, a lot of mobility picked up on the side of Elevate to try to be able to kind of get around the map very quickly here. Alien, actually, Boro, they're trying. I'm actually very eager to see how this early game is going to develop for Elevate because they really need the win here for the Fanny. They need the advantage for the Fanny to be successful because as you start getting later and later into the game, Fanny becomes less of a threat, and especially if you're taking deaths in the early game, you're going to have a lot of issues utilizing that.
Yeah, and you know, typically with a Fanny pick, you don't want to have people invading your jungle, and I think Elevate has drafted quite well for it, right? You look at the Hylos, you look at the Vexana, these are
Ben out rotating Hilda for now.
Lane gone. They could do whatever they want to. The Spider-Man comes in looking for Apex, does get chunked a little bit.
Nice
However,
try.
I'm scared for Elevate's mid lane. Why? It's 2 stationary targets. You got the Horseman, you got the Vexana. They don't have dashes, and when you pair it up with something like Alien on the Benedetta, that's gonna put you in your place. It is going to be hard not to get rushed onto the backside.
Yeah, that's going to be the very interesting thing here. Ooh, Tianzi taking a heap of damage on the 10%. Fafnir comes in, finds the kill. Alien in trouble as well. Looking for the dash, does not find it. First blood and
double kill for Fanny.
Going over to Elevate. Fafnir opening it up very strong.
I love to be excited for this private. The early game that Elevate has set themselves up with, it brings them so much success. In game 1, they had the advantage. Yes, they did fall short, but any advantage has the potential to lead onto the snowball. Even though Elevate did lose that first game, they still have the potential.
Dazai, what do you do for a living?
A great setup so far.
Gay stripper.
Heading down to that lane, I was very scared for how that was going to end up for him, especially because, I mean, one thing that hurts is when you're in a lane that you're going to lose ultimately because of the character that's there, and then you're getting pressure down there. So it becomes this huge frustrating thing down in the gold. A little bit, Boro puts some damage on Apex 47 in a little bit of trouble, gets taken down. Enzo with the last kill there, and still swooping and diving in is a Fafnir looking for some more damage. 3-0 right now over Incendio Supremacy, who seem to have been shut out in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Private, you were right. Coming out from the draft, there isn't much of a defense coming out to be able to hold the Fanny in place here. And it's just getting worse and worse.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble there. Fafnir is going to have to find the disengaged. Glorious pathway has been laid down. TNZ, look at the amount of regen he has on that Lucas. He was down to 10%, now over 50%, looking at about 60% with a few abilities there. And that's just the value and why Lucas is so sought after. When it comes to the XP lane here in the jungle, we're gonna see, it's yet to be seen how successful it really can be.
Yeah, and you know, for the side of Elevate, they really
How much for a night? I'm quite expensive. I take $500. I am VIP dancer.
The entirety of Incendio Supremacy is looking for a disengage, a unsuccessful attempt as Alien came in, was able to get the Electo final blow, but not, I don't believe, it doesn't have the Petrify, so they're not going to be able to lock down Enzo if he does have that flicker.
Yeah, I feel like Alien actually should have went for that Petrify because there's just a few stationary targets that is just a little bit immobile. Now, Elevate does come out with this second objective. This is going to be a win. This is exactly what they're looking for, and that's how their draft is, you know, put out. Boro is on this Hylos, an early game winning hero. The mid gets cleared very fast, so the Vexana has a earlier step onto the rotation. Yes, we talked about it. The Harith has a much better mid-game performance compared to the Granger. However, if things are going to continue this way, Elevate should have.
I think your forehead costs much more than that. Oh yeah. Diamond walls on my forehead. I just want to sleep right now. Already 4 hours streaming. And this is only tournament. I was streaming just rank it today as well.
But answering back is TNZ. Fafnir eventually comes in with the cutthroat to shut him down.
Okay, so around this time last game is where Incendio was able to find a few picks that they were looking for. And they got the momentum to being able to turn around. However, this is just a little too much.
Yeah, look at all the damage coming down. Alien taking a heap of it. Is going to have to find himself an escape. Apex 47 slowed down and taken down by Enzo. We were talking about the value or the non-value you get from the immobilization of Enzo on this. Ooh, Alien a little bit trouble. Fafnir coming in for the cutthroat, finds it. Self-kill might be taken down. TNZ looking for it and finally able to shut down the Fanny, but has to answer against 3 members of Elevate. Now the score looming at 9-2, but there was
a bit of throw by Fanny, to be honest. And the Granger is dying like nub.
1 and 2.
I agree. I was going to make a comment about something like a point of no return, right? When the snowball becomes a little bit too much and, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel just becomes dimmer and dimmer. However, Incendio able to find a trade here. They take out 2 priority targets, one with a lot of
Your forehead is made up of vibranium. Well, I don't even know what the fuck is that.
A high priority target
Pablo, hello.
down. This shows Incendio having potential to find some picks onto the end, but is that enough, right? Are they going to be able to find more here, or it's just a lucky trade?
Ooh, Lido in a little bit of trouble here as Boro and him going to zone out TNZ from this Lord, allow Fafnir to come. Big pop-up lands on the Alien, taking a heap of damage, looking to try to get out of there. In comes Fafnir for some of the finishes, takes some damage, is going to zoom out, and fortunately for Incendio, they don't lose anybody on that disengage, and Elevate still able to recoup that Lord, though.
Yeah, I agree. The double revitalize was huge there, right? You know, we said Alien maybe should have taken the Petrified to get onto the backside, but the double revitalize pretty much saved the whole entire 4-man squad on the top side. And also the Harith was able to clear out the mid side, so no aggression coming out from the side of Elevate here. Incendio coming out with a great defense.
Oh, big wall spam for Fafnir, who does find the kill onto Apex 47. And the biggest difference on this game, too, is that these kills are spread around to a lot of the damage dealers this time on Incendio as well. Big pop-up lands on Alien, looking for an escape. Is getting trapped in by Boro. Glorious Pathway is out, and Lido with the finishing touches finds another kill under his belt for Elevate.
You know, unfortunately, some of the swing picks that Incendio had is just not working out. The last pick, Benedetta, 0 and 3. You know, the Gato flex in the first phase of draft, a little bit too early, also 0 at the end. Tienzi not having a good time here, dies once again near his purple buff.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, I mean, I don't know that there was a better jungle pick that would have been having a different game in this game. Oh, 2 Glorious Pathways are out there as Lido kind of just showing himself, letting the team know. Oh, actually diving into the back line, and Alien takes a face full of CC from Enzo. And maybe that's from the Deathly Grasp is one of the things that separates a Vexana from other mages, especially with her immobility. A lot of people like to try to jump on top of a Vexana like right from the front. But
where are you from? I'm from Ukraine.
Amount of CC that can really thwart any type of aggression sometimes.
Yeah, it's a long CC, and the missile, you know,
Penny no blues, that's why I died.
Big, so it's
Still her mistake. I don't care.
Spell. And as long as she's able to, you know, target the divers, it's going to be good.
But for real, Dazai, Ukraine got good-looking girls. I don't know. I never seen not Ukrainian girls, so I don't know.
You know, really pushed onto Elevate's side. It feels like they have everything that they have set up for in their draft. 208, both mid laners here. Fafnir having a good game. Lido on this Hilda, quite happy, and Tiso also on the Granger didn't do so well in game number 1, but it feels like Elevate should be able to take care of this game here.
Yeah, they didn't have some. Oh, actually, there it is.
Yes, you don't know because you like boys.
Finishing up that kill, but you actually brought up a great point.
Personally, I think that Ukrainian boys are ugly.
A little bit of an off game in the last one, especially against a Harith. Now on the backside, they are able to take down a tower. Lido putting the damage out. Zaman Force has been laid on to the ground, and it does look like a shockwave blast just goes wide of the team. Tienzi struggling to try a way to be useful for his team, but at this type of a deficit, he is having a lot of trouble. Alien from the backside looking for an angle, goes in with the Electro final blow, trying to put the damage onto the mage. Enzo in trouble, juking and jiving, going in circles as the rest of the team swarms around Alien to pick up the kill. 15-2 right now, and what a great attempt by Incendio Supremacy, but what a great reply coming from Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate.
This is ESL Snapdragon tournament, Europe.
The 2 frontliners in the front. They also had Fanny coming in from the back, and now they're opening up the base here. Tienzi coming out hard.
He tried and taken down by Tiso. Look at Rosa, the damage that came out, and Fafnir zooming around only gets hit by, I want to say, 1 tower shot on his way out. I want to say there's some things I didn't realize, but I didn't realize that Elevate had a Fanny player at this level, and I feel like that's something that Incendio is starting to realize as well. They're not the only Fanny carries on the block.
Yeah, I mean, this is very special, right? For Elevate,
Fafnir is really good, Fanny.
They're showcasing the Fanny that should be on the ban block, right? They're showcasing the Hilda, which is so annoying to deal with, and also the Granger and the Hylos. These are high priority pick targets that Incendio intentionally left open, saying that they know how to deal with it, and right here they are struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, the only thing is we're starting to get to a point 13, 14, maybe around the 16-minute mark when the Fanny begins to fall off. It's not going to be as effective, but the rest of the team beginning to step up, laying down the damage, especially the suppressive fire coming out in the name of the Granger here. Big stuns land onto the back line, and it does look like Alien gets taken down again. Tiso having the game of his life to recoup after a disappointing first game, sitting at 6-1-9, just behind Fafnir.
Yeah,
The
I
10k
mean,
farm diff.
you really cannot give Fafnir, Fanny, and Boro on the on the Hylos, and Tiso on the Granger, which does so well. And what you pick up yourself,
1-1,
0-6
nice.
Benedetta, a negative score Gato Kacha, and also
You know MLBB is banning USA? Yeah, I know. Kevin, hello.
and the damage as Fanny. A well played by the side of Elevate, able to take game
Looks
two,
like a
bouncing
fixed game.
back. This
Nah,
is good
you mean
news
reached?
because Elevate, they struggled.
Fanny is just so OP hero.
In the very first opening matches.
Just whole
Around, they're able to
Elevate
find a
draft is
victory
stronger.
early on in their series.
Man, I can't even tell you how happy I am.
Can you
to
remember
see
me? Maybe,
Elevate are
Kevin.
able to
Who
match
knows?
up against Incendio Supremacy. I know. I want to say a lot of the predictions that were kind of leaning
Maybe I
towards
remember you.
Incendio to really dominate this series, but it's happy to see Elevate be able to find the recipe that they needed. Especially, I said, I was very concerned about Tiso taking on Sunshine again, especially with the Harith in that lane. This time, being able to find the recipe for success here, and I want to say maybe a little bit of a mispick on the side of Alien to go with that Revitalize instead of the Petrify that they could have used to actually lock down, because there were great opportunities. Alien was able to find the angles to get onto Enzo. It's just that for that little bit of hesitation that the final blow is on the ground, Enzo still had the force to be able to flicker out. If that was a Petrify, you're not just talking, he's not going to be able to get away. You're going to have all that damage onto him. And
Okay, you are from
then even the
Bangladesh.
Petrify,
Okay.
once everybody on the Electo final blow would be
Dazai, there are only 2 genders, right? I don't know, I'm helicopter, shut the fuck up.
The side of Incendio was just missing that tad bit of CC that they really were desperately needing, right? There was 2 units.
How
from the
many
side
matches
of
left?
Elevate that was stationary.
Up
They also had a Fanny. A
to
stun,
4?
even just 0.5 seconds would have gone
1, 2, no, 3.
You
Up to
also
3.
talked about it, Private. It was kind of a mistake on their draft. They didn't find a way to counter
Best
They
Europe
were
helicopter.
So many strong picks and ended up backfiring. I think in terms of the drafting, it was slight overconfidence. However, in the very first series, Incendio did lose game 2 against Elevate. They lose game 2.
But I'm
here.
ambulance
Incendio was able to
helicopter, you
bounce
know.
back with 2 convincing victory at 20
Saving
minutes and
lives.
23 minutes. Is it going to be the same story, or has Elevate made the adjustments that they need here?
I mean, I know a lot of people were expecting it to be a clean sweep yesterday for Incendio when it came against Team Falcon.
That's me.
And that went the entire distance. Here, could we be looking at the same thing here as Elevate have shown those signs of life, show that they're ready, show that if you leave some, you cannot underestimate us by giving us these open picks that you think only you can dominate with, especially in the name of a Fanny, especially when they saw the Fanny pick and did nothing against it in their composition.
Yep, and you talked about yesterday for a clean sweep. I, Private, was the one that was like, Incendio got this. Right?
Marlboro
They've
MLBB.
done it before, and they're definitely the better team. But I was happily wrong. Right, I was happy to be wrong.
I started playing Khalees after
Falcon
watching you
just was the better
and
team
how it is
yesterday.
going.
They played so much better, and this time around, Elevate also showed
Well,
up
then
more
I
with the
identify
MVP
as
on
Dazai's
that
dick.
Hylos. I'm happily to be wrong because I
Not the
think
best
Incendio
decision
was
in
actually
your
just gonna
life.
Take this 3-0, but Elevate, especially after game 1 where I felt like everything was in favor of their
What will
draft, it
happen to
didn't
an
work
ACT?
out, and they were able to bounce
I
back
heard
with
Montun
just
told
as
that
much
they
energy,
cancel an ACT
ending
for now.
Game number 2 around the same time.
Man, this is turning out to be an amazing series. I know it was, and especially the domination. What was that, like 21-2? Like just domination right from the get-go. Elevates all over the place, and just little things that are going to need to be planned for here. The Fanny needs to be paid the respect by both teams, not just yours, and some other picks out there that need to have that respect. And maybe it's time for this Lucas jungle to bid farewell.
What will you do if Munchkin was banned in Europe?
On the shelf, there are some reasons that it just does not.
I don't know.
Work.
It's
I don't
bullshit.
remember. Did we see a Badang ban in the last series?
Yes.
Europe is not like USA. USA is a country,
So
like a big
it's
country.
standard coming out
Europe
from,
is
the
just
side of it
a lot of
Incendio
countries,
to ban on
France,
Badang, to ban on
Germany,
Matilda.
Ukraine,
I
Poland.
definitely feel like the Matilda's not going to let go.
It just
I'm
can't
wondering
be
if
banned at
Incendios
the
look to
same
change
time in
up
all
the Badang
countries, you know.
ban. Yes, even in
It's
other regions
impossible,
that
bro.
have tournaments right now, Badang is 100% pick or ban.
Do the
However,
turbulence.
There's just in
Do
my heart, I
the...
don't think the people
How it's
that are
called?
winning
Brick
M6, I don't
up,
think the
bro.
people that are getting top 4 in
You're my
M6
dick.
would have cared if the enemy was using a Badang or not. However, this is a different region. Different regions have different metas, have different priorities, and taking out the Badang may just be that headache that Incendio loves to put.
Well,
Yeah, it's interesting that you
it's
say that
not a
because there are
problem if
certain
it's gonna
things
be
that,
banned in Ukraine.
When a certain character becomes
I can easily
viral,
connect to
it
Poland
has like this
server
domino effect
and
on the
have
rest
the
of
same
meta,
same
depending on what
MS.
they counter. Like I want to say before for EU, they had a real problem when it came
Oh, I
to
don't care.
using the Joy, and it was mostly due to the fact that I want to say Moskov was a huge factor in a lot of those fights, was still meta, and still presented a lot of problems for a Joy trying to go into that lane and trying to get those ganks, because you immediately had a Joy speared against the wall under the tower, and then boom, Joy is down. It's amazing for how some of these picks
Are you
just kind of
sleepy? Yeah, I'm
domino
sleepy.
effect down, and how the
I'm
lack of
already
those picks
streaming
or
for...
the
I'll tell
priority of
you,
some of
wait.
these picks really kind of
I'll tell you
fluctuate and,
exact time.
ripple throughout some of these meta. Here, the Badang pick has been a big thing, but I want to say these last few matches, we've started to see when the Badang is picked, these last few, this last weekend at least, it started to kind of falter to the point where we're starting to see the holes in the Badang, where it's not as useful as we thought it was.
I'm already
especially in
streaming
that
for
roam position
9
where
hours.
there's other things that could have been prioritized, that would have had more CC, that would have had more tankiness. Here, one of the examples too, that Lucas in the in the jungle position, I absolutely loved the way it was played by Incendio in that first game, to use that flicker and the I believe it's a flash step to be able to close the distance onto the marksman or onto the mage during these objective fights. Here, as the jungler, it did not have that same type of success.
Yeah, you're correct.
Nah.
The Badang's not working out for a lot of these teams. However, we've seen him on roam most of the time, and I think Badang maybe has a better place in the XP. It's still flexible.
I think you
XP
can
is much
open the
better
poll
here.
about
Alien
the
coming
guess
out
of
with
the
Granger
winner.
Prime
Yeah, it's
first
gonna be
pick.
interesting.
Something
Let's do
expected, at least
that.
by me, right? A lot of the times, the side of Incendio love to swing a ban onto the marksman to pick up the other one. It could be the Harith for a Granger. It could be a Granger for an Harith, right? And now the side of Elevates, they have to lock in the Hylos MVP performance coming out from that last game. And no, they don't lock the Hylos. They have the Phoveus instead. It's a very solid blind pick, but it does have a lot of counters. The Hylos should be picked up here, and this, I feel like the side of Incendio is going to be quite happy with.
Yeah, they end up going with the Phoveus, which, I mean, depends on how you're engaged. Oh, the loot he picked up for Incendio. They finally left it open, and I think we're about, we were talking about this, the legend of Rosa on this. We're about to get a first-hand lesson for it, not just because of the damage that can come out from a Lu Yi, especially against the fighters or other front end rows, but the map pressure that ultimate can present for a lot of teams to get you all over the map. Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting to see where they go from here.
Okay, so
Who is even voting for Elevate, guys? They won one time because they had Fanny.
Damage. They had the Harith, didn't work out. This time around, with Alien on the Granger, they could mix the core damage.
We can suffer together, but I guess
They're very happy happy with.
I
it.
will
And they pick
die.
up this low Yi, which we haven't seen before. I'm excited to see how Rosa takes
Just
this.
played
I have high
51
expectations.
4-12
Unfortunately,
game.
Private, I feel like
Wow.
it's gonna do quite well.
What is this, gay sex?
Really thought that
Which
the
country
finals
is
was
this?
gonna be cryoed
It's
by
Turkish
their
and
side.
Europe.
They had an
No.
MVP performance in the last game. Hylos
Ahmed,
protects
hello.
the Phoveus pick. They got opt to ban out this time around, and Hylos pairs
Still
up
live.
well.
I'm still
The
live.
direct pressure that Sulyu can
Empty.
provide here.
Hello.
So I think picking up this Valentina may be a mistake. However, it does have its worth, right? We've seen Enzo perform quite well on this
Damn,
Valentina.
guys. I don't know
And
why
for
you're
one of his
voting
series,
for
I would honestly
for
say it's a
Elevate.
signature pick coming out from the mid side.
Where is your black tea? My black
the
tea
Hylos
ended,
is probably
unfortunately.
backed up a bit just because they don't want what essentially is like a 500-pound lightning rod for Lu Yi.
But I have
to,
Coca-Cola.
really bounce off damage onto your team.
Not Coca-Cola.
So you've got
Nothing.
that, like we talked about it. Hylos is not the most mobile. He's got one direction he goes, especially when he lays down that glorious pathway. That is forward, straight and forward. And there's nothing Lu Yi likes more than having something running at her where she can predict and be able to line up a lot of those yin-yangs for the bonus damage that it'll do. Not to mention, like we were talking about, the diversions that can come out from that ultimate. So, I mean, they definitely are probably looking for something that's going to be a little bit more mobile, maybe try to get some CC. Tigreal's taken off the board, so it's going to be interesting to see where they go, because that backline, that Lu Yi is going to be such a priority for this team.
Okay, so
I need to eat something as well before I go to sleep.
That Incendio is setting up for a Belleric. I played this Belleric myself, and when it comes down to a lot of
I
these
have-
heroes, melee range especially.
What do I
Valentina also a
have?
very short range mage. Belleric shines.
Don't- I don't know
quite
what
a
I
bit.
have.
They come and try to attack the backside, and Belleric should be able to defend against some of that. I feel like that's what Incendio is looking to pick up. For the side of Elevate, they are missing a roam, and they like to go for
9 hours
traditional
in stream,
picks
yeah.
against something like a Joy. I close
I'm
my
9
eyes,
hours
and
in
I feel
stream.
like the Kaja might come out. Maybe the Chow didn't do so well game
Eat your
one,
girlfriend?
but I just smell it. I think it's gonna be a Kaja pick here.
Gladly.
Gonna go for something like a Belleric. They're missing the XP. You know, they could go for the Lucas that has been opened up here. They could go for the CC.
Chuck Joom,
to
hello.
deal with the laning phase of the Phoveus. Yeah, it's Lucas CC with the Belleric for the
Breathe
side of
some air
Incendio.
for dinner.
I think
What
it's
is
gonna be
this,
a soul
Kazakhstan
suppression.
breakfast
It
or
could
what?
be the Chow. It could be the Kaja here.
I smell corruption
both
and
teams
high
still have a little bit to work
taxes.
with.
The one thing for me is for Elevate. Do we want to lean back?
It's
into
10
this
PM
show? Is
right
there
now.
another answer that we could potentially use here. I mean,
I'll go
even
open
them,
window because
Belleric,
it's
I mean,
really hot here.
I kind of fret, especially with the Lu Yi on the team. Just every single
Oh,
tank that
sorry,
I pick up
guys.
is just like, bro, I just the team has to have like this perfect spread away from that tank while the engagement's going on, but still be in a position.
No, I was not watching third episode of Arise. No.
Especially because he's going to be able to negate a lot of the CC that can come out from a Lu Yi. And you're talking about the wild charge where he's just going to be able to blow through everybody to get to that back line.
You say you don't hate it. It's decent against the Louis because the Louis can stun. However, it's I hate it. Private. I'll put it out there. I'm not happy with this. The side of Elevate has always dove into a composition where they like to go for a pick, and especially with the Joy being slotted in so early on in the draft, they should be able to find a way to deal with it and to suppress it. They don't go with that. They go for something like a Grok and a complete different draft coming out from the side of Incendio. I was completely wrong. The Chow with the 17% win rate gets slotted in. Don't know if it's in the Roam. Don't know if it's in the XP. Also with the flex pick, Tokacha.
Yeah, interesting. And this, I mean, if the plan is for engagement is to dive into Incendio
Oh,
Supremacy,
fuck, boy.
but I also see a, well, I know. I was going to say, I also see a decent way for them to disengage, especially because you've got the mobility from some of these heroes. Grok can possibly use that wild charge to create a little bit of a stun and distance. But with the Phoveus on their team, that's not a disengage. That is just an all-in, and please come and help as well if you have time. They're going to go ahead pick up the carry as well to round out their composition. And what are you thinking about these comps?
Yeah, expected for the carry pick. You know, the side of Incendio, I mean, the side of Elevate actually was success picking this carry up, I believe, against the Joy. So this is something that they have. Yeah, so against the Joy, they picked up this carry. Elevate was able to win game 2.
Bro, Dazai and Global Fanny now. Well
Elevate,
played.
I think is quite comfortable with. However, I'm scared for the carry because she's gonna have the Purify, but Louis is gonna be able to gap close. Right? You also have the Child chasing from the backside. You also have the AOG that with short range characters like the carry and the Valentina may struggle against here.
So that's why I said, like, I'm wondering if, like, because of the Grok, if that might be the immediate answer.
TNZ.
Once you see them kind of coming out from a diversion, immediate wild charge, give your team time to try to disengage. I just don't know if, I mean, that sounds good on paper in a fantasy world, but I mean, execution is something different when you're trying to react to something like that.
I like that, Private. Guys, this is going to be game number 3 against Incendio Supremacy versus Elevate here. It's a best of 5 series for the elimination, right? So this is going to be goodbye for one of these teams. And, you know, Incendio, again, is going to be the one that has that experience, has that background, and Elevate looking to
What he's talking about? Why goodbye? Why goodbye?
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about carry and getting caught up when it comes to like a diversion and stuff like that.
In one day, I got a global. I had 1,700 MMR start.
So you're just gonna, it's gonna be
GG's, bro. Determination is crazy. Good luck getting bigger global. Abyssa, hello.
Tiso just kind of like trying to make sure he's getting the information, make sure he knows where everybody is before he gets himself caught.
DHL is their sponsor, yeah. DHL is delivery company.
Popped by the carry. I don't even know who popped it. It's just, Private, I want to say that I do not agree with how Elevate decided to draft this game. Against a Joy, there's no CC to counter. Maybe the wild charge, maybe they get a pick off here early on Apex 47 though.
Oh, but you see the Revitalize actually keeping up. Those early Revitalize, it's not enough to be able to save him, but just, I mean, it was putting a decent amount of health underneath him. And
bro, put your Mega Mind to use. How can a knob like me get global in one day?
Cleanly. So they do have a little bit of an advantage.
Bro, I don't like to think uselessly. If you tell you got global in one day, I believe you got global in one day. Nothing will happen if it's not true.
Where they really start to pop off, they know that they have the advantage, and that's where Elevate needs to be the most worrisome.
Why no one gets sponsored by KKK? What is KKK?
It's
KK.
a story that we've seen before by the side of Elevate to be able to set up early kills from their team. A 2-0, exactly the same in game 1, exactly the same in game 2. Incendio is just one of those teams that takes a little bit to get the gears running, right? Takes a few deaths here. You said about 9 minutes. It might be a little bit earlier with this teleport.
Oh, nice diversion there. Does catch Lido and Fafnir trying to put on the damage. Demonic force coming out, but not enough to offend that. Oh, a wild charge into the wall. Boros saw Natalia out there, thought he had the grip on him, goes, runs into the wall, and that is going to be...
Dazai will win this match. What do you think? I guess Incendio will win.
I love the enthusiasm coming out.
I guess they're gonna win 3-1 this time.
Every time he gets like a flicker mistake, he pops like a little crying face, and he does it once again here. A very sneaky move by Tianzi, just really sniffing out.
Let me Google who is
They knew
KKK.
It was a potential fight and pick
Holy
off
shit.
from the mid side, and he just
I'll
dodges it
slap
and
this fucking
hits
Chinese
out
phone
a
right now.
Huge skill. So Incendio already finding a little bit of an edge early on when they typically do fall a little bit short due to the
I know these
early
guys.
game that Elevate likes to draft through.
Ooh, we see a little bit of a problem there. Alien gets caught at the, let's take a look at
That was the replay.
so
How do these people clear first buff under 30 seconds? You won't believe me, but your team can help you.
To wait for some of those power spikes, but they're taking every advantage.
Relax, guys. Mobile Legends will be unbanned in US soon. It's fine.
They reset the turn.
Trump
This
has
is gonna give a little
come.
bit of an advantage for Incendio Supremacy to kind of come in. Alien comes in with the way of the dragon. Damage coming out for both teams. Lido slamming down with that demonic force. Avatar the Guardian comes in.
Nice.
Still able to get the turtle. We do have a revitalized popped out there as Boro trying to take down Apex, and Fafnir finds the final touches there. 1-3 in favor of Elevate.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little bit confused on Alien's part in that team fight. He decided to kick the Grok like early on, and there was just no impact, and that leads to Elevate having a free retribution on Fafnir, right? If Alien decides to save his kick, save his Jeet Kune Do for the jungler, potentially he could line up his skills with the AOG, and it would be a very solid strike here. I feel like it was a misplay on the side of Incendio. Elevate coming out ahead.
Have you
with a
ever played
slight
Cloud
edge.
Jungle
But
with
again,
10 stacks
this is a
before
very
Dazai?
close game so far. Both teams not
Yes.
really allowing any bit of advantage
10 or
to
5
any other
stacks.
side. But if it comes down to that super late game, I feel like Elevate might have the edge with the carry here.
That's frustrating. Apex 47 able to sneak in, grab that.
I don't
gold
know,
minion,
maybe you have
from
bad
Elevate
emblems.
there. Nothing more frustrating than working yourself on a gold minion and then somebody coming in and slapping it away. A little bit of a kiss there from Lido and Enzo as they connect from that passive of the Lu Yi.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about Rosa on this Louis a little bit early on.
I understood that KKK is racist group. Yeah, I know.
For the bands that are worthy here, Boro
He
here
just
coming out with the concealed
shortened
looking
it.
to
I didn't know
engage,
this
decides to back
abbreviation.
off. I think that's gonna be a good response. Elevate looking for some kills early on. It shows that they are quite aggressive, and
Rebecca, hello.
emphasis on this gold lane. Just
What
to
year did you
deny
start playing
some
MLBB,
of
Dazai?
the stacks and the farm that
2017.
this has, but the mobility from the side of Incendio might be a lot to handle here.
Yeah, I do like the coverage that they have here, being able to kind of create that vision. Boro doing a great job making sure that, especially who's going to be on this carry. Rosa in a little bit of trouble is going to have to use that flicker to step back a bit. Looking for a trip home, decides against it here. Now the damage going on to Lido. Alien takes a heap of it as the rest of Incendio Supremacy are going to back up. Tiso coming in around the side, looking to help out for this team fight. And I want to say that's going to be put the big target on to Tizar. We're going to be looking at a diversion for the backside there. Taunt lands on, and down goes a Lido. Sunshine with the strike there. TNZ able to pick up this Lord. The rest of Elevate looking for an escape. Down goes one, and Boro able to flicker
Not so
himself to
good
the
now.
safety of his tower, but it allows Incendio Supremacy to get the turtle and to get the tie kills on the board.
No one even solo, you just killed carry on top lane.
The side of Incendio, right? They get the kick onto the Phobius, and they pick him up before the team fight even starts, and they start stacking skills, making sure that Fafnir...
Why I smell the fucking trash out of my window?
Retribution off, so Incendio actually coming out with a significant lead.
Fuck, someone died there or what?
Gold, 8 minutes when the game was just close, coming out from both.
What the
teams.
fuck is that?
The side of Incendio decides to put the metal on the gas. They not only get the mid tower, but also the outer bot tower.
Yeah, you got yourself an objective, you got yourself a kill, you got yourself a tower, or you actually happy. 2 towers out of that. I mean, that is that is a successful engagement if I've ever saw it. And this is what we mean by when we say like these kills, these engagements.
I don't know why I'm removing my headphones to smell.
Version up at the top, they do not find anyone up there just yet.
Oh. Yeah, man,
but
I mean,
smell is
replay here actually didn't even catch it. They were able to grab up the carry with the divergent play.
I'm not certain what that's.
Be the reason why Rosa doesn't get to play.
It smells elevate fight control. It's funny.
A lot of these matches that we've had, actually the Louis is open, but against Rosa, it's like a no, we don't let that happen here.
Ooh, Avatar the Guardian catches 2 members as Fafnir gets shut down by TNZ. The rest of the team getting bursted down. 2 more deaths on the side of Elevate there. Rosa picks off one with a double team, and they're going to go ahead, mount the pressure to this mid lane tower as well.
I mean, Private, I'm a man of statistics. I love to go back and take a look at how people are drafting high, low pick ban rates.
I mean, of course, because you're Asian.
Look across the board, right? Louis, 100% picker ban. Valentina, maybe near 50%. Carry, we don't see it often. Grok got picked 1 time, right? And you can see the side of Incendio just obliterate Elevate, obliterate. Cho finding good targets. Granger just smacking in the back. 5-0 and 1. Joy again, another high priority, and Apex on something that he is comfortable with. I feel like Incendio is playing the draft out to their perfection. They're comfortable, they're happy with the lead, and they're just
your eyes have become like 1-1.
Rampaging throughout the whole entire
okay.
squad.
And
I will sleep soon. I end watching this game. I go eat something, and I go sleep.
You mentioned a little bit earlier in the last match, there comes a point of no return where it's basically just time. We're just waiting for them to get to the core. Lord, I'm marching.
Yeah, no funny, no win.
Synced up perfectly. This is textbook how you want to execute an engagement. We do have a little bit of a wild card goes out there. Sunshine does find himself one of the high ground towers. Lord at the core, as you see at the bottom. Sunshine continuing on to the next high ground tower. They're going to try to set their priority up to the top. Still some minion waves about to come. Wondering if Elevate's even going to be able to protect this. If they lose this high ground tower, I think it's pretty much going to be a game. Diversion is out and takes Rosa away to actually that was still right there. So they're going to continue on. We do have TNZ taking a heap of damage. The electrifying beats not enough to save him, so they do lose 2 here for that engagement, but it's not enough to really turn the tides of this. Still an 8k gold deficit for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, no, questionable plays coming out from Incendio. Sending Alien to his death, it's like a sacrifice that they must make. And that's the thing about the Louis, a double-edged sword. You think about the divergent plays, it could go for a win, and sometimes it just doesn't have the mistakes. Boyle here coming out, little bit of an aggressive move.
Oh, a nice flicker with the wild charge, able to take down Rosa, and now we have the demonic force, but Sunshine starting to clean up house. The damage from that turret style of what he can dish out. TNZ looking for the angle now, looking for those electrifying beats to take down Enzo, who gets blasted down and finished off by Sunshine. Fafnir here looking for the kill onto TNZ, decides against this fight as 3 members of Elevate looking to chase him down with his dancing shoes on. Fafnir left and right trying to get away from Apex, but Sunshine is quickly in tow. TNZ there as well, and down he goes. 12-6 in favor of Incendio supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, don't play with your food, but you want to give the enemy a little bit of hope. and then you just take it all away. It's like giving the chow, giving the joy, and then they're like, yeah, we'll throw the game a little bit. We'll make it a little bit more interesting, give you guys a little bit of momentum, have you guys overuse some of your skills, and then just take it all away. And Incendio with a full control of the whole entire map. They're gonna take this Lord, set up for a good siege, and just
Damn, Grog just died in base.
Sunshine was chasing down Boro. I thought he actually had the escape, but that final Death Sonata with the Sky Piercer able to put him 6 feet under. 13-minute mark right now. 10k gold deficit from Elevate. This final push looking to close things up for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Enzo's going to have to go back to the base to get some healing up. Same thing for Tiso as they finally put the finishing touches on to this top high ground tower. Lord coming through the mid is a Luminous Lord. Lido taken very low. Avatar the Guardian misses wide. The rest of the damage coming out. Fafnir finds a kill onto Sunshine. An IMU, or is it an IMU? An Avatar the Guardian comes out as well for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Damage onto the core. They can't stop it, and that is going to bring it to a win for Incendio Supremacy.
You know, Incendio Supremacy with a dominating performance. MVP should be going to
Truce or Dare, Dazai?
the Granger here. And
Let's play
it's
Truce or
a
Dare.
very convincing
Okay,
win just
Truce.
in game number 1, where the MVP was based off of the very first pick. The side of Incendio, game number 1, picks up the Hayabusa, gets the MVP, and this time around, the Granger is the one that has the performance. It's very interesting that I feel
36 breaker, hello.
especially on the blue side, they're getting these overpowered picks that do not have a response.
Many mistakes and
There's no trade coming out from
miscommunication.
both of these teams.
Thank you,
And
my
it just means
Kazakhstan
that the side of
cyber
LA,
sportsman.
If Incendio bans out the Harris,
Best
you have to
analysis.
take out the Granger. There is no response in this draft. You could bring the Erythal if the side of Elevate is looking for, but no, instead they want to pick up this Valentina early on. I think there was a lot more that they could do with it.
Nick BM, hello.
Unfortunately, it just did not go in their favor.
Yeah, here, I mean, well-deserved MVP. 11
They opened
kills
Granger
for
and Loi at the
Sunshine.
same time.
Fafnir
Loi
honestly
was
didn't
second
have a
banned
terrible
hero
game,
after
but it's just
Zuxin
when the
in
entire
Asia and
world was crashing
Snapdragon.
down around him, most of his teammates had a lot of trouble.
Is
And I
US
know
playing this
that,
tournament? No.
A lot of people are probably talking about this Grok pickup. Not the biggest priority.
You
not
have no
probably the
career
best
neither.
pickup there, but I want to say that kind of shows the
Okay.
the little bit of inexperience.
You just
starting
bully
to
me
show
or
from
what?
Elevate when it comes to some of these high intensity matches and these high intensity situations where you may be leaning a little too far outside of the box for one of your picks and may have banned yourself into a little bit of a
I can
corner.
feel you drop top if you
I
feel
totally
empty.
agree. It could be the inexperience showing. It could also be a well done by Incendio.
Have you ever shat yourself in pants?
Is
Yes.
So good on the Matilda.
Next
And
question.
Just judging from this, they don't want him to have the badang.
USA banned
So,
MLBB, right?
this
Yeah,
means
right.
that Elevate, in order for them to push through, maybe they have to put a heavier prioritization on the roam, right? We saw a great.
By the way,
Harvest
what
game
tournament
being pushed out by
NACT
Boro.
has?
Why don't we have that being picked up early?
What?
Why do we have to wait until the last pick where there's no more roams to be?
Why it
slotted
smells
in
like fucking
for them to
trash?
Pick up something, I would say, a very low tier grok. If it worked out, great. But if it doesn't work out, it just adds on to the statistics on why Grok is not that meta pick that maybe the side of Elevate was looking to use here.
Yeah, and the unfortunate side here is it puts Incendio Supremacy up 2 games over their opponents here right now, Elevates, and almost at a game point. Sunshine here, 11, 1, and 2. It's at a point where the Granger, there just needs to be a plan. If the enemy has a Granger, there needs to be a plan. There needs to be a reason that you're not afraid of it. We can't just kind of shake it off and be like, oh, well, they got the Granger. No, there needs to be an answer in the form of, okay, we have a Harith, or we're going to provide a bunch of support up to that lane, or what we saw from the last series where we're going to have this wall that Granger cannot poke his way through and actually become this nuisance while we're dealing with the team.
Have you ever played
they didn't
Alucard?
have an
Yeah.
answer, much like the
course.
last game where Incendio Supremacy kind of ignored the Fanny pick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the
Sunshine.
Granger pick is very
Sunshine
solid
looks
from
like sour.
Incendio because it doesn't feel like Elevate wants to go for the Rithel. And I think that is a problem, right? You cannot give Granger without the counter, just like you're saying. Harith is not going to be good enough. Same thing. Carry may work out once or twice. Just in this matchup, it's still a losing lane at the top. You can put the Moskov. You can
Ask
put the
me
Bruno
now,
in.
I choose
They all
Truce.
have
Okay.
music guns nerf.
Truce.
And it's just not good
So,
enough to deal with.
were you
something like
molested by your
Sunshine Granger,
father
which he's had so much
in
success
childhood?
throughout this whole entire tournament? So if Incendio decides to opt for that like one Harith ban, making sure to take out the Granger is going to be a solid strategy that I think Elevate has to put on. But if they do so,
Why
at
no
least
lens
the
since this
Louis opens
tournament?
up,
Who
the
knows?
Fanny opens up. The Hayabusa first pick.
No,
prio that,
sadly,
MVP
okay.
in game number 1 opens up. So it's a pick your poison private.
Lunox good to
And
play.
Maybe defending
Not
it
really in
against
this
Rosa
meta
in the
because
mid
she
lane
is
and
farming
allow Rosa to
items
have
too
whatever
much.
she wants, maybe
or
an
too long.
option, because so far jungler
But
MVP
sometimes
first
she's
pick,
good.
blind prio. Marksman MVP blind pick prio. There's no response here so far.
The thing is going to be really interesting to see where we kind of adjust here for Elevate. I mean, they've got a decent amount of tools. It just sometimes, and I've talked about this before, they're on fire when it comes to the picks, the bans, what they have.
No way,
before.
dropped up.
Like I usually you can
That's
tell
such a
the tone
cap.
before that first banning or before the second banning phase starts, and you're just like, all right, I see where they're going here, I see what they're doing, and then there's sometimes where you're like on Elevate when it gets to that second banning phase, and you're like, well, what? And you're trying to figure out where they were trying to go, what the plan was.
Next
why they gave up
question
certain
for you.
pickups. Here, they
Bro,
might be
stop
able to
playing
answer
with me,
back.
I
They've
want
been
to
able
sleep.
go,
Oh.
back and forth when it comes to it. There's still some priorities out there. We just saw
Fuck
how
you?
great the Fanny was.
It's a question.
That Lu Yi, though, definitely needs to be put back into the ban shelf for these guys because it just provided too much. Not just that, but also an answer for that Granger. There needs to be something there. Needs to be it needs to be addressed. And I feel like sometimes we just kind of tunnel vision onto a plan. However, like I want to say, like this
Sure,
is probably
okay.
the most lax I had seen a draft from Elevate, to the point where like I couldn't even nail down what was the plan in this composition. What were you going for? Or maybe it was a point of they had a plan for the first pick, boom, got countered by Elevate, and they're like, or got countered by Incendio, and they're like, all right, what do we do? All right, we'll go with this, and then boom, they're like, oh crap, we left Lu Yi open too, and then so it just maybe it kind of came down to that. Here we're going to probably see something a little bit more organized. A lot of prime picks taken off the board. Matilda's still open, still with the Zuxin as well.
Nah, Matilda's banned out. Yeah, you know, I love how you brought that up because Matilda Badang is 2 picks that Incendio just don't want to deal with. Again, it may not be that they don't know how to deal with. It may just be that they want to open up more picks. It corners teams.
Did he
that
just start
have a
rapping right
dominant
now or what?
roam that always gets, you know,
They
the picks
just
that they're
don't
looking for
want
always
to
gets
deal with
always gets
Matilda.
Badang, right? And you know, for the side of Incendio to ban that out every single game, it shows how confident they are in every other role. All the roles have deep positions.
I'll be
Maybe they
back
just
next
want
stream to
Apex
give you
to
an
have a
insane
better matchup. But they
there.
get banned out by
Okay.
the side of Elevate. It's very interesting to me. Why would they ban out a hero themselves? They're allowing
Shut up,
Incendio
drop top.
to have an opportunity to pick, right? You know, they're definitely gonna open up the Harith and the Granger matchup. They've been successful with that. They're probably gonna pair it up with the Hylos, which has been success coming out from both of these teams. There's the mages that are open, like the Eve and the Zhu Xin, which should be a heavy priority. But if the
You
Zushin
better
gets picked up
accept
by
it,
Elevates,
okay.
Eve is going to be the direct counter right away. And if the Eve gets picked up by Elevates, well, you have to deal with the Zushin Hylos, which we've seen that ain't working out.
I'm assuming they're going to go ahead and pick up the Zooks in here. You have the Harith out. Oh, yep, as I said. You have the Harith out there. So that's going to leave open the Zuxin and the Hylos combination that we had seen yesterday that you thought was very overpowered. They don't go for that. They do go for they do go ahead pick up the Suyu with the Zooks.
Deny. It's a deny pick, I think. Elevates has been playing this Suyo, and also a physical core, a physical jungler paired up with Harith is, you know, very strong, right? If we're looking at the tier list, it goes like Fanny, Suyu, and Joy. And Joy with Harith just is not great together. It's too magic damage. So I think denying that Suyu pick sets Elevate up for probably an alpha if they're looking at some sort of tier list, but there's still a lot available here.
They still have an option potentially with if they're going for the jungle. Yeah, I like alpha. I was just about to say Hylos with the Eve is a great pick up there. It's
3 magic though.
Yeah, 3 magic. So we're done with magic for right now, but I kind of like how these 3 picks kind of synergize together. The glorious pathway with the real world manipulation with the Zaman force to help quell with a lot of that damage that'll be raining down through an enemy who's just going to be walking in mud to try to get away. But I mean, these next picks are going to have to be something that can kind of help facilitate some of these fights as well.
Okay, see, this is a normal response, right? Granger being banned out, a free Harith, and you take the next possible marksman. This is standard draft coming out from both of these sides. This is comfortable for me, right? Incendio now lacks 2 front lines. Close my eyes, Gato Kacha taken off the board. Like, we don't even want to deal with that. There's still the Phoveus, there's still the Hilda that's possible. And Incendio very smartly takes out the physical damage dealer. We've seen the Alpha do a lot of work in every region across the board. There's still going to be the Nolan that we actually got to see from the last series that you cast the Private that did quite good in their matchup. So I'm interested to see if they're looking to ban that out or potentially another physical damage dealer.
Alpha's taken off the board. I'm wondering what other fighters we could potentially...
Lucas Jungle. Yes.
I was honestly, I didn't not like, because they have an XP lane open here, so Lucas could fit into that as well. Oh, they take off Phoveus, which does kind of lean towards them possibly wanting to pick up a Lucas on their side. So
I don't know.
To close the
Smile if you like, man,
I don't
bro.
like it because they're
The only thing I can do right now is to kill myself.
Incendio is not hurt by, you know, less physical damage dealers. If they can, they should pick up something like a Magic XP and a Magic Roam to pair up with the 2 physicals that they have. However, Elevates, they're stuck. They need physical damage dealer. Lucas is the solid option out of all of these, but I think Incendio is definitely going to look to deny that away. I do think they need to take away the Gato Kacha. Apex 47 has been performing phenomenal on Gato Kacha throughout this whole entire tournament, and if they don't want Apex to be on it, Alien could take that and he's super happy.
To be honest, this Asian guy should talk much because Private is already casting like second game and he's tired a little bit.
On the side of Elevate, Bane is not especially
Bane?
the team trapped inside so much CC. You can throw out that deadly catch. Bane has, especially with his passive, after every single attack he gets a nice enhanced auto attack that is a cleave that takes on the whole group. So I mean, that's not terrible. It's just I don't like Bane's squishiness when it comes to his early game and his the ability for enemy teams to be able to kind of invade his jungle without him being able to answer. when it comes, I don't even know what other options we have on the side of Elevate for some of those physical fighters that can come in. Nolan. There's well, as far as fighters are concerned, I feel like they just do. I'm not a fan of the Nolan because I just feel like things have to go so right for him to be picked up. And there's the gotcha pickup you were talking about from the side of Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, again, I think it's a draft mistake. If you study how Incendio likes to draft, they love this flex pick, and they love to find Alien a good matchup on the XP. Oftentimes, you're going to see him on things like Dairoth, that deals with a lot of the tanky members, CC, that deals with a lot of stationary members. He just always has a good matchup. Lucas is now, I think, a high priority for both these teams. Lucas gets picked up. Same thing with the Nolan here. 2 physical damage missing. Potato, potato. It's just how the order goes. Incendio here looking for an XP and a roam. This is interesting. They could go for something like a Chow to have a winning matchup at mid. It does add to the CC that they might be lacking. What else do you think here, Private?
Man, I think it chose the only logical part here, unless we're going to go with like a supporty type of a role, which, I mean, it really has not been as successful in the current meta right now. The thing for me is Elevate with this composition. I'm kind of looking for how they're going to be successful with it.
What's the counter matchup for Lucas here?
The only thing I know is Phovius has been the counter matchup.
Oh. The 0% Edith comes out. You know, I talked about it where Incendio, they're not lacking in physical damage. They would love to have an XP and a roam going in the magic damage, and they do it just like that. An underrated
Now let's see if it works.
had a pretty high win rate.
Sensei win?
Series.
No,
However,
Sensei lost.
Hasn't had the shine, the aura that it has back in those days, and this may be interesting. I will say this, it's much better than the Benedetta pick, and it's much better than the Grok that we saw last one.
Dazai, why they don't pick Lucas now Link jungle anymore?
Something for magic defense. I was almost actually kind of leaning towards a Ruby too as well that could potentially be played out there.
Because a lot of heroes better than Link.
Just that much more of appeal when it comes to them trying to kind of close the distance on here. I'm actually wondering what.
Holy shit! Don't talk to me, guys. Watch.
So we have a double kind of a step back there in the form of the Crimson Beacon, which is like its own little flicker as well, because you know they're going to be trying to close the distance on that Zuxin very fast, especially with heroes like Fafnir on this Nolan. They're going to be able to do that quite quickly. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to Game 4 of this series. Game point for Incendio Supremacy. Elevate looking to continue on if they can find a way to get over their opponents.
Yeah, I'm bittersweet here, right? This has been a great series, and multiple great series has been played throughout this whole entire weekend, and we're almost kind of, you know, inching towards that last tier.
Ooh, big pop-up lands there. Apex 47 taken dangerously low. 10% actually might be losing his life. Fafnir comes in, does find the kill there. The entirety of Elevate looks for the disengage. However, Lito does get caught. Oh, Enzo actually gonna take some damage. Rosa very carefully. I thought that they were actually gonna take a tower shot there. And this is, man, this is just the problem with that Zuxin pickup. It's just how much range that she has.
Yeah, both teams are quite happy with the trade. Maybe a slight advantage for Incendio because they took the XP instead of the roam here. And, you know, if you take a look at some of the mid lane matchups, right? Mid lane has always been a very prio lane. Eve should be able to deal with Zushin quite a bit, but Zushin still has the advantages that she has, right? She can basically clear the lane safely. She can build up defense and without too much punish. And that's just Zushin doing Zushin things.
Wow, Alien put a face into the wrong bush there. Elevate, Boro, and Fafnir were there to answer right away. Apex 47 coming in, trying to get that information. Rosa from the side as well. Lido coming to join in on the fight, but it looks like there's not going to be much to stop Elevate from picking up this first turtle. Little bit of airborne Boro there for Securus.
It's a good punish on to Alien, right? The side of Elevate, they are very dominant in terms of their magic damage, so all 5 members are going to be building up for that tough boots, and it just allows Fafnir to have that clean, true damage that they're looking for. If Fafnir gets fed in this game, it's going to be a lot of trouble by the side of Incendio, but if they're able to deny Fafnir maybe a few more times here, they're going to be lacking in terms of that physical damage, giving Incendio a lead. So it just depends on how Elevate sets up their fights. So far, they're doing a great job getting Fafnir some kills.
The issue for me is as we get later and later, Rosa has a flicker too. That's just 2 options for Rosa to be able to get away. And if you start going in on these engagements and Rosa's on the outside just dishing damage and CC on with that lantern flare, it's going to be very hard for your team to really be able to kind of focus in, get these targets eliminated before like it becomes too much for your team. Fafnir getting
and Incendio with the mid prio here, they get the clear first, so they can invade if they're looking for.
Oh shit!
Did take the red, but did take the orange buff on the bottom side, allowing Elevate to get that clean objective of Boro. Actually here.
How to save YouTube link, but empty. How to save YouTube link, like to video, but with a timing in video.
From going ahead, taking up that minion as well.
Yeah, interesting thing is that they popped 2 big spells from Boro. The glorious
I guess I understood.
They're opting to put a little bit of pressure onto the gold side. They do come back for the rotation here though.
Ooh, Alien in trouble. Boro takes a heap of damage, gets put down by TNZ before this next turtle. That's going to be a roam down for Elevate when it comes to this objective. Lido dives in there, trying to put the damage on the Alien, gets a pop-up for his efforts. Another pop-up there, and Fafnir able to sneak in, get the retribution as the lantern flare picks up his teammate.
Nice.
Fafnir again there gets picked up with that lantern flare. 2-3 right now, just in favor of Incendio supremacy. Still basically a tie game though.
Yeah, and I want to give props to Lido there, right? He was just distracting and taunting Incendio to put so much spell, so much utility on to this Lucas, and it's just allowing the side of Elevate to sneak in that objective. But now,
yeah, I found it.
4-1 rotation. They have Lido onto the spot.
So you know I'm sponsored by EMEA right now,
and they potentially are just
and they asked to send where I put stream integration, so they can check if I did that.
The physical damage items that he needs.
So I send them link that I did that.
Boro in trouble. It does have the revitalize out, get put onto the enemy side of the team. That's another death for Boro. I mean, we've talked about it before that those. TNZ going to dive in here. It's not going to be enough as Tizo having to disengage from Incendio Supremacy, who have really put on the gas. Avatar the Guardian does slam down, misses 2 members. Lido alone against the team, pops his vengeance. Down comes the real world manipulation, not able to pick up any kills for their team, and that is a jungle taken by Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, again, although
I'm sponsored by EMEA.
Dominating the whole
EMEA, it's a top-up service.
Is getting the farm that he's looking for. The side of Elevate.
You can check in my
knock out units one by one.
holy shit, how it's called in my bio on my main page.
Incendio, they really have to, prioritize some of the targets, especially the physical damage, right? Harith, Eve, that's a lot of magic damage, and Incendio does a great job grouping up as a 5-man unit. However, they're still not getting Fafnir, and if Fafnir continues to get fed, if you take a look at the gold lead, it's just not that significant, where I would say it's a one-sided match from Incendio.
The one thing I haven't seen is for the, oh, here we go. They do have a glorious pathway out there as well, looking for that real world manipulation to slam down the floor.
Ooh, nice fight.
And Apex taking a heap of damage. TNZ finds a kill onto Lido. Down goes Boro. Alien eventually taken down, and Tiso getting the business from the side of Incendio Supremacy. Rosa able to lift him up with that Lantern Flare. 4-8 right now in favor of Incendio Supremacy as they get another objective.
Yeah, the side of Incendio with a great team fight there. We saw Lucas was able to get onto the backside to push units forward, but unfortunately just does not have enough resistance, right? Incendio was able to take care of business there. The amount of CC that Rosa has provided paired up with Apex and also Alien is just a lot to deal with, and Elevate just hasn't found the response that they're looking for. Fafnir does pick up his purple buff. That is going to be a great pickup because, you know, Nolan does need that buff. However, Incendio with a great setup onto the top side, looking to get some objectives here.
For me, I'm kind of like, there's some great shining points in this composition, especially when you're talking about the wombo combo possibilities here that can come out, especially with Enzo. That last fight, I don't even see a real world manipulation down on the ground to really couple with that glorious pathway. So I'm kind of wondering what happened there, or like, because I feel like that's supposed to be the big thing to kind of award. At the very least, you distance Rosa from the fight, because it
seems like easy game for Incendio.
She's going to use her flicker to get away, but we don't even have that. So Rosa's just freely laying down that Lantern Flare onto your team while they're fighting.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, the amount of flickers and blinks that Rosa has is a little bit hard for Enzo to deal with. Paired that up with the mobility of that Rithel, and also, yeah, see, look, just gets away, like, pretty much protected here, and you also have to deal with the AOG that comes out from the backside. I think Enzo doesn't really like the matchup that he has in this game, because there's so much dive coming in.
Here's the thing too, is that they go ahead and they start, a lot of damage that does go on to Sunshine, but did we just use a glorious pathway to try to close the distance on a Gatakacha? I mean, he's just gonna be able to use the Avatar of the Guardian to zoom himself away from that fight there. Purple buff now, a lot of aggression being coming out here from Incendio Supremacy. Rosa gets a little bit of a slow there from Enzo on the side. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think Enzo is really having a rough go of it, because once you lay down that real world manipulation, it's going to be a sitting target for a lot of these abilities to come out.
Yep, and I think that's just the strength of Incendio's strat, right? They're able to get set up some fights that are just quite hard, and when you have something like an Edith and Gato, that's like 2 stuns right there, and they have to worry about Rosa's knockup. Like, that's annoying. And then you got TNZ coming in from the back, just gap closing with his 2 dashes. Like, that's so much mobility that I think Incendio has emphasized in their draft, and it's leading them to success when it comes down to sieging, when it comes down to setting up some of these team fights, and they might just get away with everything uncontested.
At this point, though, with how they're slowly being choked out, I'm at a point where I'm just like, just try it. Let's just try it and see if they can make it to you and close the distance fast enough, because right now it is, we do have real manipulation coming out there, followed by the glorious pathway. Does slow them up, but they're all on the outside.
They used all ultimates right now
to escape from it as well. Down to the high ground tower, TNZ dives in onto Enzo. Ooh, that Lantern Flare.
Oh, it seems like a lose, by the way.
Needed, and Rosa picks up another kill onto Lido. And Lido, I thought, was going to have a much better game here to be able to potentially dive into the back line and maybe take up or pick off Rosa, but we just have not been able to see it.
I will say this, though. I felt a little bit scared if Incendio was not able to make a play just there, because the composition that they have, the Fafnir here getting picked off, that's terrible, right? But, you know, the Lord is coming up in 50 seconds again. I just want to emphasize that a Hylos Eve Harith combination has been proven to be quite deadly. Doesn't matter what time, what point of the game it is, and especially when the game drags
Open your
on,
EMEA link and check if it's even working.
Impactful.
Yeah, it's working.
I think Incendio has to look to close out the game a little bit early.
Ooh, it's about a 8k gold lead right now. Boro does get caught, popped out the glorious pathway, trying to put the damage on.
Oh no.
Side of Incendio Supremacy. So, it does look like Sunshine able to find a kill on to Light. And Avatar, the Guardian, slams down, trying to cut off the escape of Elevate. And Incendio Supremacy still able to find an
Edis is
escape.
not
They
that
don't
bad.
Find, they only find one kill.
She still
there,
provides
but are
CC and
able to
damage.
successfully push off Elevate
And
for
tankiness.
this next Lord.
Yeah, Nolan in a pretty interesting position. I don't know if that's going to be that impactful here. The Gato actually finds him. So Fafnir is going to be taken out here.
Yeah, there is no escape for him there. And now you don't even have a retribution.
Just
I was gonna say,
GG's.
we're getting to the point here where the entire team just needs to buck up and try to make something happen at the Lord. Unfortunately, with everybody split off, it's one of the things I hate what happens in the late game is you're going to have that one, especially key person picked off, no retribution for your team, so not a chance for you to be able to even maybe get like that 50-50.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, but Incendio has honestly set up this game from the draft. They, kind of cornered Enzo in a position to pick up the speed. They found a way to deal with the high-lows, especially with the front line they have themselves here and looking for another pickup.
Oh, yeah, Boro gets taken out again. There, Alien does pop the Primal Wrath there, putting the damage onto Lido, now focusing their efforts onto this high ground tower at the bottom. Lord taking a heap of damage from Elevate. The rest of Incendio Supremacy have minions rolling in at mid. Not sure if they're going to try to mount the pressure here. We do have...
No.
Oh, and the Avatar of the Guardian slams down. This is... I guess I got my answer from Enzo. Tried for that real world manipulation, immediately answered by the Avatar the Guardian. Apex comes in, slams down, and Enzo goes down in a heap of a mage flurry. And this is going to wrap it up. Boro taking the last hit. This is going to be Incendio Supremacy moving on to the finals.
GG's.
Well done. Incendio Supremacy definitely proving that they are the better team for this decider match here. 3-1 and quite convincing with all their victories coming.
Yeah, why so many people voted for Elevate?
The Incendio drafter out there. I don't know who is behind the scenes doing it, but it really does play a part in how Incendio is able to get a lot of these victories. They open up a lot of key target heroes. Multiple members have deep hero pools.
I want to check their drafts,
that
their
really,
builds. Wait.
They can counter the Hylos. They can come out with the Gato Kacha. They're not scared to go against the Granger and the Harith without either one.
Like
have a strong mid lane. Rosa
giving
coming out
Zuxine and Sia.
Falls on to Tianzi. 10 kills on the
They
board.
have good
High
combo,
priority
yeah.
serial
Eve,
pick,
Paris,
but I think
Hylos,
was
but
taken and denied away from
Zuxine, oh my
I'm not
god.
gonna lie, I kind of wonder if this maybe might have gone a little different had Boro not taken a
And
heap of
Nolan-
those
Nolan
early
is hard
deaths
to play
before a lot of
here.
These objective fights, because we could have. I feel like the plan was there to have the glorious pathway, to have the real world manipulation. I'm still not sold that it might not have worked. We just had to be a little bit more patient. Glorious pathway, they rush in, maybe try to draw out that Avatar the Guardian into the fight. Once that Avatar the Guardian is down, though, we can go ahead and use the real world manipulation. But we never even had that opportunity because a lot of these fights Boro really wasn't even a part of because he had either wasted his abilities or he was taken down because he had gotten jumped by like 4 or 3 of them before these matches even got into that point.
Yeah,
The
it's just
NZ
unfortunate,
MVP.
right? But again, a great job, a great close by Incendio Supremacy. 10, 0, and 6, 90% kill participation. And again, they are just so solid with a lot of these blind picks. They
My
set
emblems
their
for
drafts and
CO.
ban up so well that they understand what they want to prioritize and always leads them to success. Incendio coming out with a force to be reckoned with. I'm scared for the teams that they have to play up against. It's
Yeah,
not
so the
that
only
they're
Europe teams that
undefeated,
proceeded
they've
is
lost
Birthright.
games here, but definitely a very strong performance and adjustment coming out from yesterday.
Okay, guys, thank you for being on my stream. I will stream tomorrow again. I have time to stream tomorrow, but I will stream ranked games normally at evening time, 10 p.m. I don't know, 8 p.m., 10 p.m., maybe earlier, 6 p.m. We'll see. So yeah, good night, guys. Good night, or who goes play. Good luck in the game. See you tomorrow.
Finals as one of the 2 Turkish representative in the 4 teams. Now, definitely they are a force to be reckoned with, right, guys? They were the upper bracket, one of the final teams. They did lose to Team Falcons, but that's the only series they lost so far. And moving into the challenge finals is going to be a hell of a run for all the teams that will be heading there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, especially what these final 4 have to offer us, especially when we mix up these groups of as we take a look at their results. Falcons over Incendio Supremacy were able to qualify yesterday and then today with a 3-1 dominating victory over Elevate. Incendio Supremacy move on to qualify.